Things started probably in 1795 with Edward Jenner and the first smallpox vaccine. And I'll tell you, since I'm killing time here, do I have to push something?
Yeah, we're getting it for a second. Yeah.
Okay. Tell me to do something so I don't keep looking. I'll just keep talking. You tell me when I can go. You know, one of the things that they did, this is not my speech, but since I'm killing time, you know, they want to make us depressed and fearful and hopeless. You know, so they told us it was safe and effective. And then when they realized it wasn't safe and effective, then they came out with this information psychologic warfare program that said, oh, we were wrong. It does get into your DNA. All that is their psychobabble, okay? This is not something we can't get out of, but they want you to make sure that you're hopeless. And I'm just going to tell you, it's not hopeless. We can get out of this, out of the medical consequences here, but we have to understand how to go, where to go. And that's one of the big points is the spiritual warfare, which I'm going to mention a little bit. It affects all aspects of this, including the medical. The medical is rife with old pagan symbols. You know, we take a Hippocratic oath to the pagan gods. Think about it. How are we doing back there? I had things to say, and I don't want to get myself too confused.
We had some lightning strikes earlier, and they may have given us a little bit harder to work with, but give us a second.
You're doing a great job.
Okay, well. Okay, so my background. All right, well, I grew up in the real world. And I'll tell you, one of the things I'm going to start, I'll tell you about my first slide. One of the things I'm going to start by saying is one of the things I noticed about the parasitic problem we have today is that we didn't used to have it. I'm the last of a lineage of all male ancestors back to the Revolutionary War. And during that time, they all lived on the farm. I'm the first generation since the Revolution, and probably before, that didn't grow up on a farm. And nobody was dying of cancer. They didn't have MS. They didn't have dementia. They weren't going to hospitals such as they were. Not because they didn't have parasites. My ancestors were dirt poor farmers. They lived on the soil. They lived with animals. I remember my dad's story about he had a pet pig, and the pig would walk into the house. That's the way it was in those days. So and grandfather got rid of it when it peed under his table. So there we go.
We got you.
Okay. And so anyway, my point is that we've lived with parasites forever. So actually what I was going to say was, don't believe him, okay? Perry, I decided to name him Perry. It's not about the parasites being bad, it's that we have a toxic world. And we all lived with parasites until the 20th century, until the 1800s and 1900s, without a real problem. All my ancestors lived into their 80s and 90s routinely that I can identify way back into the early 1800s, but not so much now, right? Because we have a different toxic world. And so I'm going to talk about parasites and biowarfare. Now, in 1948, well, I guess I should stand here. In 1948, there was a Defense Intelligence report, and it said that a gun or a bomb leaves no doubt that a deliberate attack has occurred, but if an epidemic slashes across a crowded city, there's no way of knowing whether anyone was attacked, much less who. And then again, in 1951, they had a joint intelligence briefing, and they said the results of some biowarfare agents resembled natural outbreaks of disease, and it would be difficult to connect clandestine employment of such agents with a hostile act. So I started thinking about this. You know, we tend to think in the biowarfare world that biowarfare looks like the guy on the left. You're in a mop gear and you're on the battlefield, you're worried about anthrax or tularemia or something like that. But what if really bioweapons victims today look like the guy on the right? And because anything that isn't a knife stabbing you, blowing you up, shooting you with a rifle could be a non-kinetic form of biowarfare if it's systematically applied. How about this? Could this be a biowarfare victim? I mean, there's always been a problem thinking about cancer as genetic. Why do they keep thinking it's genetic? If it's genetic, why doesn't the little girl have the cancer also? Because she's got the same genes, right? Why do most people with that gene not get cancer? It just never made sense. And then the real thing hit me when my friends that were in the military that I met, military doctors during COVID, would let me know that after the vaccine, not after COVID, but after the vaccine, these young military guys that was stage 3 and stage 4 cancer. I mean, that's not normal. What's going on there? So we spend $7.2 billion a year on cancer research on average, about 10% of prevention. And the real question we have to ask ourselves is, what are we getting for that? This is from Linus Pauling. He's a PhD in chemistry, but he was also a 2-time Nobel. He won 2 Nobel Prizes in 2 hard sciences. I think he's the only one to do that. And he says, everyone should know that most cancer research is largely a fraud, and the major cancer research organizations are derelict in their duties to the people who support them. By the way, if you can put that back to full screen, it's a lot easier for me up here. Instead of that, I don't need to see myself, really. And then Dr. John Baylor, the U.S. National Cancer Institute researcher, he was the editor of the Journal of the National Cancer Institute. He said, they now count things that are not cancer. And because we are able to diagnose at an earlier stage of the disease, patients falsely appear to be living longer. Our whole cancer research in the past 20 years has been a total failure. More people over 30 are dying from cancer than ever before. Now, one of my goals in life is to try and change that, but that we can change that, I think. The real money started pouring into the war on cancer with President Nixon. Okay, he declared the war on cancer in 1971 when he signed the National Cancer Act. And isn't it kind of interesting that at the same time, where am I supposed to point this thing? Because it's not changing. And I'm hoping you're going to give me some extra minutes here. I can't get it to change, guys.
Hold on, we have another little problem. Hold on.
What now?
We had several lightning strikes earlier today, and it shut all the equipment down a couple of times.
Man.
So we're doing the best we can.
Sorry about that. Now I only see myself. This is getting harder and harder. I'm going to go back over here. Tell me when you're ready. Yeah, so anyway, it's hard to do this without the slides. I got to go through that. Let me think about what we can talk about in the meantime. The point is, I'm going to tell you what the point. You tell people what you're going to tell them, then you tell them, then you tell them what you told them. So I guess I'm going to tell you what I'm going to tell you is that cancer has always been an excuse. Cancer research has been where they've hidden bioweapons, one of the 2 places. And the other place I'm going to show you is that they've hidden it in veterinary research. Veterinarians are much overrepresented in the dollars distributed for bioweapons. Think about Albert Bourla, the CEO of Pfizer. What is he? He's a veterinarian. And this is not a condemnation of veterinarians. This is just how they do it. They hide bioweapons money going into other specialties. It's interesting, recently, this is a little on a different subject because I really don't want to not do this systematically. Recently, he's a British, I'm blanking on his name, somebody help me. He's the guy that came out early on from Pfizer. He was a retired vice president of research and Michael Yeadon, thank you. Okay, Michael Yeadon came out early on talking about what he thought was going on and spilling some beans. He also is a veterinarian, but I think he's on the right side. Now, he just had a video, and people sent me this video like 20 times, and I just said, I don't know that I want to really watch this, but somebody said, no, you got to watch this one. And he's come to the conclusion, as I have, that one of the big scams that has allowed us to be taken down here is this belief in viruses. And I know that, people don't want to wade into this. They think it's distraction, that it's just a disinformation program. It is at the heart of the whole issue. And I have a 6-part series. It's about to be the 7th part is going to be, if there are no viruses, what causes disease? So you can look up all the details on my Rumble channel, which is rebel at my Rumble channel, and you'll find it. It's called the Flying Unicorn series. And I have had discussions with Judy Mikovits. I've had discussions with lots of people about that. Now, Michael Yeadon just recently came out, and he added another part, which I knew, but I don't spend a lot of time talking about it, but he does it brilliantly. And he talks about the fact that there's never been any proof of airborne transmission of disease. For example, even tuberculosis. Okay, we're back. There's Perry. Okay, let's go back. Well, I'm going to get into that. There's never been any airborne disease transmission. Oh, this is great. Okay, there's where we were, the war on cancer. Okay, so he signs this bill. And isn't it very interesting that when he signed the bill was a couple years after he had also announced that we were getting rid of our offensive bioweapons program. One door closes, another door opens. Now, there's a lot of precedence for this, okay? This is Dr. Kurt Blom. He was the deputy Reich health leader under the Nazis, and he was charged at Nuremberg with euthanasia and human experimentation. He admitted to experimenting with plague vaccines on prisoners, but he told at Nuremberg that he was forced to do that. And now, in 1943, we know that he was involved in biowarfare because he assumed responsibility for all research into biologic warfare sponsored by the Wehrmacht and the SS. We have that documented cold, okay? But what was he on paper, in the public eye? He was the head of the German Cancer Research Institute. It was a camouflage for bioweapons production. This institute was designed by an SS officer, I can't remember his name right now, but he was a tropical disease expert. And Dr. Blom was quoted as saying that he, quote, equated medical and military power in their battle for life and death. Now, everybody's excited, they want to have a Nuremberg trial, but let me just tell you the dirty story about the Nuremberg trial. The real truth is they hung the red coats, they hung the red shirts. If you know, the red shirts are kind of the low-level guys. They hung them, and they hired the real perpetrators, including Kurt Blom. It turned out, after World War II, he was completely exonerated by the Nuremberg trial. And the reason is because the guys from Fort Detrick, Maryland, our bioweapons lab, went over and interviewed him and said, we need this guy. And he was hired by Sidney Gottlieb, I think I misspelled that, to work on the MK Ultra program in America. So the paperclip program you hear a lot about, but there are these other guys that came over, they bypassed paperclip. Those are the real bad guys. And it's still going on, okay? They outsource bioweapons research into other countries, and they do it under other names. So back in time, in 1943, our offensive bioweapons program officially really kicked off when FDR told Secretary of War Henry Stimson that we should start a war research service, and it was for public security and health. Public security and health. It's one of those diversionary statements. It's kind of like when the Congress passes a bill to save the whales, you can be absolutely sure the whales are in terrible danger, okay? This is nothing about public security. It was insecurity and death, not public security and health. But in any case, they started a bioweapons program, and it can be somewhat justified. You knew this, everybody else was doing it, kind of thing. But after the war, they, quote, downsized the bioweapons program by doubling the size of Fort Detrick's campus. They increased the size, and they started looking at all these pathogens. And this is a curious structure on the left. It's a 1 million liter ball of water, essentially. And what they were going to do is they were going to test dispersion of these organisms, like if it went off with a bomb. Somehow they were going to use this. I think they called this the 8-ball. I'm not sure that was what they were referring to, but I think so. And it was to test aerial dispersions of biologic pathogens. Well, they needed volunteers. Colonel William Tiggart was the project director of what they called CD-22, also called Operation White Coat. And they were going to do this experiment. They needed volunteers, and they got them with Seventh-day Adventists because, as their religious objection to fighting in a war, they were getting drafted, so they would come in and use them as medics. They would agree to be medics. And they took these medics, 2,300 of them, as, quote, volunteers for bioweapons program, and they were exposed to all these things. Now, one of the most notorious veterinarians involved in bioweapons research was Dr. Erich Traub. He was a German researcher before the war, during, and after. And one of his big things that he was doing, if you want to think about what I said about the intelligence briefings, about diseases just kind of slowly creeping through a population and us not knowing what it is. One of the things he was famous for doing was he was taking brain samples from patients and animals that were ill, and then he was transferring them to brains of other animals and seeing if he could somehow pick the right species and transfer it enough times to get whatever's happening to these animals, whatever's making them sick, become self-perpetuating, including self-perpetuating down through the generations. If they got a neurologic disease, their child or their offspring would get a neurologic disease. So that's what he was working on. He was famous for. And but we had an agricultural program before the war, and it was located at Plum Island off Long Island. And the reason it's there is because you don't want to be studying hoof and mouth disease and other bad things in animals in the middle of the beef and cattle area of the country, or the chicken area. So they had it kind of isolated on Plum Island. And after the war, he came over to America and he set up Lab 257. It was specifically for looking at bioweapons productions, and specifically about arthropod vector diseases that are transmitted through ticks, fleas, mosquitoes, right? So think about Lyme disease. People always are worried about Lyme disease. I was actually stationed in the subbase at Groton, Connecticut, when this all came out in Connecticut. And Lyme disease is a rickettsial tick-borne disease, right? This is probably the start of it. I mean, there's lots of stuff that happened then. But anyway, he came over and did that. And by the way, under the Defense Threat Reduction Act, which I'm going to talk about a little bit later, we moved Plum Island recently. Oh, please don't do it to me again. Okay, it just doesn't show down here. We moved Plum Island to the middle of Kansas. I was warned about this in 2020. It just happened. It's in Manhattan, Kansas. They moved this research thing, and guess what we're dealing with now, right? Bird flu and all sorts of stuff. Well, Eric Traub, very interesting thing about Eric Traub is that before we think of, we want to think, oh, that was the Germans, that was the Nazis. But here's a guy that was a German researcher, and before the war, he was a fellow at the Rockefeller Institute studying all this stuff. He worked at the USDA labs after the war at Bethesda, Maryland. And so one of the guys, there was a lawyer who wrote a book about Lab 257, and he went to find some research on Eric Traub, and he went to the National Archive. He found 3 files that were labeled Tick Research and Eric Traub, but they were all 3 empty files. And I looked up, this picture of Dr. Traub is the only one you can find on the internet. In other words, this guy's such a bad dude, they've still scrubbed the internet. You can't find any other, I can find Goering and anybody else you want to name, Karl Brandt, I mean, you can name all these people. You can't find anything except this one old picture that slipped through about Eric Traub. That tells you that this stuff is still secret and classified. And in 1950s, they discovered that we were working on a program to cripple the Soviet Union by damaging their livestock. And in any case, that was out of Plum Island. That was something that he was doing. So here's Fort Detrick. From 1943 to 1969, it was considered the Biologic Warfare's Laboratory, the BWL. And later, and then in 1969, when they decommissioned the bioweapons program, it got a new name. That's one of the things you do, is just rename things. It's called USAMRIID, the U.S. Army Medical Research Institute of Infectious Disease. That's what I've always known it as, is USAMRIID. But then it becomes a cancer center, because remember, they shut down the bioweapons program, they opened up the cancer program, and now President Nixon requested that the U.S. Army transfer land and buildings from Fort Detrick to the H&HS, Health and Human Services, which Robert Kennedy is now in charge of, and that was to support the National Cancer Institute. So they shifted this stuff over without us really noticing. And you got to ask yourself, why the Department of Defense is involved in cancer fighting at all? Really, why are they? And I can tell you, it's hard. I can't come up. I've been trying to find the amount of money being spent by the DOD on cancer research, and that's just not, I can't find it, and I kind of think they don't publish that in a clear way. But in any case, there was an Oklahoma, since we're in Oklahoma, I did find this. There was one Oklahoma researcher got a $1.78 million grant not too long ago for one cancer. Now, you think about how many thousands of researchers there are and how many cancers there are, a lot of money's going to the DOD. And the DOD funds 13 hospitals, VA and DOD hospitals, for cancer research. And this is what's interesting. Now, I've had several people come up to me and say, this is really satanic. It's all about evil. And you just heard Alex Newman talk about that. I'm going to point out that if you know what you're looking at, you can see it everywhere. So I always thought, war fighting was about those guys on the bottom right, with rifles. I thought that's what it was. But now apparently warfighting is genetic experiments. And I was at a meeting years ago, and after COVID started, this former general lab officer from the Air Force came up to me, and we were talking, and he was kind of proud of the fact that the Air Force has more genetic sequencers than any other military service. And when he said that, I thought, what am I hearing here? I mean, I thought it was about bombs and ships and guns, right? No, now it's about genetic sequencers. Think about that. What are we doing with genetic sequencers in the military? Well, it turns out we're doing a lot. And what we're doing is called Applied Proteogenomics, Organizational Learning and Outcomes. Don't you love the name of that program? I'll tell you where it comes from. But what they're doing is they're looking at new proteins. They're trying to identify how we can figure out what proteins are really made of and which ones they're what and where they are. And they're examining how they come out, how they're produced by our genome. They're really trying to get at the human genome. Now, I personally don't think they have. I don't think this was an mRNA vaccine, and I can tell you why if I have time, but this is something completely different. And so the reason, okay, I'll have to look up there. The reason that they came up with this crazy name, in the military, we love acronyms. They love acronyms. So when I was in the military, I was stationed on Marine bases, and the police are called the Provost Marshal's office, because the Provost Marshal is the head cop. Well, that's the PMO. So the Navy, it's the MP, or the Army, it's the MPs. And the Navy, it's SPs for Shore Patrol. So we have all these acronyms. Why do we have this weird name up there? It's not because applied organizational learning outcomes means nothing. The only thing that matters something there is proteogenomics, but to make it say Apollo. Now, why Apollo? Because Apollo is one of the great tops of the old pagan pantheon of gods. He was a big god for the old religionists. And he was specifically the god of medicine. His only claim, though, he never cured anybody. His only claim was to spread pestilence and plagues. But here's the other interesting thing about Apollo. You will see his name all over medicine. If you just Google Apollo Medical, you'll find pharmacies, you'll find universities, you'll find everything, okay? And this is just one I found at random, just looking for a picture. So in Omaha, Nebraska, where I'm near, if you're a doctor at night, and you want to get into a patient's chart, you've been called, you've got to write an order for a patient, it's all done electronic. What do? You go to your computer and you go through a portal to software that's called the Apollo software to get to your patient's chart. And keep in mind, all Apollo ever did was to create plagues and pestilence. But here's another interesting story about Apollo, if you want to know what we're really fighting here. The story is that Apollo had a human lover who tried to escape him. And she was pregnant. So he got mad and he hunted her down and murdered her and did the first C-section and got the baby out. The baby became Asclepius, who is what I thought of as the god of medicine, actually a demigod. It's the staff of Asclepius that is the snake twined around the staff. That's the traditional symbol of medicine. So that's how Asclepius came to be. But what was this woman's name? Coronis. So if you think that coronavirus was named because they saw it under the electron microscope and it looked like a crown, that is all BS. It's all because they are giving obeisance and homage to the old pagan gods everywhere. And you'll see a Coronis medicine, Coronis optical I used to go to. It's all over the place. So let's talk about parasites and cancer and how it can be used as a weapon. So in 1903, there was a guy that was a lab scientist, and he was looking at the town of Luckau in Germany, which had about 5,000 people. And the town had 1 out of 25 people were dying of cancer, which is quite high. But it's an interesting town because half of the town was in the swampy lowlands, and half was on a high hillside that was dry. All of the cancer and all of the deaths from cancer were in the lowlands, none of it in the top, in the dry area. So that doesn't sound like a genetic problem to me. That sounds like there's an environmental component here. Now, Amadei Borel was a cytopathologist. In other words, he's one of these guys that looked under the microscope at cells, and he started seeing what he thought were parasites in the cells of cancer, of what they called cancer. And he said, we should start looking to see, is this something that's real? We should consider that helminth parasites and other parasites could have a significance in cancer. In 1909, Harvey Gaylord was a famous oncology cancer researcher from Buffalo, New York, and he gave a talk that was reported in an AMA journal. And this is what he said, basically. He said, you know what? We have to stop debating whether parasites cause cancer. We all know parasites cause cancer. We just have to debate, we have to figure out, is it just some cancers or is it all cancers? Now, this is AMA. They actually published this in those days. Now, what I found, and I haven't heard anybody else talk about this, this is a journal of parasitology from about World War I. And there were two researchers, Kasai and Kobayashi. And these guys were looking at parasites in mammals, and they noticed that the mammals that tended to wander from place to place and eat food in all sorts of places and different kinds of foods, a variety of diets, they tended to have a spirochete parasite in their stomach. But if the animal's healthy, it didn't seem to bother them. So then they took this into the lab, and by the way, when I saw this, I said, oh, that sounds like the Marine Corps. You know, they wander from place to place, they go into third world countries, they're eating bad food, they're in swamps. Maybe it has something to do with why they're having such a problem right now with cancer in the military after the vaccine. So anyway, Kasai and Kobayashi looked at this and they took it into the lab, and they took these mammals now that were virgin, that had never been exposed to the outside, and they juiced them with this parasite into their stomach, and they watched it. And again, if the animals were totally normal, nothing happened to the animals. They got rid of the parasites, or the parasites sat there, but they didn't develop any tumors in the stomach. But if they dosed them with a parasite, and then they gave them what they called a vetus fix, which was the old-time term for a vaccination. So they dosed them, they vaccinated them, then the parasite took them over, created stomach cancers, and ultimately killed the animal. Okay? That's a blueprint, in my opinion, for a bioweapons program. Well, the proof came in 1927. He got the Nobel Prize. This was Johannes Fibiger, and he was a Danish Copenhagen pathologist. And he took rats and he dosed them with a different kind of parasite. So now we got all different kinds of parasites that play a role here. It's not just one. So he dosed them with a different parasite, and he showed that he could create cancer in many of these rats by giving them a parasite into the stomach. And he knew it was, what he looked at, he's a pathologist. These are the guys that look at dead people, right? They know what things look like. He saw these tumors in the stomach of the rats, and then he cut them open, and he saw the parasite worms. He said, these would be diagnosed as cancer, but when I cut them open, these are clearly parasite egg sacs. Okay, so it's not like he said cancer is being irritated somehow by parasites and caused. No, cancer is parasite egg sacs and parasites. That's what he's saying. But anyway, he definitely confirmed this. Now, one of the problems you had back then is you didn't have a veterinary arm of the university to give you rats and mice. You had to go out and hire rat catchers. And this becomes important to the story, because Dr. Fibiger discovered that some groups, there was all the same genus and species of rats, but some of these groups of rats, all of them got cancer when he gave them the parasites, and other groups, very few or none got cancer. And he couldn't figure out why this day it worked and this day it didn't. So he talks to the rat catchers and he said, why are these somehow different? And the rat catcher said, oh yeah, those over there that got the cancer, we found those, we captured those in a sugar factory. Okay? In a sugar factory. So let's review what we knew before 1930 about parasites and cancer. We knew there was an environmental component. We also knew that healthy animals didn't seem to go down with it unless you gave them a vaccine or fed them a high sugar diet. What are we doing in America, right? Who's the first group we vaccinated? Our military troops. We're now vaccinating everybody. And what did we push on the food pyramid? Carbohydrates. That was the bottom of the food pyramid for years. So we knew, and we ignored it. Now, Fibiger won the Nobel Prize in 1927 for his work on rats, but here's another tell. If you go to the Nobel laureate site today, it'll tell you, yeah, we gave the Nobel Prize to this guy, but this has been, quote, considered as a misjudgment of the Nobel Committee, as it later turned out not to be true. And I said, what? Not to be true? Because there's a ton of other literature by other scientists confirming his findings. That's what science is. It's in the real world. It's not just on a computer. It's in a real world where you look at something, and if somebody publishes a paper, you try and either confirm it or deny it. And he had lots of papers all over the world that confirmed his findings. But these guys are saying it was not true. So what are their proof? Well, there was one paper, it's called Spiroptera Cancer and Diet Deficiency. They claimed it wasn't about anything else. It was just that some rats had diet deficiency. So I tried to look at this paper, and by the way, they even named the parasite Spiroptera neoplastica was the name of it. So they named it as a cancer-causing parasite. So they knew it was true. But anyway, I tried to find this paper, and look what I found. I said, you go to one search engine, it says, no paper link available. The other one says, your search was processed. This is PubMed. Your search was processed without automatic term mapping because it retrieved 0 results. Nice. Does that paper even really exist? So you've heard of Sun Tzu and the Art of War, and there's all these kind of rules of the art of war that he puts out. And I realized there's no really laws of biowarfare, so I decided to be cheeky and design my own. So maybe someday I'll be remembered for Merritt's first law of biowarfare, which is the most important one. And that's what we have to realize. If proven science is systematically ignored, it cannot be by accident. That's what's happening. That's why I think this is not an actual natural occurrence. It isn't because of stupidity or government toadies that just don't care. It's not money to Pfizer. This is a warfare against us. Now, keep in mind, the first researchers I talked about, the Japanese guys that figured out if you wanted to take down the animals, you gave them a parasite and then you gave them a vaccine. They were Japanese in World War I. Okay, in World War I time frame. In World War II, the Japanese were notorious under Shiro Ishii. He was the commanding officer of Unit 731 in Manchuria, where they did horrendous experiments, bioweapons experiments on the native population in Manchuria, right? Well, it turns out, but at the time frame that Kasai and Kobayashi, and maybe they're completely innocent, I'm not trying to condemn them, I don't know for a fact, but during that period of time, Ishii was going around the world looking at laboratories and discussing the possibility of biowarfare all around the world, and including coming to the United States. Now, I'm going to switch gear from cancer to a second, and I want to talk about your brain. Here's another parasite called Toxoplasmosis gondii, and that big circle is a cyst. Each one of those little purple things is the parasite in a brain. This is in a mouse brain. But that will burst open, and those parasites will move out and make cysts of their own. They will make more parasites. Now, if there are any medical people in the audience, I'll bet you, if I asked you what's the most common cause in America of food poisoning, I would suspect you would say these things. This is what I would have said. E. coli, staph toxins, Salmonella, Shigella. Those are the ones I was taught about. Have you ever heard that the second leading cause of death from foodborne illness is toxoplasmosis? I have never heard that. You would think this is a common problem, food poisoning, you would think we would have been taught that somewhere, but I never was. And this is from the CDC's own website. Now, what they say about it is even more concerning because they say, well, yeah, you might get toxoplasma from food or whatever, but it's generally an asymptomatic infection. Don't worry about it. You might get a little lymph node swelling and maybe a little flu-like illness, but nothing to see here, nothing to worry about. Right. Okay. By their own literature, I figured out they're talking about 55 million people in America having their brain infected with toxoplasmosis. And it turns out since 1953, there have been 18 studies that have shown the relationship of toxoplasmosis to schizophrenia. Specifically, if you have an immunoglobulin positive test for toxoplasmosis, you have somewhere between 40 and 80% more chance of having schizophrenia. Not a good problem, okay? Schizophrenia kills people, and it kills people around the people that are affected. So this is not a small thing. Also, toxoplasmosis has been the most frequently related infectious pathogen to obsessive compulsive disorder, bipolar disorder, and addiction. These are problems that affect our society, and I don't think this is by accident either. Now, Yaroslav Flager He's a biologist. This isn't really what he started out researching, but it's what he ended up researching. One of the things that toxoplasmosis does is it kind of makes you dull to risk aversion. He found himself doing things like walking out into traffic, horns blaring, and he wasn't afraid. He just walked out in front of traffic. He said, it felt like I was compelled, like something was talking to me to do this. And he couldn't figure it out, and then he discovered that that is one of the symptoms of toxoplasmosis infection in the brain. Change in behavior that makes you more at risk of things happening to you. So he started researching this, and he discovered, he also came up, he said he thinks 30% of people are walking around with toxoplasmosis in their brain, and that they develop slower reaction times. So for example, if you're playing that tetherball game where the ball comes around, and if you don't get your hands out quick enough, it'll hit you in the face. You might be able to fend it off a couple times, but then your reflexes fatigue with toxoplasmosis quicker than a normal person. Then it starts hitting you. And so he researched in the military and people in Prague at the time about automobile accidents, followed them over years, and discovered he thinks 1 million road deaths a year in the world are attributed to toxoplasmosis in the brain. Now, this is James Giordano. He's a PhD in neuroscience, and he's one of these guys that people love to hate. He kind of looks like Dr. Evil, you know. And he speaks at the military academies. He deals with DARPA and those guys. And this is a talk at one of the military academies, I think at the Naval Academy, years ago, I think in 2009. And he's telling the Navy officers to be there that in your military career, you will either experience an attack on your brain or you will know that it's going on and be involved in it, okay? And he says, at this present time, we can assess the brain, we can access the brain, and we can affect the brain. He gives you a list of combat operations on the brain, and he gives you a list of things you can do. Notice nanoparticulates. What are we talking about in COVID, about the nanoparticles in the vaccine? So there are a lot of things there, but notice he never says specifically, I've listened to his lectures, he never specifically, that I can find, mentions parasites. Now, he did mention neuromicrobiologics with neuropsychiatric symptoms. That's on the list of his slide, but, you know, would I take away from that parasites? You know, most people, he's talking to naval officers, he's not talking to physicians. So that's not something that might be obvious. And I'm just saying, why didn't he mention it? He's got to know if he's a neuroscientist, right? So my second law of biowarfare is that when physicians and scientists are systematically steered away from looking at the evidence, an intelligence program is being run in the background to make this work. Okay, and you heard from Alex about education and the Rockefeller Institute. Well, when it came to medical education, they hired a guy, Abraham Flexner, to literally bring the Prussian educational system to the practice of medicine, and that mostly translates in, a belief in authority. So when we were taught things in medical school, we just didn't question that all these people, all our professors, could be wrong. They could all be wrong. We never think about that. We always think, well, hey, there's 20 guys there. They got to be right. This guy says it's not, but there's 20 over here and 1 over here. But I got to tell you, truth is not a vote. Truth is about the truth. So one of the things we were taught is, I remember this. In 1977, in parasitology class, I remember them saying, we're going to teach you parasitology, but don't worry, it's a third world country problem. You're not going to see it. Again, that's completely false. And in fact, let me go back. And in fact, they must have known it was false, because why was his right-hand man was Frederick Gates. It's all the same names. But Frederick Gates whispered in Rockefeller's ear that he should use his considerable fortune to take over medicine to solve the biggest medical problem of the day in America. And it was hookworm, a parasite. Okay, that's kind of interesting. Now, another aphorism I learned in medical school was that, or actually in residency, was that more mistakes are made by not looking than not knowing. Royal Rife, everybody seems to know about his work on frequencies, but did you realize that Royal Rife's first tasking was to make a book of parasites, a photographic, like, coffee table book, a big taxonomy for doctors and researchers about parasites. And he realized the microscopes weren't up to snuff to do that. So he went to Zeiss, learned how to do optics and grind lenses, and he made these fabulous microscopes. Now, forget all the knobs and the confusion there. That's not necessary. But he got his microscope, that's all for taking pictures. The key point is he was able to get 15,500 magnification out of his microscopes, which means you can see things beautifully. He saw parasites and bacteria, large and small and moving in colors. I mean, they were alive. Why? But our microscopes today, we're lucky to get 2,400. We're not seeing any of that. Why? Because what he did, which was very clever and would not cost us much to add to our microscopes, but we don't do it, he had a completely quartz optical chain. So from the microscopic slide to your eye, it was all quartz. Why is that important? Because glass lenses cut down on the wavelength that gets through, and you're seeing a very restricted wavelength. Whereas quartz opens it up, you're seeing things in all sorts of colors and all sorts of new, you're going to see a lot more. So why aren't we doing that? I just happened one night, my husband and I were watching this show called The Silo. It's a post-apocalyptic world, and these people are living underground. They don't know really what happened. They've been there generations, but they're like 10,000 people living in this thing that's shaped like a silo. And because they've been there so long, I mean, they've got a sheriff's department and everything you would have with a society. And so they had 2 crimes that would get you chucked out of the silo to what they thought was certain death, so capital punishment. Can't remember the first one, but the second one is magnification over a certain amount. I saw that. I said, oh my gosh, they're telling us right there on the show what's going on. They won't allow us to have magnification over a certain amount because we would see what's going on. Our pathologists are not seeing the intracellular little parasites that are in every cell of cancer. We're not looking. Also, we're not looking. Oops, wrong way. So the third law of biowarfare is that true technology will be hidden from the victims. Now, you're probably out there thinking, well, wait a minute, we've got electron microscopes. I used to work in an electron microscopy lab when I was in medical school, and let me tell you, this does not show you live things. It shows you dead, highly processed, lots of artifact stuff. In fact, if you listen to Harold Hillman, and he's got a big book about this, is that he doesn't think our cell membrane even exists the way we think it does. Okay? We are seeing things that have been dried and sliced and treated with osmium and titanium and all sorts of poisons. I mean, it's not alive at all. And it might be true for some things like inanimate objects, but for living things, it's not giving us a real picture. Now, we're told, I saw a paper that has this on the cover. People think this is somehow a colorized electron micrograph of SARS-CoV-2, the virus of COVID. This is CGI, computer-generated image. It's nothing. It's not real. Okay? This is actually the very first electron micrograph of what they say is the SARS-CoV-2 virus. You know, honestly, I can't tell that from a bug blop on my windshield. You know, it's really not. And they tell you, for example, on the left there, that picture, they tell you that there are exosomes and viruses, and they look identical on the electron microscope, but one is going this way and one's going that way. One's going in the cell, one's coming out of the cell, one's deadly, one's harmless. How do they know that? Okay, this is still life black and white photographs. And I gotta tell you, the shocking thing is, in the last 3 years, as I've been looking at this more and more for this virus thing I did, what I'm finding is there are less and less pictures of real microbes under the microscope and more CGI, to the point you think they look like this. They do not. Okay? They don't. So our students are not seeing the real deal. Even researchers, when I was working in the EM lab, even researchers, they're not coming in the lab. They're not doing the electron microscope. Technicians are doing that. I happen to be working in the histology department. We would get termus from the cancer department sent up to us, and we would make the pictures, but they don't know the process that goes to that, the guys that are actually doing the cancer. So my fourth law, last law of biowarfare is that if you're playing the long game and you introduce a very small error way back here in time, that over the time frame, over 100 years, for example, or 50 years, you will be way off the course. Your science is going to be way off. And you will not even be able to understand what's going on, and therefore you can be manipulated and you can't fight back effectively because you don't understand the way the world works at this point. And I think that's where we are. My friend, I don't play golf, but my friends play golf, and they tell me if you hit the ball slightly wrong off the tee, by the time it gets way down the fairway, it's way off. That happens in science too, and I have another series on my Rumble thing about all these false scientists, these people that didn't do what they said they did. I'm about to come out with Darwin. Hang on for that. That's really interesting. So in kind of a summary of this, in 1991, the Nunn-Lugar Act was signed in the middle of the night. The Nunn-Lugar Act allocated $400 million a year for 4 years to buy up all these old bioweapons and chemical labs around the Soviet Union. The argument was, this is called now the Defense Threat Reduction Agency. This is when I think it was stood up. And the idea was the Soviet Union's collapsing, those socialist republics are in financial trouble. We don't want them selling off these labs to bad guys. We'd better buy them up ourselves. Okay, so they did. And they sent their own people over with 3 taskings: to get them up to snuff, to start doing vaccine research, and to do gain-of-function research. Okay, this is us. And it wasn't just in Ukraine. This was all over these old socialist republics, Kazakhstan and Georgia and other places. This is the Pentagon's map of our bioweapons labs on this. It's called the Cooperative Biologic Engagement Program, but this is under DTRA, the Defense Threat Reduction Act. This is just what they admit to. Trust me, there's a lot more out there. We caught a guy named Ford, who was an OBGYN doctor in Los Angeles. He's dead now, but he was going back and forth to South Africa with pathogens to try to help the South African Defense Force change their demographics by murdering the black population, right? So we are doing bioweapons. USAID, did you just see that Trump shut down USAID funding? USAID was funding bioweapons research all over Africa. And one of the guys I know that went to the Ukrainian bioweapons labs from Harvard, he was part of USAID. So they weren't hiding it for a long time. This is in Tbilisi, Georgia, and the big lab there was actually named for Senator Lugar. It said the Lugar Lab right on the front door of the lab. So when you hear our congressman bloviate up on stage interviewing people saying, oh my gosh, we didn't know about these labs in Ukraine. Yes, you did. You were sending them W-2 forms to the bioweaponeers every year. You've been funding them. Are you kidding me? They're lying through their teeth, which is probably the 5th lie of biowarfare. So, and finally, this is the next step, and this is taking over your brain. The brain is the new battlefield. This is what NATO documents say. The brain will be the battlefield of the 21st century. There's a 5 Brains initiative, and one of the authors of a book about this said the author concluded that, indeed, the human mind should be NATO's closest area of operation. Now, I'll tell you, the one thing that I always tell people, don't feel discouraged about the world around you, because I personally think we're winning, but it's a slug. And the thing we have to realize is that there is the real world down here. It's not computer algorithm generated viruses, it's the real world. And the real world is observable, provable, and we live in it. This is God's world. And what they've done is made an artificial matrix overlying the whole thing, and this is what we have to do. And most of it we can do just by stepping out of this. Or do you really think there's 70,000 diseases like they say in the ICD-10 for International Code of Diseases? No, there are a few root causes. And if we understand them, we understand the way the body works, the whole problem gets a lot simpler. There is one problem, though, that I can't deal with, and then I'm going to come to that at the last slide, but I hate to tell you this. Now, I'm a patriotic American. I love my country. I served 11 years in the military. I am not here to badmouth America. I want us to win. I want us to be a great country again. But we have to realize this is an old Pogo cartoon from the Korean War vintage by Walt Kelly. This was actually 1971 later, but he had these books out that I collected over my lifetime. And he says, we've met the enemy and he is us. When it comes to bioweapons, I think that's exactly true. And I got to say, I appreciate and dedicate this to Lieutenant General Ihor Kirilov, who was the bioweapons chief in Russia during the special operation here and before. Since 2017, he's been trying to warn us about this. The Russians are not the Soviets. We got to get over that. They're not our enemy. The enemy is our enemy, and they're in all nations and all states, and they have this globalist satanic policy of education and medicine and everything else. And he was trying to warn us about this, and they have lots of proof. Unfortunately, he was blown up as he walked out of his Moscow home. So, this is what they do if you speak the right terms. And I will tell you, no whales were actually damaged in the making of this speech. However, they are dying of electromagnetic problems. And this is the real problem which we face. And I don't know, this is a harder thing than vaccine injury and everything else. I think we can deal with all that. This is a tough one. So pay attention to the electromagnetic component of biowarfare. That's my concluding remark, because I think that's where this goes. So thank you very much. Thanks. Somebody gets this.
How is she done
I guess there's
already?
nobody following me.
Dr. Lee Merritt, you're really done? How did you finish so fast? That's just, you've got too much to say and that's it?
I can do questions if you want.
No worries. Well, we're good on that. Well, this was great. We've caught up. So everybody, welcome. And that's a miracle. That never happens. You're like, short of Lee Merritt, everybody. Thank you, Lee. She's fantastic. Well, we've got a little extra time. This is never happening either, so this is amazing. I have an announcement to make. You know, for those of you who are here for my lecture, we were kind of disrupted by lightning and power outages and such. Hopefully, a little of it made sense. One of the things I discussed was about the case of Dr. Kirk Moore, the physician, the brave physician who stood in the gap, and said, you know what, this is wrong. These people that just need to work, these kids that just need to have a childhood without medical assault, gene-altering injections. And then the Biden administration went after him, as you might expect, indicted him and said, you have defrauded the American people. You've somehow discarded government property improperly because he dumped those vaccine vials out instead of injecting them. I don't know, were any of you complaining about that? Oh, darn, he was just wasting all that. Yeah. Well, we had a number of events and rallies and a press conference yesterday morning, and I just got word from Dr. Kirk Moore that his lawyers were they had a conference from all the attorneys from the Department of Justice, and they're dropping the case. Yeah, and this is brand new, and the chills I get is because so much of the time, again, come back to the theme of fear this morning, the big bad government, right? All the power. What do we have? None. No, we have all the power when we recognize our inherent strength as we connect to something far more powerful than government, and that is God, and that is our divinity. And coming together as the people did, not in, how would I say? I mean, there was righteous anger as well, but really it was an appeal to the heart, to the spirit of these people and their humanity. Now, I don't know that we reached the humanity of someone like Pam Bondi, but I think we embarrassed her tremendously by pointing out how absurd this was to go after, now that we know everything, not that we didn't, but we do now, how absurd it is to go after a doctor who actually defended life and honored the oath to do no harm. So it's an encouraging moment. I'm not saying it's the end of everything, how we've won. It's always an ongoing scenario where we must always stand in righteousness, not for our ego's sake, but for what is right. Who doesn't want to protect an innocent child, someone who can't defend him or herself? And we have an opportunity to show that, yes, we can. And that they pushed too hard, too fast during COVID, and they woke up that proverbial sleeping giant. And I recognize here at the Red Pill Expo, you guys have really woken up in a big way, and there are many that are joining us from around the world that are awaking to this reality. But so often when you hear even new media, it's always about, we're the victims, they have too much power, there's nothing we can do, be afraid, be very afraid. And that message, we need to grow up and grow beyond it. Fear is that proverbial enemy. Yes, it can keep us alive on the edge of a cliff to not be too silly, but in reality, that fear is being used to control us, to imprison us. And when you stop engaging it and giving it the power, it goes away, it withers and dies. But it tries to come back all the time, and we must be practiced in how we move through life and recognize that when fear arises, I take it as a symptom that we're off course a little bit. Not that we're powerless, but that we've got to come back to that connection to the divine, however you define it, spirit, whatever it is. And that changes everything. So I don't have any thing to say other than we're going to go to a lunch break soon. And I don't even know where, for those of you watching outside, you can, wherever your lunch is, you can find it. But if you're here, we have to find it, right? Wherever they're hosting it for those that are doing the VIP lunch event. And then we have a tremendous, Michael Jan's going to be scheduled for our first up in the afternoon, and what he brings from around the world where he's going is quite amazing. And as I've done so many conferences over so many years, there is never a concentration of well-researched presentations going into the deep, dark annals of history to the present to see how it all fits together so we can be empowered to move forward and change the course of the future right now. That proverbial destiny is not set in stone, that what you do matters, and you can change at any moment and change your life for the better. If you've not had a change, you're probably, you're not here. I've had many changes in my life occur, things that I didn't know or I thought were impossible that I now know and I know are possible. These are the things we're on the cusp of right here and right now, and I thank you for coming. For those of you who are here together, because you know we're not AI, you can actually pinch each other, and you go, "Ow, that hurts." Or those of you watching all over the world, you don't know if we're real or not. I know, but come out to the Red Pill Expo and you'll see it's real. So thank you all for being here. We're going to come back in the afternoon after lunch, and stick around. Tell your friends. Join the stream.
On Patrick Terry. I spent my career in Silicon Valley working for high-tech infrastructure companies, and I've witnessed firsthand the surveillance apparatus they've built. Most of you already know we're in a digital war right now, but are you really aware that we're trying to fight this war with the weapons and tools of the enemy? That Android or iPhone in your pocket, that MacBook or Windows laptop, it's a tracking device feeding everything you say and do to companies that want you under their control or eliminated entirely. Every text, call, location, even how long you pause on a post. They track it all and use complex algorithms to then use this data to manipulate your behavior. If you knew someone hacked your devices and was selling your data without your consent, you'd be furious and terrified. So why are you okay with these companies doing this to you right now? Here's what they don't want you to know. There is another way. At mark37.com, we offer phones, laptops, tablets, and even basic flip phones, all running systems big tech can't access unless you explicitly give them access. And what's even better is you also don't need to sacrifice productivity. I'm one of thousands of geeks mobilized across this country, building tools and providing education and support to help you live anonymously online before they enforce digital ID. Go to mark37.com. Sign up for a free 30-minute digital privacy consultation. Join hundreds of thousands who have decided to stop feeding their data to companies actively working to enslave us. Take back your communications. Take back your data. And may God bless you on your journey.
Welcome to the Reality Zone, your ultimate source for knowledge and truth. At realityzone.com, we offer a wide selection of books, audios, and videos, all designed to educate, inform, and inspire. but more importantly, offers an alternative to the mainstream narrative fueled by corrupt government and institutional propaganda. Whether you're interested in freedom, health, money, or general knowledge, we have you covered. Discover our bestsellers like Creature from Jekyll Island, an eye-opening exploration into the world of banking and finance, and World Without Cancer, which challenges conventional views on health and disease, and much more thought-provoking content from G. Edward Griffin. Visit Reality Zone today and take the red pill. Step into a world of awareness where once the bell is rung, it can never be unrung. Plus, don't miss us at this year's Red Pill Expo that brings together experts and enthusiasts from around the world. Visit redpillexpo.org for more information. Check out realityzone.com today for these titles and exclusive Red Pill Expo content available on thumb drive for the first time ever. There will be great deals and discounts, all in time for holiday shopping.
Former KGB operative Yuri Bezmenov defected to the United States and became an American citizen. In this interview, he describes the 4 stages of ideological subversion used by the Communist Party to take over the United States.
When the Soviets use the phrase ideological subversion, what do they mean by it?
Ideological subversion is the slow process which we call either ideological subversion or active measures, активные мероприятия in the language of the KGB, or psychological warfare. What it basically means is to change the perception of reality of every American to such an extent that despite of the abundance of information, no one is able to come to sensible conclusions in the interests of defending themselves, their families, their community, and their country. It's a great brainwashing process which goes very slow, and it's divided in 4 basic stages. The first one being demoralization. It takes from 15 to 20 years to demoralize a nation. Why that many years? Because this is the minimum number of years which requires to educate 1 generation of students in the country of your enemy, exposed to the ideology of the enemy. In other words, Marxism-Leninism ideology is being pumped into the soft heads of at least 3 generations of American students without being challenged or counterbalanced by the basic values of Americanism, American patriotism. The demoralization process in the United States is basically completed already. For the last 25 years, actually it's overfulfilled because demoralization now reaches such areas where previously not even Comrade Andropov and all his experts would even dream of such a tremendous success. Most of it is done by Americans to Americans, thanks to lack of moral standards. As I mentioned before, exposure to true information does not matter anymore. A person who was demoralized is unable to assess true information. The facts tell nothing to him. Even if I shower him with information, with authentic proof, with documents, with pictures, even if I take him by force to the Soviet Union and show him concentration camp, he will refuse to believe it until he is going to receive a kick in his fat bottom. When a military boot crashes his balls, then he will understand, but not before that. That's the tragic of the situation of demoralization. The next stage is destabilization. This time, subverter does not care about your ideas and the patterns of your consumption. Whether you eat junk food and get fat and flabby, doesn't matter anymore. This time, and it takes only from 2 to 5 years to destabilize a nation. What matters is essentials: economy, foreign relations, defense systems. And you can see it quite clearly that in some areas, in such sensitive areas as defense and economy, the influence of Marxist-Leninist ideas in the United States is absolutely fantastic. I could never believe it 14 years ago when I landed in this part of the world that the process will go that fast. The next stage, of course, is crisis. It may take only up to 6 weeks to bring a country to the verge of crisis. You can see it in Central America now. And after crisis, with a violent change of power, structure, and economy, you have so-called the period of normalization. It may last indefinitely. Normalization is a cynical expression borrowed from Soviet propaganda. When the Soviet tanks moved into Czechoslovakia in 1968, Comrade Brezhnev said, now the situation in brotherly Czechoslovakia is normalized. This is what will happen in the United States if you allow all these schmucks to bring the country to crisis, to promise people all kind of goodies and the paradise on earth, to destabilize your economy, to eliminate the principle of free market competition, and to put a big brother government in Washington, D.C., with benevolent dictators like Walter Mondale, who will promise lots of things, never mind whether the promises are fulfillable or not. Your leftists in United States, all these professors and all these beautiful civil rights defenders, they are instrumental in the process of the subversion only to destabilize the nation. When their job is completed, they are not needed anymore. They know too much. Some of them, when they get disillusioned, when they see that Marxist-Leninists come to power, obviously they get offended. They think that they will come to power. That will never happen, of course. They will be lined up against the wall and shot. But they may turn into the most bitter enemies of Marxist-Leninists when they come to power. And that's what happened in Nicaragua. You remember most of these former Marxist-Leninists were either put to prison or one of them split and now he's working against Sandinistas. It happened in Grenada when Maurice Bishop was already a Marxist. He was executed by a new Marxist who was more Marxist than this Marxist. Same happened in Afghanistan when first there was Taraki, he was killed by Amin, then Amin was killed by Babrak Karmal with the help of KGB. Same happened in Bangladesh when Mujibur Rahman, very pro-Soviet leftist, was assassinated by his own Marxist-Leninist military comrades. It's the same pattern everywhere. The time bomb is ticking, but every second the disaster is coming closer and closer. Unlike myself, you will have nowhere to defect to.
The book described in this message is a spoof to dramatize the evil strategies it pretends to advocate.
Tired of empty-headed media pundits pushing someone else's world agenda and not yours? Now you can learn the hidden secrets of world domination in Sir Lawrence McAllister's Conquer the Planet, a modern-day global enslavement handbook. Own and control media outlets, infiltrate centers of power, create your own valueless paper money system that will have you living like a king. All this and much more can be found in Sir Lawrence McAllister's Conquer the Planet, a modern-day global enslavement handbook. Available online and through bookstores everywhere. Rule humanity with an iron fist.
Welcome to Reality Zone, the official store for Red Pill University and Red Pill Expo, where we invite you to embark on a transformative journey toward uncovering the truths that lie beneath the surface of our modern society. Inspired by the powerful message of Take the Red Pill, our mission is to empower individuals to break free from the illusions propagated by fake news, corrupt politics, and institutional propaganda. Our carefully curated selection of books and recordings addresses the critical issues of freedom, health, and financial independence. Learn how elitist agendas threaten your rights and discover the healing power of nature, challenging the influence of big pharma. Explore the complex world of money and banking to reveal hidden systems affecting your wealth and liberty. Step into the reality zone, take the red pill, and embrace the knowledge that transforms your understanding of the world. But once you take the red pill, the illusion can never be restored. Once you enter the reality zone, you can never return to the twilight zone from which you came.
This is merely to introduce properly one Robert F. Williams, the president in exile of this Republic of New Africa and the author of The Crusader. Now here is what Robert Williams says. The lifeblood of U.S. capitalism is its productive capacity and its extensive commerce. If these two factors were to become paralyzed and rendered sterile, the orderly function of the government establishment would degenerate into a state of chaos, and the superstructure of the system would collapse. The more automated a society is, the more vulnerable it is to forces of calamity. What would highly mechanized America be without electrical power? What would it be without modern transportation? What would it be without its industrial capacity? And then, having asked these questions, Robert Williams proceeds to explain in minute detail exactly how to manufacture the devices that can be used by a mere handful of people to ensure that highly automated America will lose its electrical power, its modern transportation, and its industrial capacity. I can assure you, ladies and gentlemen, that less than a dozen people, if they know what they're doing, can reduce any of our major cities into a helpless, seething mass of confusion, panic, and death. Just one person can poison the city's entire water supply, or destroy the main aqueduct, or blow up the principal pumping stations. And where would people in Los Angeles, for instance, get a drink of water if it didn't come out of a pipe? And how long can a human being survive without water? 4 or 5 days, perhaps? But long before that, there'd be tens of thousands of people dead in our cities, not from thirst, but because they were unable to defend what water they had from roving bands of desperate people who were dying of thirst. And that's thinking only of the loss of water. In your mind's eye, compound that with no food, no electricity, no way to dispose of sewage, no police protection, no water pressure to fight fires, no radio or TV, no telephone, no buses, no gasoline for your car, no way to escape, no place to go if you could. And don't think for a minute that the countryside would be immune from disaster either. In this issue of The Crusader, the communists call not only for extensive chaos within the cities, but for putting to the torch every village, every forest, every field, and every barn. The plan is for raging fires from one city to the next. The reason? Well, first, there's the value of sheer destruction. Secondly, it would force us to deploy our defenses and rescue units over the widest possible area. The communists point out that as long as our police and National Guard remain concentrated, they're invincible. But if they can be forced to spread out over the entire city and into the countryside as well, then they can be picked off from ambush one by one. And the third value of massive fire to the communists is psychological. The average American, they say, soft and decadent, when he sees billows of black smoke rising from one horizon to the other, when at night the only light he has to see by is the flickering red from flames leaping into the sky, he'll become paralyzed with fear and panic. He'll run away and hide and do nothing to interfere with the guerrilla bands as they strike at the community's power centers. The Crusader explains how to set up sniper units in crowded metropolitan areas, how to manufacture jumbo Molotov cocktails, the gallon jug size, and how to mix the gasoline with certain ingredients to make it burn like napalm, how to pour gasoline into utility manholes in the streets to set fire to the main telephone cables, how to put sulfur tips from matches into air conditioning units and blow up large buildings, how to ignite gas mains and oil storage tanks. It explains how radio-controlled model airplanes can be used to fly explosive heavily guarded fences into gasoline storage areas or munition stockpiles.
Tired of your devices spying on you? Discover privacy-focused technology, training, and support you can trust.
Sean Patrick Terrio. I've spent a career in Silicon Valley working for different data center companies, hosting companies, learning how the sausage is really made, following the money, because we all have to follow the money. Look at who really controls and owns these big tech companies, and then look at the ethos of the people that actually own these big tech companies. And I think we all know the ethos of the people that run these big tech companies is evil. They are evil people. They want a depopulation agenda. Are we at war right now? We're at war right now, right? So if we're at war and I give you a weapon, and I say this weapon that I'm giving you has a GPS tracking device on it, a camera and a microphone, and all of that information is being fed to the enemy that you're about to go fight, would you use that weapon? Then why do you have their devices and their comms in your pockets right now? Why? It's because we have been brainwashed and we've been sold and told this illusion that this is so convenient. This is just too convenient, so convenient, you can't live without it.
But there is another way.
So what I'm here to tell you is you can. There is another way. It is called open source software. Open source software in operating systems, because the operating system of a device is what controls the device.
That's where Mark37.com comes in, offering privacy-first phones, laptops, tablets, and real training so you can finally live free from big tech's control. Explore the Ghost phone, Ghost laptop, Ghost tablet, and expert support built to protect your digital life.
So find us. You can find us online, mark37.com. Again, my name is Sean Patrick Terrio. So blessed to be here. Thank you. Thank you all.
Visit mark37.com. Take back your privacy today.
When you are feeling a little sick, then double up, double up, double up, double up. Have a couple more screws.
Introducing Cardio Miracle, the ultimate solution for cardiovascular health and overall well-being. Backed by cutting-edge science, Cardio Miracle is a comprehensive nitric oxide supplement designed to support your heart health, boost your immune system, and enhance your energy levels. Cardio Miracle is not just another supplement, it's a life changer. Formulated by John Hewlett, this revolutionary product harnesses the power of nitric oxide to support your heart health, immune system, and overall well-being.
17 years ago, I had an emergency appendectomy that led me to have a less than satisfactory experience in the hospital. I almost died several times. I had some misdiagnosis, some malpractice. It was a horrific experience. So that led me on a research journey to try to find a natural solution to having bypass surgery. And once I learned the science and learned that it had been awarded the Nobel Prize, I was stunned that we didn't know about this research of how effective the spark of life and this essential third gas was in the body's existence.
Backed by scientific studies, Cardio Miracle combines over 50 whole food nutrients in one serving. It's convenient, effective, and affordable, costing less than a cup of coffee a day. Just 2 servings a day, and you'll experience improved circulation, boosted energy, and essential immune support. Every serving of Cardio Miracle is packed with bioavailable nutrients, vitamins, minerals, and antioxidants. It's gluten-free, dairy-free, and soy-free, making it suitable for everyone. Nitric oxide, often called the miracle molecule, is essential for maintaining healthy blood flow and cardiovascular function.
So Cardio Miracle is the only nitric oxide supplement ever tested in the laboratory of the top expert in the world, Tadeusz Maletsky. It's the only nutritional cardiovascular nitric oxide product that actually has now 3 published studies at the scientific level. And now over 50,000 people in the last 10 years have used Cardio Miracle to amazing results all over the world, and that's growing every day. And we're excited to have you be the next Cardio Miracle.
Meet G. Edward Griffin, a renowned author and researcher who has uncovered truths that have changed the way we understand the world. His groundbreaking book, The Creature from Jekyll Island, takes you on a thrilling journey into the secret world of the Federal Reserve. It's a detective story, but everything is true. This is essential reading for anyone curious about the origins and impact of our monetary system. In World Without Cancer, Griffin challenges the conventional understanding of health, presenting compelling evidence that cancer is linked to a deficiency in a natural compound that can be found in 1,400 edible plants, but which have been deleted from modern diets due to their slightly bitter taste, such as is found in apple seeds. This book explores alternative perspectives that can defeat cancer simply by restoring small amounts of this substance to our daily diet. At realityzone.com, you'll find these best-selling titles and a collection of other thought-provoking works as well. From history and health to economics and geopolitics, there's something for everyone with a curious mind. Visit realityzone.com to discover exclusive offers when books are bundled, save up to 20%, and unlock deeper insights into the world around us.
Introducing the Folium suite of super antioxidant nutritional supplements. This suite includes Folium PX, a powerful antioxidant and detoxification supplement, Folium Immuno, a dynamic immune support supplement, and Folium Relax, an effective anxiety release supplement.
Hello, I'm Dr. James Privateera, MD. Using hair mineral testing and analysis among several patients, I had them take Folium PX after the initial test revealed elevated levels of toxic metals. After 30 days of taking Folium PX, I took another hair sample and tested the hair sample for the toxic metal levels. The results in each patient were significant reductions in excess metals. from 41% all the way to 100%. As a medical doctor who has witnessed the results firsthand, I recommend that you try Folium PX yourself. Experience the benefits of toxic metal reduction, which are increased energy, clearer thinking, and overall feeling better.
Folium has received prestige awards from the America Eurasia Center, Corporate Live Wire, and UK Health Radio, and has been nominated for the prestigious Lasker Award. To order, visit folium-px.com. U.S. Air Force Major Tom Haviland bravely refused to take the COVID vaccine, encouraged others not to take it, and exposed the jab's most spectacular and deadly side effect, being hidden from the public by funeral directors and doctors.
Hey, this is Robert Scott Bell. You probably are sick of seeing me as the MC for the Red Pill Expo, but what can I say? I can't say no to Ed. What are you going to say? G. Edward Griffin calls you. So love you all. Appreciate you so much. Many of you might know me from the Robert Scott Bell Show. I've been doing this show for over 25 years in broadcast media. Yes, you have a friend in the media that has been red-pilled and been red-pilling for decades. Oh, not as long as Ed, but hey, I'll take a fraction of that. That's okay. Also, I'm a homeopath. What does that mean? Don't be frightened. It means I bring the power to heal back to you where it belongs. It's not like I have it and give it to you. I just remind you of where it's originating from and then kind of tap you into some of those things that you're never going to hear about in the mainstream legacy media. No pharmaceutical pills here, no shots needed, nothing like that. I'm on 6 days a week, believe it or not. Yes, 6 days a week. So beyond the Red Pill Expo, you can still catch me up 2+ hours every day, Monday through Friday live, additional hour on Sundays. Where do you listen? Where do you watch it? Come on over to robertscottbell.com, and then there's a listen or live or watch live link. It's just /live, and you can see that here on the video. Now, another thing I like to do, because I don't sell products on my show, I certainly talk about the things I believe in. I consider them RSB approved. I've been at this for so long. So if you want to learn about how to get healthy and stay healthy, there's a whole section on the website you can see here, Products We Love section, and just click on anything to get discounts, the best stuff available for you, whether it be supplements, services, different things like that. There's a lot to learn, and I've been doing it for so long. I still have more to learn, but I love to teach as well. Also, one of the things I talk about, economic healing. You guys maybe don't know about this, but the United Precious Metals Association, which is one of the links we have here, you can set up a free account. It's like having your own trust. Just with an email, you could set up your kids, your grandkids. They can start saving in real money, sound money, gold, silver, gold backs. And that's available there for you for free. And we have that link up in the Products We Love section at robertscottbell.com. There's also so much more, including once a month, I meet with you, those of you who are really interested in learning more, with a Patreon support page. Thank you for supporting this message of health, freedom, and healing liberty. You can get more, you can give more. And that is with our Patreon page. We have a monthly meeting via Zoom where we see one another. You can submit questions that I can't answer into the public's domain, but in that private group, you can plug in and learn a lot as well. Wonderful opportunity there. So there's so much happening here at the Red Pill Expo. I just want to remind you that beyond the Red Pill Expo, we can stay in touch. We can keep the red pill bouncing, so to speak, and bring the power to heal back where it belongs with each and every one of you. So thank you to G. Edward Griffin and the crew at the Red Pill Expo for supporting this message of health, freedom, and healing liberty. And you'll always have a home here with me on the Robert Scott Bell Show, robertscottbell.com.
Have you ever wondered why so much of what you hear in the media feels filtered or even manipulated? The truth is, most major news outlets are controlled by collectivists. People who think it's their duty to shape what you believe. So the common man ends up with a so-called correct opinion. At needtoknow.news, we do things differently. We provide unfiltered news and commentary as an antidote to the mainstream's newspeak. Here, there are no distractions with sports or celebrity gossip. Instead, we focus on what truly matters: your freedom, your health, and your financial security. And while we stand for individualism, we promise this: we'll never twist the facts just to fit our view. Even if the truth is uncomfortable, we'll report it anyway and let truth have its voice. Join thousands who refuse to be misled. Sign up for the needtoknow.news newsletter today and start seeing the world as it really is. From the desk of G. Edward Griffin comes a powerful revelation: the chasm, collectivism versus individualism, the issue behind all issues. Collectivists are those who advocate collectivism, the belief that the group is more important than the individual, and that individuals must be sacrificed, if necessary, for the greater good of the greater number. Individualists are those who advocate individualism, the belief that the individual is more important than the group, because the group is merely an abstraction and exists only to the extent that individuals exist, and that the defense of individual rights is the greater good of the greater number. Dive into this concise 48-page work that lays bare the conflict shaping our world today: the chasm, collectivism versus individualism, at chasm.realityzone.com.
I'm Sean Patrick Theriault, co-founder of Mark37.com. I spent my career in Silicon Valley working for high-tech infrastructure companies, and I've witnessed firsthand the surveillance apparatus they've built. Most of you already know we're in a digital war right now, but are you really aware that we're trying to fight this war with the weapons and tools of the enemy? That Android or iPhone in your pocket, that MacBook or Windows laptop, it's a tracking device feeding everything you say and do to companies that want you under their control or eliminated entirely. Every text, call, location, even how long you pause on a post, they track it all and use complex algorithms to then use this data to manipulate your behavior. If you knew someone hacked your devices and was selling your data without your consent, you'd be furious and terrified. So why are you okay with these companies doing this to you right now? Here's what they don't want you to know. There is another way. At Mark37.com, we offer phones, laptops, tablets, and even basic flip phones, all running systems big tech can't access unless you explicitly give them access. And what's even better is you also don't need to sacrifice productivity. I'm one of thousands of geeks mobilized across this country, building tools and providing education and support to help you live anonymously online before they enforce digital ID. Go to mark37.com. Sign up for a free 30-minute digital privacy consultation. Join hundreds of thousands who have decided to stop feeding their data to companies actively working to enslave us. Take back your communications. Take back your data. And may God bless you on your journey.
Welcome to the Reality Zone, your ultimate source for knowledge and truth. At realityzone.com, we offer a wide selection of books, audios, and videos, all designed to educate, inform, and inspire. But more importantly, offers an alternative to the mainstream narrative fueled by corrupt government and institutional propaganda. Whether you're interested in freedom, health, money, or general knowledge, we have you covered. Discover our bestsellers like Creature from Jekyll Island, an eye-opening exploration into the world of banking and finance, and World Without Cancer, which challenges conventional views on health and disease, and much more thought-provoking content from G. Edward Griffin. Visit Reality Zone today and take the red pill. Step into a world of awareness where once the bell is rung, it can never be unrung. Plus, don't miss us at this year's Red Pill Expo that brings together experts and enthusiasts from around the world. Visit redpillexpo.org for more information. Check out realityzone.com today for these titles and exclusive Red Pill Expo content available on thumb drive for the first time ever. There will be great deals and discounts, all in time for holiday shopping.
Former KGB operative Yuri Bezmenov defected to the United States and became an American citizen. In this interview, he describes the 4 stages of ideological subversion used by the Communist Party to take over the United States.
When the Soviets used the phrase ideological subversion, what do they mean by it?
Ideological subversion is the slow process which we call either ideological subversion or active measures, активные мероприятия in the language of the KGB, or psychological warfare. What it basically means is to change the perception of reality of every American to such an extent that despite of the abundance of information, no one is able to come to sensible conclusions in the interests of defending themselves, their families, their community, and their country. It's a great brainwashing process which goes very slow, and it's divided in 4 basic stages. The first one being demoralization. It takes from 15 to 20 years to demoralize a nation. Why that many years? Because this is the minimum number of years which requires to educate one generation of students in the country of your enemy, exposed to the ideology of the enemy. In other words, Marxism-Leninism ideology is being pumped into the soft heads of at least 3 generations of American students without being challenged or counterbalanced by the basic values of Americanism, American patriotism. The demoralization process in the United States is basically completed already. For the last 25 years, actually it's overfulfilled, because demoralization now reaches such areas where previously not even Comrade Andropov and all his experts would even dream of such a tremendous success. Most of it is done by Americans to Americans, thanks to lack of moral standards. As I mentioned before, exposure to true information does not matter anymore. A person who was demoralized is unable to assess true information. The facts tell nothing to him. Even if I shower him with information, with authentic proof, with documents, with pictures, even if I take him by force to the Soviet Union and show him concentration camp, he will refuse to believe it until he is going to receive a kick in his fat bottom. When a military boot crashes his balls, then he will understand, but not before that. That's the tragic of the situation of demoralization. The next stage is destabilization. This time, subverter does not care about your ideas and the patterns of your consumption. Whether you eat junk food and get fat and flabby, doesn't matter anymore. This time, and it takes only from 2 to 5 years to destabilize a nation, it's what matters is essentials: economy, foreign relations, defense systems. And you can see it quite clearly that in some areas, in such sensitive areas as defense and economy, the influence of Marxist-Leninist ideas in the United States is absolutely fantastic. I could never believe it 14 years ago when I landed in this part of the world, that the process will go that fast. The next stage, of course, is crisis. It may take only up to 6 weeks to bring a country to the verge of crisis. You can see it in Central America now. And after crisis, with a violent change of power, structure, and economy, you have so-called the period of normalization. It may last indefinitely. Normalization is a cynical expression borrowed from Soviet propaganda. When the Soviet tanks moved into Czechoslovakia in '68, Comrade Brezhnev said, "Now the situation in brotherly Czechoslovakia is normalized." This is what will happen in the United States if you allow all these schmucks to bring the country to crisis, to promise people all kind of goodies and the paradise on earth, to destabilize your economy, to eliminate the principle of free market competition, and to put a big brother government in Washington, D.C., with benevolent dictators like Walter Mondale, who will promise lots of things, never mind whether the promises are fulfillable or not. Your leftists in the United States, all these professors and all these beautiful civil rights defenders, they are instrumental in the process of the subversion only to destabilize the nation. When their job is completed, they are not needed anymore. They know too much. Some of them, when they get disillusioned, when they see that Marxist-Leninists come to power, obviously they get offended. They think that they will come to power. That will never happen, of course. They will be lined up against the wall and shot. But they may turn into the most bitter enemies of Marxist-Leninists when they come to power. And that's what happened in Nicaragua. You remember most of these former Marxist-Leninists were either put to prison or one of them split, and now he's working against Sandinistas. It happened in Grenada when Maurice Bishop was already a Marxist. He was executed by a new Marxist who was more Marxist than this Marxist. Same happened in Afghanistan when first there was Taraki, he was killed by Amin, then Amin was killed by Babrak Karmal with the help of KGB. Same happened in Bangladesh when Mujibur Rahman, very pro-Soviet leftist, was assassinated by his own Marxist-Leninist military comrades. It's the same pattern everywhere. The time bomb is ticking, but every second the disaster is coming closer and closer. Unlike myself, you will have nowhere to defect to.
The book described in this message is a spoof to dramatize the evil strategies it pretends to advocate.
Tired of empty-headed media pundits pushing someone else's world agenda and not yours? Now you can learn the hidden secrets of world domination in Sir Lawrence McAllister's Conquer the Planet, a modern-day global enslavement handbook. Own and control media outlets, infiltrate centers of power, create your own valueless paper money system that will have you living like a king. All this and much more can be found in Sir Lawrence McAllister's Conquer the Planet, a modern-day global enslavement handbook. Available online and through bookstores everywhere. Rule humanity with an iron fist.
Welcome to Reality Zone, the official store for Red Pill University and Red Pill Expo, where we invite you to embark on a transformative journey toward uncovering the truths that lie beneath the surface of our modern society. Inspired by the powerful message of Take the Red Pill, our mission is to empower individuals to break free from the illusions propagated by fake news, corrupt politics, and institutional propaganda. Our carefully curated selection of books and recordings addresses the critical issues of freedom, health, and financial independence. Learn how elitist agendas threaten your rights and discover the healing power of nature, challenging the influence of big pharma. Explore the complex world of money and banking to reveal hidden systems affecting your wealth and liberty. Step into the reality zone, take the red pill, and embrace the knowledge that transforms your understanding of the world. But once you take the red pill, the illusion can never be restored. Once you enter the reality zone, you can never return to the twilight zone from which you came.
This is merely to introduce properly one Robert F. Williams, the president in exile of this Republic of New Africa and the author of The Crusader. Now here is what Robert Williams says. The lifeblood of U.S. capitalism is its productive capacity and its extensive commerce. If these two factors were to become paralyzed and rendered sterile, the orderly function of the government establishment would degenerate into a state of chaos, and the superstructure of the system would collapse. The more automated a society is, the more vulnerable it is to forces of calamity. What would highly mechanized America be without electrical power? What would it be without modern transportation? What would it be without its industrial capacity? And then, having asked these questions, Robert Williams proceeds to explain in minute detail exactly how to manufacture the devices that can be used by a mere handful of people to ensure that highly automated America will lose its electrical power, its modern transportation, and its industrial capacity. I can assure you, ladies and gentlemen, that less than a dozen people, if they know what they're doing, can reduce any of our major cities into a helpless, seething mass of confusion, panic, and death. Just one person can poison the city's entire water supply, or destroy the main aqueduct, or blow up the principal pumping stations. And where would people in Los Angeles, for instance, get a drink of water if it didn't come out of a pipe? And how long can a human being survive without water? 4 or 5 days, perhaps? But long before that, there'd be tens of thousands of people dead in our cities, not from thirst, but because they were unable to defend what water they had from roving bands of desperate people who were dying of thirst. And that's thinking only of the loss of water. In your mind's eye, compound that with no food, no electricity, no way to dispose of sewage, no police protection, no water pressure to fight fires, no radio or TV, no telephone, no buses, no gasoline for your car, no way to escape, no place to go if you could. And don't think for a minute that the countryside would be immune from disaster either. In this issue of The Crusader, the communists call not only for extensive chaos within the cities, but for putting to the torch every village, every forest, every field, and every barn. The plan is for raging fires from one city to the next. The reason? Well, first, there's the value of sheer destruction. Secondly, it would force us to deploy our defenses and rescue units over the widest possible area. The communists point out that as long as our police and National Guard remain concentrated, they're invincible. But if they can be forced to spread out over the entire city and into the countryside as well, then they can be picked off from ambush one by one. And the third value of massive fire to the communists is psychological. The average American, they say, soft and decadent, when he sees billows of black smoke rising from one horizon to the other, when at night the only light he has to see by is the flickering red from flames leaping into the sky, he'll become paralyzed with fear and panic. He'll run away and hide and do nothing to interfere with the guerrilla bands as they strike at the community's power centers. The Crusader explains how to set up sniper units in crowded metropolitan areas, how to manufacture jumbo Molotov cocktails, the gallon jug size, and how to mix the gasoline with certain ingredients to make it burn like napalm, how to pour gasoline into utility manholes in the streets to set fire to the main telephone cables, how to put sulfur tips from matches into air conditioning units and blow up large buildings, how to ignite gas mains and oil storage tanks. It explains how radio-controlled model airplanes can be used to fly explosive heavily guarded fences into gasoline storage areas or munition stockpiles.
Tired of your devices spying on you? Discover privacy-focused technology, training, and support you can trust.
Sean Patrick Terrio. I've spent a career in Silicon Valley working for different data center companies, hosting companies, learning how the sausage is really made, following the money, because we all have to follow the money. Look at who really controls and owns these big tech companies, and then look at the ethos of the people that actually own these big tech companies. And I think we all know the ethos of the people that run these big tech companies is evil. They are evil people. They want a depopulation agenda. Are we at war right now? We're at war right now, right? So if we're at war and I give you a weapon, and I say this weapon that I'm giving you has a GPS tracking device on it, a camera and a microphone, and all of that information is being fed to the enemy that you're about to go fight, would you use that weapon? Then why do you have their devices and their comms in your pockets right now? Why? It's because we have been brainwashed and we've been sold and told this illusion that this is so convenient. This is just too convenient, so convenient, you can't live without it.
But there is another way.
So what I'm here to tell you is you can. There is another way. It is called open source software. Open source software and operating systems, because the operating system of a device is what controls the device.
That's where Mark37.com comes in, offering privacy-first phones, laptops, tablets, and real training so you can finally live free from big tech's control. Explore the Ghost phone, Ghost laptop, Ghost tablet, and expert support built to protect your digital life.
So find us. You can find us online, mark37.com. Again, my name is Sean Patrick Terrio. So blessed to be here. Thank you. Thank you all.
Visit mark37.com. Take back your privacy today.
When you are feeling a little sick, then double up, double up, double up, double up.
Have a couple more
Introducing Cardio Miracle, the ultimate solution for cardiovascular health and overall well-being. Backed by cutting-edge science, Cardio Miracle is a comprehensive nitric oxide supplement designed to support your heart health, boost your immune system, and enhance your energy levels. Cardio Miracle is not just another supplement, it's a life changer. Formulated by John Hewlett, this revolutionary product harnesses the power of nitric oxide to support your heart health, immune system, and overall well-being.
17 years ago, I had an emergency appendectomy that led me to have a less than satisfactory experience in the hospital. I almost died several times. I had some misdiagnosis, some malpractice. It was a horrific experience. So that led me on a research journey to try to find a natural solution to having bypass surgery. And once I learned the science and learned that it had been awarded the Nobel Prize, I was stunned that we didn't know about this research of how effective the spark of life and this essential third gas was in the body's existence.
Backed by scientific studies, Cardio Miracle combines over 50 whole food nutrients in one serving. It's convenient, effective, and affordable, costing less than a cup of coffee a day. Just 2 servings a day, and you'll experience improved circulation, boosted energy, and essential immune support. Every serving of Cardio Miracle is packed with bioavailable nutrients, vitamins, minerals, and antioxidants. It's gluten-free, dairy-free, and soy-free, making it suitable for everyone. Nitric oxide, often called the miracle molecule, is essential for maintaining healthy blood flow and cardiovascular function.
So Cardio Miracle is the only nitric oxide supplement ever tested in the laboratory of the top expert in the world, Tadeusz Maletsky. It's the only nutritional cardiovascular nitric oxide product that actually has now 3 published studies at the scientific level. And now over 50,000 people in the last 10 years have used Cardio Miracle to amazing results all over the world, and that's growing every day. And we're excited to have you be the next Cardio Miracle.
Meet G. Edward Griffin, a renowned author and researcher who has uncovered truths that have changed the way we understand the world. His groundbreaking book, The Creature from Jekyll Island, takes you on a thrilling journey into the secret world of the Federal Reserve. It's a detective story, but everything is true. This is essential reading for anyone curious about the origins and impact of our monetary system. In World Without Cancer, Griffin challenges the conventional understanding of health, presenting compelling evidence that cancer is linked to a deficiency in a natural compound that can be found in 1,400 edible plants, but which have been deleted from modern diets due to their slightly bitter taste, such as is found in apple seeds. This book explores alternative perspectives that can defeat cancer simply by restoring small amounts of this substance to our daily diet. At realityzone.com, you'll find these best-selling titles and a collection of other thought-provoking works as well. From history and health to economics and geopolitics, there's something for everyone with a curious mind. Visit realityzone.com to discover exclusive offers when books are bundled. Save up to 20% and unlock deeper insights into the world around us.
Introducing the Folium suite of super antioxidant nutritional supplements. This suite includes Folium PX, a powerful antioxidant and detoxification supplement, Folium Immuno, a dynamic immune support supplement, and Folium Relax, an effective anxiety release supplement.
Hello, I'm Dr. James Privatera, MD. Using hair mineral testing and analysis among several patients, I had them take Folium PX after the initial test revealed elevated levels of toxic metals. After 30 days of taking Folium PX, I took another hair sample and tested the hair sample for the toxic metal levels. The results in each patient were significant reductions in excess metals, from 41% all the way to 100%. As a medical doctor who has witnessed the results firsthand, I recommend that you try Folium PX yourself. Experience the benefits of toxic metal reduction, which are increased energy, clearer thinking, and overall feeling better.
Folium has received prestige awards from the America Eurasia Center, Corporate Live Wire, and UK Health Radio, and has been nominated for the prestigious Lasker Award. To order, visit folium-px.com. U.S. Air Force Major Tom Haviland bravely refused to take the COVID vaccine, encouraged others not to take it, and exposed the jab's most spectacular and deadly side effect being hidden from the public by funeral directors and doctors.
Hey, this is Robert Scott Bell. You probably are sick of seeing me as the MC for the Red Pill Expo, but what can I say? I can't say no to Ed. What are you going to say? G. Edward Griffin calls you. So I love you all. Appreciate you so much. Many of you might know me from the Robert Scott Bell Show. I've been doing this show for over 25 years in broadcast media. Yes, you have a friend in the media that has been red-pilled and been red-pilling for decades. Oh, not as long as Ed, but hey, I'll take a fraction of that. That's okay. Also, I'm a homeopath. What does that mean? Don't be frightened. It means I bring the power to heal back to you where it belongs. It's not like I haven't give it to you. I just remind you of where it's originating from and then kind of tap you into some of those things that you're never going to hear about in the mainstream legacy media. No pharmaceutical pills here, no shots needed, nothing like that. I'm on 6 days a week, believe it or not. Yes, 6 days a week. So beyond the Red Pill Expo, you can still catch me up 2+ hours every day, Monday through Friday live, additional hour on Sundays. Where do you listen? Where do you watch it? Come on over to robertscottbell.com. And then there's a listen or live or watch the live link. It's just /live. And you can see that here on the video. Now, another thing I like to do, because I don't sell products on my show, I certainly talk about the things I believe in. I consider them RSB approved. I've been at this for so long. So if you want to learn about how to get healthy and stay healthy, there's a whole section on the website you can see here, Products We Love section, and just click on anything to get discounts, the best stuff available for you, whether it be supplements, services, different things like that. There's a lot to learn, and I've been doing it for so long. I still have more to learn, but I love to teach as well. Also, one of the things I talk about, economic healing. You guys maybe don't know about this, but the United Precious Metals Association, which is one of the links we have here, you can set up a free account. It's like having your own trust. Just with an email, you could set up your kids, your grandkids. They can start saving in real money, sound money, gold, silver, gold backs. And that's available there for you for free. And we have that link up in the Products We Love section at robertscottbell.com. There's also so much more, including once a month, I meet with you, those of you who are really interested in learning more, with a Patreon support page. Thank you for supporting this message of health, freedom, and healing liberty. You can get more, you can give more. And that is with our Patreon page. We have a monthly meeting via Zoom where we see one another. You can submit questions that I can't answer into the public's domain, but in that private group, you can plug in and learn a lot as well. Wonderful opportunity there. So there's so much happening here at the Red Pill Expo. I just want to remind you that beyond the Red Pill Expo, we can stay in touch. We can keep the red pill bouncing, so to speak, and bring the power to heal back where it belongs with each and every one of you. So thank you to G. Edward Griffin and the crew at the Red Pill Expo for supporting this message of health, freedom, and healing liberty. And you'll always have a home here with me on the Robert Scott Bell Show, robertscottbell.com.
Have you ever wondered why so much of what you hear in the media feels filtered or even manipulated? The truth is, most major news outlets are controlled by collectivists, people who think it's their duty to shape what you believe. So the common man ends up with a so-called correct opinion. At needtoknow.news, we do things differently. We provide unfiltered news and commentary as an antidote to the mainstream's newspeak. Here, there are no distractions with sports or celebrity gossip. Instead, we focus on what truly matters: your freedom, your health, and your financial security. And while we stand for individualism, we promise this: we'll never twist the facts just to fit our view. Even if the truth is uncomfortable, we'll report it anyway and let truth have its voice. Join thousands who refuse to be misled. Sign up for the needtoknow.news newsletter today and start seeing the world as it really is. From the desk of G. Edward Griffin comes a powerful revelation: the chasm, collectivism versus individualism, the issue behind all issues. Collectivists are those who advocate collectivism, the belief that the group is more important than the individual, and that individuals must be sacrificed, if necessary, for the greater good of the greater number. Individualists are those who advocate individualism, the belief that the individual is more important than the group, because the group is merely an abstraction and exists only to the extent that individuals exist, and that the defense of individual rights is the greater good of the greater number. Dive into this concise, 48-page work that lays bare the conflict shaping our world today, the chasm, collectivism versus individualism, at chasm.realityzone.com.
Welcome back, everybody, to the afternoon session here as we start. Session 3, it's titled Question Authority. And I like to question authority. I don't know about y'all, but you're here, you do, particularly authoritarians. My name is Robert Scott Bell. I'm homeopath and MC of the Red Pill Expo. And no, I'm not putting this on. I'm just here trying to keep it going. But G. Edward Griffin is the inspiration for this Red Pill Expo, and I'm grateful for all of you that are here in attendance in Tulsa, Oklahoma. As I joked earlier about the reality of life and how hard it is to tell what's real and what's not in media. It's been that way for a long time, but even more so with artificial intelligence. So the more you are able to attend an event in person where you can pinch and be pinched and know that it's real, the more you'll be solidly grounded in this earthly reality in a good way. So you can find the people that are questioning authority. And that includes our first guest this afternoon, Michael Yon, an award-winning war correspondent and former Green Beret, graduated from the U.S. Army Special Forces School near the top of his class. He became an author in the 1990s and has been on many shows reporting what others won't and continues to report from the front lines. In fact, today he'll be joining us from Japan. Last time he was in Central America. So the real world is not what they show us on TV. You know that. But what is really happening on the ground? Michael Yon is reporting about that, and he's doing that all the way from Japan right now. So we're going to take a moment and tap him in. Hopefully audio and video works well. So welcome to the Red Expo stage, Michael Yon.
From Japan, and here I am. Do you hear me? And maybe not. Looks like I've gone black. I don't know if you hear me or not. I will check messages here. There we go. Do you hear me? I don't see here. Okay. All right. So it sounds like it's looking good. I just got a message from Carlene. So I'm going to go on as if you hear me, right? So, recently I was in Texas, and before that I was in Panama. I've been warning about the Panama Canal and the invasion in there for years. And specifically, one of the big things I've been warning about regards food supply with the screwworms. As you see now, the screwworms are getting into the news big time. Those are flesh-eating worms that will reduce our food supply. Anyway, skipping past all that, when I was heading to the airport recently from Texas to get back over to Japan, sorry, checking messages here to make sure everything's feeding out. When I was flying from Texas to Japan, I flew business class from Texas, and I fly business class because first class is a waste of money and economy is a waste of time. So there I was leaving Texas, and I landed in LAX at Los Angeles, and I went to the United business class airline lounge to connect my flight to Tokyo, and there was Dave Petraeus. General Petraeus, former CIA director, whom I know, and we know each other, and we have for years. And so I walked up to him, and it was interesting to me that he was at the business class lounge of United Airlines and not flying on the little jet like for KKR. He works at Kohlberg, Kravis, and Roberts, and which is a huge finance company there. Anyway, it's involved with a lot of the things that are going on in Ukraine and Gaza and whatnot. So I walked up to him and I said, "Hey, Dave Petraeus." And of course, he knows me because we've known each other for years. And but he went off to the globalist path, and I didn't. And so there's been a pretty sharp break there due to his jab pushing and renaming the military bases and that sort of thing. In any case, as I was talking with him there just recently in the business class lounge at LAX airport, it was quite interesting because there he was in the open and nobody noticed him, just working on his laptop. And so he mentioned our mutual acquaintance, Eric Kurilla. Eric Kurilla is the current CENTCOM commander. He's a 4-star general, General Eric Kurilla. Israel, he's been called Israel's favorite general. I know Eric very well. I did 5 months of combat with Eric until he got shot in front of me. And you can see that dispatch on my Substack, Gates of Fire. It's called Gates of Fire is the name of the dispatch. It's on my Substack, Michael Yon, and you can see where, I mean, I spent 5 months in combat with Eric. He was the best combat leader that I've been in combat with, which would be a lot of combat leaders and a lot of combat in different wars. And so there's Eric now. He went from being shot in Mosul, Iraq, to, he recovered. He got shot 3 times, broke a femur in half, continued to fight. Actually, I've got photos of that because I was making photos at the time, and like a lot of photos, and actually had to fight myself that day and put the camera down. But Eric went on to become Ranger Regiment commander and very serious man, a leader in special operations, and also 82nd Airborne, and more and more and more. So now he's CENTCOM commander, Central Command. Central Command is where you put your best combatant general, especially one who's friendly to Israel. And Eric wants to go hog wild on Iran, obviously. He's very clear about that. He's in the news all the time. He's directly advising Trump and that sort of thing. My relationship with Eric is totally melted down due to the jab pushing and that sort of thing. And so he's also globalist. What I'm getting to with this is some of these people that I've dealt with. I mean, I've personally met with 3 directors of CIA personally, and each time was there at their request. I mean, well, Petraeus was one. I mean, I knew Petraeus. And so, and of course, Robert Gates, I used to travel with him at times, the Department of, anyway, at the end of the day, they all have become or were, I don't know when it started, globalist, right? And so now keep in mind, globalism is a sort of ephemeral term. It's something that's been going on since the edge of time. I wish you could see my library here about these sorts of things. But the new studio is not set up completely yet. But at the end of the day, I look at these things all over the world. I spend my time going from country to country to country, year after year. Now about almost 100 countries, 99, right? So I've spent most of my life out of the United States looking at these issues and spending a lot of time in war and that sort of thing. And I'm watching what's unfolding. What's unfolding actually is just the latest bloom of something that's been going on. Well, the sort of stuff that G. Edward Griffin talked about when it was still in black and white is all coming true. But it was all these things were taking place before any of our grandparents were born, right? For instance, the Panama Canal opened in 1914, and the Suez long before that. All these routes and resources wars have been going on for a very, very long time. And so what we're actually seeing now, a lot of it is the vast majority of it is about routes and resources. Of course, one of the resources is human resources. Humans are either in the way or helpful to what the globalists want at all times. I've got a lot of books actually on depopulation, and a lot of these books are quite old, actually. Again, some were written back in the 1800s. So, I mean, this is not anything new. This is old stuff that goes back, managing your herd, basically. So now we've got people allegedly on our side who obviously death jabbed us. And so we've got people, I didn't get the jab, but luckily I saw through that. But a lot of our friends and family have. I think probably everybody watching this knows somebody who was injured or killed in relation to the death jab. Speaking of which, in about, what time is it now? It is almost 4 a.m. here in Japan. In about 5 more hours, there's going to be a live stream from Japan. Masako Ganaha and I, that's my wife, we work with the scientists and doctors who have created with 350 volunteers, this giant database with about 21 million records here in Japan of people who have been jabbed. So it's not 21 million people, but 21 million records of jabs. So some people got jabbed more than once. Huge amount of death and that sort of thing. In about 5 hours, they're going to have a live stream. Masako will be one of the main people on it. Another will be Dr. Yasufumi Murakami. He's a scientist. He's a friend of ours. He has been working on this for a long time. But what I'm getting to with this is all these countries that I go to are all being targeted, whether it's Netherlands or Ireland or England, all these different places. Panama is for sure going to get ripped apart by the tigers. I can see that. I've just spent about a year there in the last 4 or 5 years. because I realized it was going to come to a head there. And what I'm getting to is this is a global fight, a distributed global fight in a way that we haven't ever really seen on this magnitude and this intensity. So, the things that we see now in like Eric Carilla, my former friend, who's this current commander of CENTCOM, General Eric Carilla, he wants to go full bore on Iran and basically take it out. Of course, he's doing that on behalf of the Zionists, not Israel. Israel and Zionists are not the same, right? And Jews and Zionists are not the same. They try to confuse that with information war, but it's a sort of nebulous party that's without a country, right? And what they're fighting the Chinese Communist Party big time. I've written 3 books, by the way, on Chinese information war. Unfortunately, they're all in Japanese because I've been working to wake up Japanese for years. I spent a lot of time in China and I looked at these things intensely. This route and resource war, a lot of the intense conflict that you see unfolding is between actually Zionists and CCP. There are other parties. Obviously, Russia is deeply involved in the SCO, the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, which is like the other NATO, and so they've got their own ecosystem of oligarchs that they deal with. I had Brett Weinstein down in the Darien Gap showing him how the invasions were coming through there. And he said to me, Dr. Weinstein said, Michael, you're always talking about they doing this, they doing that. Of course, being a scientist, he's being specific and saying, Michael, who are the they? And I said, well, Brett, I don't really know who they are all the time because it's like, who is the they in this jungle? Who runs the jungle? Nobody really runs the jungle that I'm in so often. And likewise with these global wars that are going, there's nested wars. Actually, there's little wars within wars, and then there's the big war, and they're all part of the same circle of life, if you will. But so there's many oligarchical structures that are doing this, and some of those structures wish to depopulate us. They are attacking our food, right? There are others who, like the Han Chinese from the Chinese Communist Party, who wish to depopulate us and make the world Han Chinese. And I can tell you, they're making some dramatic successes that a lot of people don't quite realize. For instance, here in Japan, the same problem set that you see in the United States, we see here, weaponized migration, right? Death jabs. Again, in about 5 hours, we're going to be doing a live here in Japan with top scientists and doctors, and it's going to be live streamed around the world. And it's about the direct attacks on Japan with these death jabs and the food supply as well. We're not going to talk about the food supply in 5 hours, but the food supply here in Japan is precarious. That we have the same problems that a lot of, I'm American, but I live in Japan part time, right? So we look at I look at the food supply all over the world. They're trying to decrease the resilience of every country that they want to target. For instance, let's leave Japan for a moment and go over to Thailand, not Taiwan, but Thailand. I'm very familiar with Thailand. I used to have an office there because Thailand is the hyphen in Indo-Pacific security. And in the last few years, suddenly there are thousands, almost 10,000 cannabis licenses issued in Thailand, right? And so suddenly when I went there with Doug Casey, the famous investor, I was there with Masako and Doug Casey, and we were traveling around for about a month. And we saw these cannabis stores everywhere in Thailand that I'd never seen before. Now, this is something that G. Edward Griffin has talked about many, many times. The number one weapon in modern warfare is intoxicants, whether that be alcohol, whether that be marijuana, or whatever. Opium has often been used, prescription drugs and that sort of thing. So many. And that's the number one weapon. And that's being unfolded there in Thailand in levels that I've never seen before. And one of the other big weapons just after drugs, or far down the list from drugs, would be actually the weaponized music. And but not to go into that. But at the end of the day, the biggest weapon used in this current war is is information war, obviously, and of that, a subset is psychological operations, and the rocket fuel of psychological operations is always intoxicants, right? And has been for I don't know how. I mean, my huge library it's just as I filled with for centuries of people using whether it's opium or whatever. Often it's alcohol or some local juice that they make in Guatemala or whatever, using these intoxicants to dumb down and take advantage of populations or reduce their numbers and whatnot. And of course, that's been done intensely in the West, for instance, and it's been going on for a long time. You see, for instance, big podcasters pushing dope on a regular basis, like I call him Doper Joe Rogan, whose show I refuse to go on because I'm not going to go on a show which is actually dumbing down my country and smoking dope in front of millions of young people as if that's a smart and wise thing to do while we're being invaded. And by the way, these invasions, I know a lot of people love President Trump, but the days that I have supported President Trump remain at zero. About 10 years ago, Newt Gingrich called me up looking for support. And I'm like, you got to have somebody else. I'm not going to vote for Hillary or some of those people, but you got to have somebody serious there to get my support. And they never got him. When it comes to this border, I have significant experience on the border. I've been across the entire U.S. southern border. I spent, I don't know, maybe 6 months in the Darien Gap. I've been, about more than a year in Panama since Biden was installed. In the last 4 or 5 years, I've been in 30 countries looking at the weaponized migration and the food issues and the drug issues and these sorts of things. I'm very familiar with the border and what's happening with the border, the U.S. borders. I can assure you this is not changing. It's just changing. The storm is changing its form. We're still being invaded, but it's happening through more subtle means. For instance, with the visas and that sort of thing, it's not over. Trump is not on our side. He's clearly a globalist. He's thickly entrenched in this. So these are the things that I look at. And if anybody wants to ask questions before we go off, I'll try to take them. But I'm not sure if you're even taking questions. But I can see the if Carlene messages me, I'll see it on the side. But now, one of the things that I would like to talk about too is education. G. Edward Griffin talks about that all the time. Japanese watching this will know who this is. This is one of my heroes. This is Kenjiro. All the Japanese know who Kenjiro is. He sits on my desk. And so Kenjiro, he was born in the 1700s. I think 1787, if my memory is accurate, and I think he died in 1856, right? So Kenjiro was he's Japanese, and he was born out on a farm, and one day a terrible flood came, and anyway, really did significant damage, and it changed his life. But when he was a small child, but at the end of the day, he ended up being raised by his uncle because his parents were gone now. And he loved to read. That's why these statues of Kenjiro, he's always got this book. I'm going somewhere with this. See that book? He's always reading a book. Kenjiro, if you in Los Angeles, there's a big statue of him there. I went to see it, and it's near Japantown there in Los Angeles. But he's always reading a book. At one point, his uncle was poor and he couldn't afford the lamp oil, so Kenjiro planted seeds and raised his own oil so that he could keep his candle going at night, that sort of thing. Well, anyway, he studied a lot. He studied for years, and he was able to actually avert famine in certain areas and do a lot of things that were very helpful for Japan. So all the schools in Japan, I'm going somewhere with this, would have Kenjiro's statue. And you can see it extols the virtues of study and work, and he held his ground like Mr. Griffin did when nobody else wanted to listen to him. And Kenjiro was warning about a terrible famine he thought was coming based on certain things that he saw with the environment. He turned out to be right, but none of the people in Kenjiro's area died because he had gotten the people on board and prepared for it in advance. I could go into that for hours. It's quite interesting. So his statue is all over Japanese schools, right? Japanese are now being targeted intensely. They have been for generations, but now it's picking up steam, as Yuri Bezmenov might say. And these statues that are in all the Japanese schools are being removed, right? They're being taken out. They're trying to dumb down the Japanese children, and it's working, just like it's working with American children and German children and everywhere else. They're doing exactly what, when G. Edward Griffin interviewed Yuri Bezmenov. I mean, he described all these things. I mean, if you want to know what I'm seeing in the world, just look at Mr. Griffin's old videos and really just change the names and the dates. He's right on target. I haven't seen him. I haven't seen Mr. Griffin or Yuri Bezmenov be wrong on anything, actually, which is pretty rare. I mean, they're really nailing it with those old black and white videos that I discovered years ago before I actually knew who Mr. Griffin was. And it started myself telling so many people to read The Creature from Jekyll Island. That's another part of this warfare, of course. But in any case, if there are any questions out there, I'm not sure if we can actually take questions, but I'll go silent for a moment in case somebody wants to butt in. I'm not sure if this is even feeding out there. And so, hello, I'm sending a message to, there we go. But I'm going to continue as if it is. So in any case, I am in Japan, and this war that we're seeing in Ukraine and the war that's unfolding in let's see. Are we on right now, Carlene? I'm not sure if this is feeding out or if I'm just talking into the camera alone. So I just left a message for Carlene. And so, but these wars that we see in unfolding in Iran and what's going on in Ukraine and what will unfold, I'm quite, you can never be certain, but I'm quite confident that we're going to end up seeing some serious conflict in Panama. And they're all related. It's the same war. These are not separate from each other. It's the same, the food. Oh yeah. Okay. Carlene says it's feeding. So apparently I'm going out. I hope everyone hears me well. And so it's the same war. It's the same war. Now, I see a lot of just terrible analysis, which is normal for the wars. Let me tell you, after having done years of war, whether in combat or just studying my voluminous library for many years, I found that one of the ways to learn about things, you need to okay, so it looks like it's feeding out on X and Instagram. So one of the things that you need to do is read a lot, especially history. All the best military commanders are really serious historians. I've never seen an exception to that. It's great to study engineering and that sort of thing. It's very important. But history, if you're going to be an actual commander, is very important. And so one of the things is study and going there, right? And going there with the right people and doing things. Like, for instance, I was in special forces for a spell and really learned a lot, as you can imagine. And so, the whole, my Green Beret time was very helpful. I spent a lot of time in overseas doing all sorts of things. It's been an amazing journey. But when you combine these things with reading, with being with the right people in the right places, and going to war and going to peace and going out with fishermen and going out with farmers and that sort of thing, you'll build a let's see. Oh, they don't. Carlene says they don't have question and answers, but they can do via chat if you want to answer. Please, if you can send any questions via chat, I'll certainly try to take them so that I'm not doing a monologue. And but I mean, which I can do for days, but I don't know how long people will want to listen. But once I have intentionally, mostly starting in my adult life, built an architecture of knowledge. So, it's like a long plan on things that I study. When I was younger, I studied a lot of math and physics and that sort of thing. So I'm building this architecture of knowledge that will be, not 2 + 2 = 4, but 2 + 2 hopefully equals more like 10, right? So if you study the right things, and you blend these things together with travel and that sort of thing, hopefully you'll build a knowledge set like G. Edward Griffin obviously has, that you can use to predict things with high accuracy, much higher accuracy than the experts. And so, one of the things I learned during my first many years of study, for about 10, all I wanted to do was study math and physics when I was much younger, and so that was extremely helpful base. One of the things that was very helpful with was learning not what to think, but how to think with good thinking hygiene, like making sure that the information that I input is as clean as I can get it, right? So I'm not feeding in a bunch of mud and I'm not watching CNN or Fox or any of that garbage. I'm not feeding, you can't put your water cup under, the Broad Street pump there in London and pump out some water filled with cholera, like they had a big cholera outbreak in 1854, and think that the next cup is going to be clean. Like if you're watching Fox News, you're at the Broad Street pump, pumping out the cholera and drinking that poison water, and you're dying, right? And that's what's happening with this. And so if your input information is wrong, all else that follows will be wrong. Even if your paradigm, or let's say your sort of algorithm is very good, if you're putting obviously input in that's bad, you're going to get garbage out, right? We all know that. And so I have worked very hard I used to keep a notebook when I was a teenager, and I would predict things, and I would write down, percentage I think such and such would happen. And then I would see, all the errors I would make, which would be a lot, and still are, but a lot fewer, actually, a lot fewer. And I would try to predict things and then analyze what I got right and what I got wrong. And I just got better at prediction, like playing tennis. I mean, you hit the ball. Mathematics is the same way. You play the ball, do math, and you'll get better at it, and language is the same way, right? It's the same with prediction. And if you write down your own predictions and you if you develop a paradigm, the way you're looking at things, that is a workable paradigm. In other words, it's got to be a paradigm that doesn't leave you surprised. If you feel the emotion of surprise, then something's either wrong with your paradigm or wrong with your input information. Certainly, if you feel a deep sense of surprise that, say, some politician that you supported does something that you just didn't expect whatsoever, it could be because your paradigm is off, that your thesis basically is off. You either need to keep working it like Play-Doh, or just throw it out the window and start with another one, right? Until you have a working paradigm. If you have 24 karat information and you've rinsed the mud off of it, you have good input information. We always have incomplete information, but if you have good input information and your paradigm is accurate, you should be much more accurate with your predictions than the experts, right? That's how Masago and I predicted Nord Stream would be destroyed. Predicted it many times in advance, and even went to Germany in advance. We went to the BASF plant in Germany specifically because if Nord Stream were interrupted, BASF, let's back up a little bit. In the paradigm that I'm operating under, certain globalists, and Petraeus would be one of them, they want to reduce our population, right? And one of the weapons that they are using is food, right? So this is why I've been warning for 5 years straight that I think we're going to see significant famines. But in my paradigm, my working paradigm, one of the things that they're trying to do is to create famine and deindustrialize Europe, obviously, and the United States and many others. But if I were going to deindustrialize Europe, and I'm quite familiar with Europe, I spent more than 6 years running around Europe. Ich spreche Deutsch, English. I speak German. I used to live in Germany and that sort of thing. And I was a Green Beret there in Germany, and then I lived there afterwards. Been all over Germany. I'm kind of familiar with Europe in general. Lived in Poland for a couple of years. And so when I'm looking at, if I were going to dismantle Europe, what would I do? I did a Carver matrix. You CIA people and SEALs and Green Berets out there know what I'm talking about. A Carver matrix is a planning matrix for a sabotage campaign, right? Or the Air Force uses those too for their bombing and that sort of thing, their interdictions. But the Carver matrix is a planning tool. It's and you'll make a graph, and you'll put your potential targets in there, and you put it on the Carver matrix. criticality, accessibility, recuperability, vulnerability, effect. And anyway, the Carver matrix is the matrix that you'll use to grade potential targets and decide which ones you're going to hit. Now, if I were our enemy and I had their capabilities that I think that they have, what would I do? I would deindustrialize Germany, because if I want to take out Europe, I'm going to take out Germany. If I want to take out Germany, what am I going to take out to do that with the most economy of action and resources? I'd take out BASF, which is a big, huge, it's the biggest chemical plant in the world at Ludwigshafen, Germany on the Rhine River. I would take that out. And how would I take, that's one thing I would take out. I would also cut Nord Stream. So I would cut Nord Stream between Russia and Germany, and that has other, Mackinder, for those who are familiar with Halford Mackinder and that sort of thing, not to go into that, but at the end of the day, I would take out Nord Stream. So the last time we went to BASF, Masako and I, we were in the plant 14 days before Nord Stream got blown up, right? And I was saying, I think they're going to take this thing out, Nord Stream. I thought they might hit it with software or something. I didn't know how they were going to do it, but next thing you know, I had actually an extra iPad that I, for months, I was just watching might have been a year, I was just watching the cubic meters per second flow through Nord Stream, and then it went to zero. And I like restarted everything, and anyway, it was gone. So using that paradigm and accurate information that we get from going on the ground, we also predicted that Groningen gas field, a big part of Groningen gas field in Netherlands, would be cut. And I went up there to Groningen. I said this on the Jordan Peterson show when I was on there with Ava Vlardingerbroek. I think they're going to close Groningen. And people said, that's crazy. Why would they close Groningen gas field? It's the biggest gas supplier for Europe. And I'm like, bingo. Carver matrix, I would take out Nord Stream and I would take out Groningen, right? If I wanted to put you in famine and if I wanted to deindustrialize Europe, I would remove your water infrastructure, right? I would remove levees and dams and that sort of thing. These are being done, right? And I'm very concerned that these are being done in the United States as well, right? So you might suddenly be like, there's not been a flood here in 100 years. And the next thing you know, you're going down the stream and you're dead, right? Because somebody removed levees or dikes or dams upstream from you, and they could be miles away. It could be dozens of miles away. And the next thing you know, your area gets wiped out. Look what happened in North Carolina, right? We're talking about unrestricted warfare, and the Chinese are not the only ones that do it. There are obviously pharmacological weapons. There are intoxicants that are being used. Information war that's intense with, again, influencers like Rocket Guy, Elon Musk smoking dope on the Joe Rogan show. That's not an accident. He's not that stupid, right? I mean, you can't balance this equation of, hey, smartest guy in the world does the stupidest things in the world, right? It just doesn't add up. Or with Trump, the 5D chess thing doesn't add up with, and he got fooled by Fauci, right? It doesn't add up. These just, they leave a lot of his supporters surprised because their paradigm is wrong. They think that he's on their side. He's not. He's a Trojan horse. And so that's what I see happening is our government is completely infested. And also a lot of people are in our top military positions now. Again, I knew Petraeus. I know Petraeus. He can't be happy with me now. And Eric Carilla knew very well. I did 5 months of combat with him right by his side for 5 months. He was an outstanding combat leader. And now he's totally globalist. Unfortunately, he's a brilliant mind and a very courageous combatant, but he's also now not on our side. I mean, none of these people are standing up on the border issues. None of them are standing up on, Tom Homan reached out to me. He wanted to go to the Darien Gap, and I haven't taken him down there, but at the same time, I don't see any mass deportations going on. I think Tom Homan is quite serious. I think he's a serious man, but it's not getting done. At the end of the day, let's get past all the, why isn't it getting done and who's getting in the way of what? Bottom line. I'm a military thinker, right? Let's get to the bottom line. What's being done? It's not being done. What's happening is the normal obfuscation what's happening is the war continues and the United States is being depopulated. G. Edward Griffin talked about this extensively in black and white, and in black and white days. And Paul Harvey, If I Were the Devil, just listen to that one over and over a few times, and you'll see that Paul Harvey he must have been friends with Mr. Griffin, because I mean the things that they said have all come true. And so I'm just out here at this point, weirdly, just basically by accident verifying that Mr. Griffin was right those many years ago. But I didn't set out to do that. I just set out to find the truth. But let me get back to the paradigms. If your paradigms are accurate and the information that you're getting is 24 karat or as close as you can get it to 24 karat, and you have a sufficient amount of that information and you have sufficient experience, then you can use, we don't have time for deductive logic on everything. We just don't have time. It's got to be inductive. In war, the inductive wins, right? The people that can make the most accurate decisions the fastest with the least amount of information and take action on it, those are your winners, right? Or let's say that tips the scale significantly, right? And so if you continue to be surprised by things, it means your input information is wrong or your paradigm is unusable or both, right? And so let me go back to food supply on this. Screwworms. I was down in Panama with Masako about 4 years ago. We were meeting with an Intel guy and we were talking about screwworms, right? The screwworms are a flesh-eating larva. A lot of people are now familiar with them because they're headline news. But back 4 years ago, when we were getting this briefing, and this Intel guy talked about the screwworms and how the screwworms, which used to be a huge problem in the United States, our wise elders fought the screwworms out of the United States. They were flesh-eating worms that kill cattle, kill people, actually, dogs, cats, anything with meat, basically, and or at least red meat. What happened was you always need to go to the entomologist. The entomologist, I always go to entomologists and veterinarians for raw information. It's unbelievable. And so, but the entomologist, one entomologist who studied the screwworms, he realized that the female flies, they only mate once in their lifetimes, and if they mate with an inert male, then they don't procreate. They don't have any offspring, and their R naught slips below 1, and the population collapses. Right, so they started irradiating billions of male flies, and they would release those in key areas. Like, for instance, Texas was one of the only places in our neck of the woods that actually where they overwinter. So they specifically target places like that. And anyway, at the end of the day, ended up fighting the screwworms out of the United States, down through Mexico, Guatemala, Belize, all the way down through. And now the line of defense, the front line, let's say World War I muddy trenches against the screwworms, is the Darien Gap. I'm always down in that Darien Gap because it's vital terrain. It's one of the most important places on earth that almost nobody seems to know about. That's why I spend so much time in Panama in general and Darien Gap specifically, and also at the canal. But so we fought them down there, and our elders did. One of them that did it's a veterinarian named Dr. Michael Vickers. He's worth talking to. He's in Texas. So Dr. Michael Vickers actually fought that fight with the screwworms. He's told me about it extensively. But so I reached out to the COPEG people, the people that actually fight the screwworms in Panama. I'm getting down to how I was able to predict with so little information that we're going to have a screwworm outbreak in the United States. I emailed to the people from the USDA who are fighting the screwworms in Panama, and I said, I was requesting to visit their facility. And by the tenor of their response, I'm like, boom. I'm like a cop that's caught a lot of drug addicts, right? You know what I mean? I know the look. I know the language, right? And so we swapped a few emails back and forth. I'm like, bingo, those screwworms are going to be back in the United States. They wouldn't allow me to look at the facility, and I immediately published based on very little information, but a lot of experience, and I know what our enemies are up to, and I know what they're willing to do and what their capacity was. So I published way back then, and I must have published or said hundreds of times since then over the last 4 years that I think we're going to have a screwworm outbreak in the United States, not to mention MDR tuberculosis and those sorts of things, right? And eventually, I think we're going to have a lice problem with the epidemic typhus and yada yada. But I can save that for another time. But the entomological warfare is quite intense. But now the screwworms are headline news, and people are asking me, "Have I ever heard of screwworms?" And I'm like, "Yeah." In fact, I've got a bunch of books on them right here. And so at the end of the day, how was I able to predict this so accurately with so little information? And it was just intense amounts of Kenjiro level study, and allowing yourself to see what your eyes see, right? Allowing yourself to hear what goes into your ears, allowing yourself to think all thoughts, right? Like the guy, let's say that someone voted for is doing things that are non sequitur if he's actually on America's side, right? Well, at some point, the cognitive dissonance is a graveyard, right? There should be a graveyard called, cognitive dissonance, and so you will never survive in war if you're going around in cognitive dissonance. There's no chance you're going to do well. And so we are in a state of war, and it's going to get far more intense, according to my paradigm that I'm operating under and have been for years. And I keep tweaking it, and it's getting better and better. We're going to end up with very serious famines. And here in Japan, I think is going to get hit hard. And I have a lot of reasons to say that. I think Thailand actually weirdly. Remember, 5 years ago when I was saying I thought we would have famines in the United States. Of course, Mr. Griffin was talking about this, far when I was crawling around in diapers. And so, but people would say, "Don't you understand? We're the number one food producer in the world." And I'm like, totally get it. However, if you've studied famine, which I have, because if you're going to study war at a high level, you must study famine. You must study pandemic. You must study information war. It takes years to study all these things, right? You're not going to learn these things in 6 months or 2 or 3 years, right? It takes many years, right? It takes many years and going out and doing things and going to wars and that sort of thing. But if you studied these things, you would know that being a major food producer like Henan, China, doesn't mean you're not going to have the worst famine in China. It doesn't mean, if you're in Ireland and you're in counties that used to produce a lot of food, that you're not going to end up starving to death and eating your neighbor, right? Being a major food producer, it almost seems unrelated to whether you're going to get into a famine. I'm not sure because there's no faminologist out there. I've been looking for them. There's a lot of people that study a lot of war, but I don't see, excuse me. Let me take a swig of coffee real quick. At 4:30 in the morning. Let's see. It's going to be a long day. And so we're going to go into that JAB conference here when I get off. But at the end of the day, we have a lot of things to think about. The war that we're in is comprehensive, and so we have to always find people that have a long track record of being accurate before I will give them 2 seconds. I want to see a long track record because there's a lot of people that I would like to listen to, and so you have to be brutal with your assessments, right? And obviously, G. Edward Griffin makes that cut. He's not just makes the cut. He's like standing there with several gold medals around his neck on accuracy way in advance. And we have to be accurate in advance. Now, what are we going to do? In that interview that Mr. Griffin did with Yuri Bezmenov, he said, you're not going to have any place to run. Yuri Bezmenov had a place to defect to. I went down in Argentina looking at this. It's been a couple of months there in late 2024. And the same fight is unfolding down there, right? They had a big cannabis expo there in Buenos Aires. I went to it, Masako, huge cannabis expo. And, people with their children on their backs, literally smoking dope with their babies on their backs, right? You can't make up this stuff. That's a direct attack on Argentina, right? And that cannabis expo was on world tour. After that, they're going to Brazil, Sao Paulo, right? And so these are, when you see this popping into your neighborhood, this is not a good thing. Now the bong monkeys, I call them bong monkeys, the people that are, they, basically get high for freedom type stuff. They're basically clowns, and they're trying to, always persuade us that they're the smartest people in the world and they're enlightened because, somehow they got enlightened doing drugs. I'm not sure how that works out. But in any case, when you're on drugs, it probably looks that way. But what's actually happening is they're being dumbed down. And when I return to the United States, every time I return to the United States, I've spent most of my life downrange, right? I grew up in the United States. I'm as American as it gets, but I spend most of my time in foreign countries and that sort of thing. I return to the United States. I smell dope everywhere. I go to places like San Francisco, where I went to school in San Francisco. When I was younger, I spent a couple of years in California. Probably I've been all over the United States. I've seen our country in great detail. I go back there now, and I smell dope in Washington D.C. I go to New York or wherever, all over California, Florida, where I'm from. Dope, dope, dope everywhere, right? And President Trump tried to push the Amendment 3 in Florida to make dope legal in Florida, right? Now, again, the dopers for freedom, they will go, hey, it's about freedom, man. And they'll go, what about alcohol, man? You know what I mean? Get it, totally. And that too, alcohol too, right? It's intoxicants in general. That is the rocket fuel of destruction, right? And it has been. If I were the devil, Paula Harvey, you would load down everybody with alcohol, drugs, whatever. And that's what they're doing. So whenever you see that coming into your neighborhood, like they're doing with Thailand, now keep in mind, I used to have an office in Thailand. If you web search my name, you'll see me like flying around with the prime minister and that sort of thing. I'm very familiar with Thailand. I've been all over that place because it's strategically very important. And it's the hyphen in Indo-Pacific security, right? And I could go on for hours about how important Thailand is, from why and this sort of thing. But Thailand, many of the globalists are working to break Thailand apart. And they can do it. Now, many of the Thais are like Americans who are saying, no, we're very strong. You can't do that. That's one of the things I love about Thais. They're very emotionally involved with their country. They love being Thai and they love Thailand, right? Which is a huge strength. And that's why the enemies are trying to break that off. Now, Thai children are also being brainwashed away from love of their country. That's what happened here in Japan. That's what happened in Germany. That's what's happening with us. In Japan, the United States did it specifically with what's called the War Guilt Information Program after World War II. I mean, it was a straight up hardcore. Oh, you have 10 minutes left. Let me see if there's any questions. I don't see any questions. They're not coming up on my feed. I wouldn't even know where to look. Oh, maybe they're on Twitter. Let me look on Twitter and see if I can, because Carlene just said we have 10 minutes left. And let's see here. Where is it on Twitter? It looks like a lot has happened on Twitter since I put the live stream up, and because I had to scroll up quite far here. Oh, there it is. There's a few here. Let's see. And it looks like those were coming in before. Let's see. I don't see any questions here. Victoria says, is Tom Hopen open to hearing what you have to say? Yes, he called me up, but he actually has an assistant now. Assistant, or maybe advisor is the right name. Todd Bensman, good friend of mine. Todd Bensman is very knowledgeable about the border, and Todd works with. I spend a lot of time with Todd. Todd is that close with Tom Homan, so he works for Tom now, and he has been for a few months. So the information gets through. Actually, the FBI reached out recently. They wanted some information. I'm like, listen, you guys have lost so much credibility, right? You know what I mean? If you want to fly to Japan and talk with me, I'll stop what I'm doing and talk with you. But if you think I'm jumping on an airplane to fly back to the United States to talk with you guys, it's like, and because they just have no more credibility. Whose side are they on? They're talking about they want to track down Chinese now. Well, do you really need my help in tracking down Chinese? I mean, we know a lot of them, that's for sure. I mean, I have a database of over 1 million people that came through the Darien Gap, right? We got their names and birth dates and the whole works, and what country they're from and when they came through, like the murderer of Lake and Riley. His name's Jose Ibarra. I mean, I've got his record. I see right when he came through, and then his two brothers came through months later. Right, a lot of these people you see getting murdered in the newspapers now. The sort of thing that Mr. Griffin warned about back in dinosaur days, basically. I mean, he was so accurate, it's unbelievable. And now a lot of these murders, when we look them up on the database, it's like, yeah, this guy came through, that guy came through. Like, for instance, one lady got burned by somebody throwing some flammable liquid, and she's wearing a highest tag on her shirt, which is Hebrew Immigrant Aid Society. Hebrew Immigrant, I got one of their books here, their history books around here somewhere. Hebrew Immigrant Aid Society is one of the main invaders of the United States. So this lady, who was pretending to be a Holocaust survivor, which was turned out to be nonsense. Anyway, she's too young and yada, yada. She's doing the whole professional victims are predators thing. So, but Hayes has been deeply involved in the invasion of the United States, especially in Darien. I mean, I'm there with him all the time. I used to eat breakfast with Hayes, right? And so, like a lot. And so, they were working in the same camps that I was researching, right? Of course, they didn't quite put two and two together. They're not the quickest people on the block, the people on the ground anyway. But the man that burned the lady that's wearing the highest tag, she was in Colorado recently. It was like a couple of months ago, right? He was actually helped in by Hayes. I mean, she's wearing the tag Hayes. She's all for invading the United States, and then she's like, "Oh, there's this anti-Judaism stuff going on." I'm like, "You let him in." Right. So, I mean, you open the door, you're supporting Hayes, and they are invading us. Right. And so this is a long war that's been going on, demographic warfare, reshaping the human terrain, if you will. Let me see if there's anything else here. Let's see. I don't see actually on my Twitter. There might be on your Twitter a lot of questions or even any questions, but I don't see your actual Twitter. I see. Oh, there we go. And let's see. Anyway, so I'm sorry, I have to go without questions. But if you go to my Substack, and leave questions there, I will see them. But the one thing I do on Substack is for people to post. You have to be a subscriber to read most of the stuff, but you don't have to be a subscriber. But to that way, filtering out, I can filter out a lot of nonsense by just, put a bucket and then you can comment. That filters out a lot of the bots right there. That's like a bot filter. And so so in any case, if you put questions there, I'll try to answer them on my Substack. But at the end of the day, we're all facing the same war, like removing the Kinjiro statues from the schools here in Japan. That's just one thing of many that's going on, trying to get Japanese to take drugs. It's slower here. Japanese are more resistant to the drugs. But they went right for the jab. They're heavily jabbed. Panama is heavily jabbed. I think, let's go back to Panama for a moment. I think Panama is going to see some war. I spent a lot of time there because it's one of the most important places on earth. And during the time that I was there, the Department of we had, how many people do we have come down there? We had the head of Department of State, Rubio. We had Department of Homeland Security. We had Hegseth came down. He stayed in the same hotel when I was there. It was all filled with, military and intelligence people. And then DCI came down. Ratcliffe, DCI, is Director of Central Intelligence. That was not in the news to my knowledge at all, but he was there. And then who else? DHS came down. So, I mean, you've got everybody under the sun. All the players are coming to the table there, right? And I've told people in the Panamanian government, you need to choose very wisely, because you are a little juicy lamb wearing pork chops around your neck, and there are tigers around you that are predacious to each other and to you. There's a lot of people that want Panama, and they don't want you. You better choose wisely who you partner up with. If you partner up with China, you're definitely going to die, right? Eventually. If you partner up with us, you'll have some problems, but you'll probably do fine. Well, let me qualify that. Sorry about the cough. Obviously, our government has changed dramatically since when I was a child. Not that it was great back then. G. Edward Griffin would point that out, and he turned out to be right. But Panama is one of these wars that you see. The thing you see with Iran, it doesn't have anything to do with Muslims versus Jews and all that. And actually, let's talk about that for a minute. If we got one more minute. I went over to Armenia about a year and a half or 2 years ago with Masako. Spent about a month there and also up in Georgia. Now, Armenia is being genocided slowly by the Azeris, right? From Azerbaijan, right? And other places. But who is supplying the Azeris? Zionists are supplying them the weapons. Israel specifically Zionists are supplying those weapons, right? Israel supplying weapons to Azerbaijan to wipe out the Christians in Armenia. Israel is doing that, right? So this idea that this is more complex than people might imagine. It takes years to study the problem set to understand what's going on. That's not about religion. That's about routes and resources. Right there, it's about the Caspian Sea, for instance. Or in Iran, China just opened that railway from Shanghai to Tehran, right? I've been to the Shanghai side a couple times. That railway goes down into Thailand now, goes all the way over to Rotterdam, goes down to Spain. I mean, the Chinese are able to bypass now Strait of Malacca. They're able to bypass a lot of things, but they still need that fuel from Iran, and it needs most of it's going to have to go through Strait of Hormuz. You see the information war by the United States and Israel saying that Iran may close the Strait of Hormuz, which if they do that, that's a big, big deal. It's a big deal for Japan too. That would be a big problem for us here and in China, right? But I think if my paradigm is accurate and the input information is accurate, I think far more likely is that the United States and Israel would be the ones who close the Strait of Hormuz and blame Iran for it. Iran has no reason to close the Strait of Hormuz. I mean, that would be like the United States blamed Russia for cutting Nord Stream, which is just over the top ridiculous. I mean, and many people have asked me who I thought destroyed Nord Stream, and that would either be United States or space aliens, right? That's it. I only have two suspects for who destroyed Nord Stream: Americans or space aliens. Now, we may have used somebody else like space aliens or Ukrainians or somebody else, but it was us, right? It was us or Martians, right? And so likewise with the Strait of Hormuz, there's a high chance it'll be closed. I don't know if it will, but if it's suddenly closed, I think it'll be us and or the Israelis doing it, which is, fused together at this point, blended. But of course we would not want to take credit for that or blame because that would crush Saudi Arabia, of course, that would UAE, many of our partners, Qatar, and Kuwait, of course, Bahrain, and Iraq. I mean, they would all be hurting, and not to mention Japan would be very badly damaged by any prolonged closure of Strait of Hormuz. I can tell you what, I would not be surprised at some point. I don't know if this is going to happen, but if I were the devil and I wanted to cause famine, I would cut Nord Stream. Check. I would cut Groningen. Check. I would do a lot of other things, screw worms, a lot of other things. Check, 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 check. Burn down factories, do H5N1, check, 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 check. I would continue to set conditions for this thing, right? And one of the things, as a final coup de grace, I would probably turn off electricity, which G. Edward Griffin used to talk about extensively way back in black and white days. And also, I would probably close Panama Canal for a while without destroying it. Strait of Hormuz and Bab al-Mandeb, which the Houthis can take care of. They're obviously closing it. And Suez, which, of course, if you close Bab al-Mandeb, you're going to close a lot of the traffic to Suez, and also Strait of Malacca, and maybe even Danish Straits and Bosphorus. But certainly Suez, Hormuz, Malacca, and Panama. If you close those for any extensive amount of time and turn off people's electricity, you're going to have a huge depopulation event, and it'll be died suddenly, right? It'll be very quickly, like Mr. Griffin has talked about many times in the past, but it can be done on a global scale, not like a city scale or some local attack. I mean, those, if my paradigm is accurate, there's a high chance that that'll happen. I don't know. But this is the things that people need to be prepared for, right? I'm not trying to scare anybody because I'm not scared at all. I mean, whatever comes, comes. But at the end of the day, be prepared to, what are you going to do? And everybody has to think through their own solutions. And I think it's probably time to go because I'll talk all day. And I don't see. Let me see if there's any messages here. And I really appreciate. Oh, 2 minutes. Oh, that was 3 minutes ago. Oh, so I must be overtime. Thank you, everybody, for having me on. I wish I were there, but I'm in Japan. We're going to be heading out with the farmers soon, but today it's with the scientists and the doctors on the death jabs. Thank you very much, Mr. Griffin and Carlene and everybody else who invited me and helped me to get on here.
Lap when we have a small victory, maybe a big one. And I think about Dr. Moore was the one they targeted. I know other doctors and pharmacists who stood in the gap quietly, kind of in fear for, did they see me do this? To protect the people that knew better. And yet that was considered a crime, and that's considered being a criminal. As I've operated within what we call the natural healing realm for many decades now, it's the one area where I've been broadcasting since 1999 about the fact that we don't have freedom of speech in America. And it's so obvious. Because if you claim to be able to cure a disease, any disease, let's talk about cancer, with a dietary supplement of any kind, they will find you today and put a stop to it, fine you, and try to imprison you if they can get away with it. And I always thought that was rather interesting, as it took them almost 10 years to find Osama bin Laden, which is, interesting about who they think are the real terrorists. And they would talk about these natural healers, people that were refusing COVID edicts, as domestic terrorists. They played that against us, yet a small group of people then sharing and sharing and sharing made a tremendous difference in real time. We could witness this happening. Now, does this mean Pam Bondi is, all good now? Not likely. But the reality is, at this moment, we could say thank you and mean it, because it's a good thing and it shows. And I think every doctor, physician, if you're out there, you should be thanking Dr. Kirk Moore for standing up and doing what was right, because the dropping of this prosecution means that they've set precedent now that those people that also did the right thing are likely not going to be targeted. So that's good news. A little bit of good news. We can use that. Yeah. So I know we have a special guest, and I haven't been given much information about it. And then we have another part of our Question Authority segment this afternoon. I'm always willing to be spontaneous. I don't have to have things scripted, as you can probably tell. Even if lightning strikes, you just got to keep going. And as we, present these many different topics in many different arenas, there's always something that's, this is my lane, this is your lane, and sometimes we're interested in it, sometimes we're not, but that's okay. That's part of the human experience. It's a wide variety of ways to be red-pilled, or on topics that we become red-pilled on. I believe one of them is the issue of taxation, being theft, private property rights, that kind of thing. And if they can, claim that they get to keep like 10%, it means really no, they get to keep 100. They're telling you, we're going to give you 90% back for now, but that could change. You know, it's an interesting concept. This is also why, you know, when I began learning about this concept of ownership and property, that I didn't want to condemn my children to be collateral for a debt that I don't know if mathematically can ever be actually repaid. And when people ask me, why didn't you give them a Social Security number? It's like, because I don't want them to be collateral for that debt. They just got here. What did they do to earn that or deserve that? So these are these considerations when I think about why do we do things? What motivates us? Because some people will say, well, aren't you just trying to not fill in the blank? I'm trying to not enslave another generation the way we were enslaved unconsciously because we didn't know. We hadn't talked to one another in a long time. The movement from the, you know, through the 20th century and reliance on media to color our world, to color our reality, to stop talking to one another. That happened over a long time. It just crescendoed during COVID when they said, don't talk to anybody if you start talking the wrong stuff. What is going on? I am not going to break dance. I can do some stuff, but not that. Is our special guest ready? Oh, something's happening here.
Those drums woke me up.
I think I'm going to go talk to Ed.
Where's those drums? I need some drums. I can't hear that at all. Can you hear that? Get it louder, start it over. I woke up in a government dream. It made me sweat, made me scream. They took my money and threw it away. Then they wanted more on the very next day. Are you now? Have you been? Tell me where, tell me when. Stand up straight against the wall. Look around for a place to fall. Who's gonna run that government now? Who knows why? Who knows how? When they break that government vow, who's gonna go and throw them out? Whoop! Hey, government says. Whoop! Hey, they make the rules. Go to court, go to jail, go to work, and go to school. Run me, run that government, run everything that'll run for you. When do we get to stop our running? When the government says we're through. Didn't I vote? How did this happen? When did they win? When did I lose? When did they make all those decisions? Didn't leave a thing for me to choose. I'll be gone when government wants me. Gone when the government wants me dead. Gone when I hear that knock outside. Gone when they get inside my head. Whoop! Hey, government got me. Whoop! Hey, now what did I do? Whoop! Hey, who told on me? Now they want me to tell on you. I woke up in a government dream.
That was actually very accurate. It's kind of what I was hinting at when I was talking about my story, and then that happened. Wow, how did that happen? That's really cool. Well, we're going to continue now, and man, I hope you feel the energy shakes up a little bit when you do that, right? We need that creativity as well, and I think about the way we communicate. Certainly, we can talk, we can lecture, and share information. Sometimes we got to shake it up and get a little musical and rap a little bit, and that's amazing. So we've got a couple of folks coming up right now talking about following the money and maybe being shocked at who you find, but the author of Industry Playbook, Data Center Co-Location, that's Sean Theriault, and the founder of Privacy Academy, Glenn Meter, join us right now on the Red Pill Expo stage. Welcome them both. Sean and Glenn, come on up. Glenn and Sean.
Thank you very much.
Glad for you guys.
Thank you.
All right, welcome.
Thank you. Hello, everybody. I don't know how we follow that up, but we're going to do our best. Dance. Okay, so we're going to start with a question. Who here wants to protect children from online porn? Raise a hand. Raise your hands. Yeah. Okay. I think that's true. I think everyone can agree with that, right? We can't argue with that. There's no way we can argue with that. But what if I told you that this is how they plan to enslave humanity? Digital IDs and online child safety bills are two heads of the same serpent, right? And this is a globally coordinated event. This is highly sophisticated, and it is coming fast.
So, just as Mr. Griffin exposed the mechanics of how international bankers have captured our monetary systems, we're going to help explain and expose how big tech and our government have captured our data, our sovereignty, our information, and our privacy. But what we really want to focus on, and the primary reason why we're up here today, is to leave you with some hope and give you some practical tools and platforms and action items that you can do right now for free to help reclaim your digital sovereignty.
Yep. Whoops. Okay, so let's just introduce ourselves. My name is Glenn Meter. I am the founder of Privacy Academy. My background is I was closer together. Okay, it seems like we get feedback when we get closer together. I grew up in a family business. I worked there for 20 years. Then I became a prepper, started my own business, and I really didn't like being a prepper. I mean, that was really something, prepper to me means living in fear and also isolating yourself and, getting ready for the world to burn while you're sitting there cozy. And that's not me. I don't want to live in fear, and I want to help people. That's who I am. And so that's why I created Privacy Academy. I still want to educate people about really what's coming, but I want to also give people hope. I mean, it's a pretty dark subject that we're going to be talking about today, but there is hope, and we can do this. And that's what we really want to talk about today.
Yeah, and my just real quick background is I'm born and raised in Chicago. I went to Silicon Valley for university during the tech boom, so in '98, and saw some amazing things. And thankfully, I had a father who, when I was 14 years old, made me sit down and actually read The Creature from Jekyll Island. So at 14, I became a conspiracy theorist, for better or worse. And during 9/11, when I was watching the Twin Towers, self-combust, and I was like, this is clearly a controlled demolition. And I was trying to explain to people like what was really happening, and everyone was like, you're crazy. There's no way. I actually read the Patriot Act. I was one of the crazy people at that time who actually read the document. I said, all this is going to do is legitimize and give credence to and provide the legal framework to provide our DOD and other agencies to manipulate, control, and track and spy on us even more than they're already doing. And people said, anti-American, we need to support our troops, you're crazy. And I got really depressed, but we'll get into that a little bit later. I spent my career in Silicon Valley as an entrepreneur, working for high-tech infrastructure companies, but having learned how to follow the money, I started doing that. And what I realized is that all these big tech companies, the software companies, the platform providers, the data center owner-operators, which are the buildings that own all the servers, they're all owned and controlled by the same people. And it's all the people that you already know, the Vanguards, the BlackRocks, the State Streets. It's the same folks. And after a while, I said, you know what? I need to focus my time and my energy on trying to educate and train people on what's actually happening. And by the grace of God, I'm here today, still alive, talking about it.
So our goal today, yes, the globalists have dystopian plans. We know that. They want to enslave humanity. But that doesn't mean that this will be our future. We can make our own future, right? We can stand up for liberty. And I believe maybe we can even secure more liberty than we had even 50 years ago. That's my goal. And to do this, we the people have to work together. We the people have the power. So first of all, we have to see clearly. So let's kind of delve into the darkness here, and we'll talk about digital IDs. What is a digital ID? This is an electronic form of payment that will be connected to a centralized database, right? But then look at the last part of this definition, or authorize access to a digital environment, which means that they're rewiring the internet to be able to force us to identify ourselves before we access certain sites.
So real quick on top of that, how many of you have heard of the Kids Online Safety Act? It's KOSA, K-O-S-A. So what KOSA does is it instructs the Security of Commerce, our Federal Trade Commission, and the FCC to study systems capable of verifying a user's age at the device or operating system level, right? You say, this is crazy. This would never happen here in America. We have the freedom of speech. There's no way they would do this, right, Glenn?
Right.
There's no way.
So what we're talking about is absolute surveillance, centralized control, and they're weaponizing our data against us. So what I want to do is I want to just flip through some articles that kind of show the progression of how this is happening. So this is an article about China. What is China's proposed national internet ID and how is it different from the current digital ID system? And so they're talking about online access. So it's not just physical world, it's also online access.
And this is also good for you to share with your friends who are like, there's no way, right? Article after article that we're going to be flipping through proves definitively around the world that this is already happening. Not only around the world, but here too.
Globally coordinated event. So this is Australians. Federal government considers forcing Australians to provide ID to use social media and dating sites. Tony Blair admits UK will need a little persuading to embrace digital ID. Digital IDs are coming to social media in California's crackdown. Bill Gates pushes for age verification digital ID. On his way out, Biden issues executive order promoting digital ID and mobile driver's licenses. And then Trump's going to take care of us, right? So, of course, Chrissy Noem says real ID is needed to fly, which is a total lie, by the way. So how are they going to do this? How are they going to slip this in? They're devious. So they're going to do this online porn. We got to protect the kids from online porn. We got to protect the kids from social media sites, right? But how do you protect kids from online? How do you identify a kid's age? You have to identify everybody's age. So it's not about identifying the kid's age. It's about identifying all of us. That's what it's about.
And to be clear, we're not fans of kids accessing porn online. Just to be clear, right?
But government isn't the solution. So here's an interesting article. Child safety bills are reshaping the internet for everyone. Lawmakers across the country are trying to protect kids by age gating parts of the internet. That's a big clue there. 7 states push to require ID for watching porn online. Bipartisan bill aims to protect children online. This is Britain. They're doing it too. Children's safety online in 2025. Global leaders demand stronger rules. They don't care about our kids, right? Utah governor signs online child safety law requiring Apple and Google to verify users' ages. Now, here's the thing. This is not a left or right issue. This is, they don't care. They don't care whether, the left will pass vaccine passports, or they don't care if the right passes online or digital IDs for immigration purposes. They don't care. They just want this passed. But it's only for porn, right? It's only to protect kids against porn, right? But let's look at how it's creeping already. So Australians will soon need their age checked to log into online search for Google and whatever. Texas mandates digital ID to access App Store apps because you gotta verify that kids aren't downloading some app that gives them access to porn or whatever their excuse is. This is what Sean was talking about. Missouri introduces the first dual-level age assurance requirement for porn. This rule means porn sites will have to verify age of users on both the site and the device. And Apple and Google and Microsoft have the digital ID built into their computers. And so they're all ready for this. The infrastructure is ready for this.
And that's the key. What's key here is if you actually hear what their PR departments are saying, is they're saying, there's no way, we're not going to allow for this. This is bad. We're going to fight back against this. While they've already built it. Like it's already waiting to come. So as we know, these companies are lying nonstop, knowing that it's already en route.
Yep. Oh, whoops. So this is just also Apple, Microsoft, Google. They've already built in the digital ID into their devices. Okay, now let's switch to AI. You want to start that off?
Sure. So how many of you journal? Show of hands. So I journal too. I'm 45. I just turned 45. I've been journaling pretty much every day since I was 19 years old. I have stacks and stacks of books. I can go back to any period of my life and I could start reading through what I was thinking about. It's pretty awesome. It's pretty cool, right? But imagine not just keeping track of like some comments and some thoughts over those 25-ish years of my life, but seeing every text message, every phone call, every transaction I've ever done, every email, having access to all of that information and all of that data. As I travel the country and talk to people, I have people say, you know, it's not just, hey, I had a conversation about something and I saw an ad for that thing, right? That happens to everybody, right? But I have people like, they're reading my mind. They're reading my mind, right? I'm like, well, no. If I have access to that much information about you, it's pretty easy to predict what it is that you're going to want next. We're predictable species, folks. I know we want to believe that we're these special snowflakes, right? We're not. We're very predictable. And if you give something that much information and that much data, it can very easily predict what your next move is going to be, but also learn about you to the extent that it knows exactly what to say to trigger you and move you just even ever so slightly in a direction it might want you to go.
Yeah, so AI is designed, it was made for these big tech companies that are gathering so much information about us. How can they put all this information together into a usable form that they can then use against us? That's what AI is. It's not some lofty, we're going to create a, commander data from Star Trek.
You've got a story, though.
What's that?
You've got a story about AI.
Yes, I do. So this is actually something that hits home close with Eric. My son, Eric, I don't think you mind me telling this story. So he was about 20 years old, and he was going through a rough period in his life, right? Like a lot of people do in that age. And he was working as a line cook in a restaurant, and he was particularly upset this day, and he was quite angry and depressed and whatever. And he was listening to one particular song over and over and over again that whole day. And that song was called Rotten Apples. I don't actually know the song, but and then he gets off and he goes home, sits down, flipping through TikTok and flipping through the feed, and he comes across this meme. And it's a cartoon drawing. It's like this angry cartoon drawing of a cook. And the meme says, when you're a line cook and you're angry and you're depressed and you listen to Rotten Apples 24 hours a day and you want to kill yourself. That's what he saw. This was 2020. This was long before ChatGPT. This is long before people realized the power of AI. And so we started telling the story because this is one of the things that woke him up of what's really going on, because he'd heard me talking about this stuff, but then it became real for him, right? This was when, like I said, before ChatGPT, people had no idea the power of ChatGPT. But now, if you tell ChatGPT, create a cartoon drawing actually can create a photographic picture of an angry line cook. That would be nothing for ChatGPT. And then come up with this meme, that's nothing for ChatGPT. You can see that that's very possible now. When we first started telling people about it, it was kind of science fiction-y. But now you can see that that is real. But anyway, the point is, AI doesn't just gather data, and it doesn't just learn about us, it uses that data against us. And that's the point.
And this has been happening for a long time. And that's part of what I experienced and learned in the industry, going through hundreds, literally hundreds of data centers around the world. I've seen rooms this size and bigger, full of servers, whose only job it is to manipulate and spoof being accounts on social media websites to pump up certain causes, artists, musicians, and whatnot. Bots. They're called bots. And this is marketing companies who make hundreds of millions of dollars because they can turn a nobody into a somebody overnight and convince people, oh, this person's popular. Oh, this person's now playing on the radio all the time. Maybe we should go to their concert. Maybe we should listen to their stuff too, right? That's how they sell it to us. But this type of tech has been around since 2010, that has been used commercially. And what do we know that our DoD and DARPA have been using this stuff? They've had it for decades, right?
Yeah, now going back to Sean's point earlier about journaling, who here uses a Microsoft Windows computer? Raise your hand.
It's okay. I won't shame
Or
you.
Apple. Apple's
Publicly.
the same, so let's, yeah. So what they've got now is they've got AI that lives on your computer. So if you've got Copilot on your computer, it's taking a screenshot of your screen every second. And that AI that lives on your computer is analyzing that. It understands it. It's learning about you. This is where we're already at. This is what's happening now. So this is, again, this is not future stuff. This is happening now.
And we can talk for hours about AI.
Yeah.
Literally for hours. And it is very interesting what is happening with AI.
Yep. So let's move on to the next point here. And this is you.
All right. So every so often, I hear people talking about how X, Twitter, is this bastion of free speech, and how great Elon Musk is because he saved us from the evils that was the left wokeist mob on Twitter, right? Knowing how big tech works and knowing how the money behind most of this works, I started doing some research. And I started realizing that the games being played with all of the different Elon Musk related companies and entities are the same. It's the same game plan. And it's this bait and switch type of thing, as we were talking about. It's big tech. Hello? It's big tech specifically. Touch anything. It's big tech specifically doing what they always do, is they lie to our face while they're doing something on the back end. So let's talk about Tesla. Tesla's motto, accelerating sustainable transport. That sounds much better than mobile surveillance platform, right? And straight from their mouth, Tesla isn't just a car company, it's a data company. So that's straight from them. It's a data company. So not only is it tracking how you drive, where you drive, but it has cameras all around the outside and the inside of the vehicle, right? Pretty frightening. So next one, let's talk about Starlink. Internet access for underserved areas. Sounds much better than a global satellite surveillance network. And I'm going to blow your mind about Starlink. You know that Starlink has close to 8,000 satellites, most of which have cameras on them. You're like, 8,000? Well, that's a big number. 8,000 is literally 65% of all of the satellites in space. So Elon and Starlink control 65% of the satellites in space that have cameras that have the ability to read the data on a dime right now and can be repositioned anywhere around the world within minutes. Next one, let's talk about Twitter. Free speech platform, digital town square, right? Much better than digital ID verification system. And what the former CEO, as of recently, you have freedom of speech, folks, just not freedom of reach. And most people don't even know they've already implemented an algorithm on X that looks at your post and decides very subjectively, is this a mean, angry post that we want to de-amplify, or is it a safe, good post? And if it is, and you get enough safe, good posts, then they'll allow you to have that post reach more people on the platform. So this is where, like, I feel like I'm taking crazy pills when I talk to people about X and Twitter, because they think that it's this bastion of freedom of speech. Well, no, it's doing literally the same things that Facebook and TikTok and the rest have been doing. They just have the nice wrapper around it to make you feel much better about it, right? So how many of you know, hello? How many of you know that XAI, so the AI company that Elon also owns, bought X, Twitter? How many know that? That happened in March, handful of people. So now the AI company owns X, owns all of the data, owns all of the historical data, going back to the beginning of Twitter. It also owns all the data from Tesla, all the data from Starlink. Are you starting to get what's going on here? The sheer volume of data that Elon has access and control over, and I haven't even touched on Neuralink, is absolutely terrifying. It's absolutely terrifying. So please don't think to yourself that Elon has our best freedom of speech interests in mind. He's very purposefully and very intelligently, because these people, these psychopaths are brilliant, and they're psychopaths. They are brilliant. They've been using all of this information to build a machine that is going to have the intelligence to be able to do whatever they want it to do. That's the end game that they're pushing towards. Let's go to the next slide here. So Palantir is another fun one for you. And believe me, I knew that this stuff was bad, but as I started doing research for all of this, I literally had to walk away from my laptop and take a long walk, because I was just like, holy smokes. And then I had to get on my knees and I had to say, Lord, I know you got a plan here. So just keep me headed in the right direction and keep me safe. So Palantir is the processing engine for intelligence augmentation. So Peter Thiel's data mining company, co-founded. Did you guys know that Peter Thiel and Elon Musk worked together at PayPal back in the day? Yeah. So psychopaths working with psychopaths. Did you know that Palantir was funded by the CIA through InQtop, CIA's capital arm? Fun fact. Did you know that Peter Thiel is a frequent member of the Bilderberg Group? And not only that, but he's on the steering committees at Bilderberg Group. So Peter Thiel through Palantir has got access to the healthcare industry, the finance industry, the military, government, weather. They're branching out into all these different spaces, and they're making sense of all this information and all this data. It's literally like Star Trek Borg type of scenario. It's crazy. Then there's even more interconnectedness between Palantir and SpaceX and Elon Musk. So they're actually competing right now for the Golden Dome project with the DoD. They're going to put up close to 1,000 more satellites that specifically have laser beams and missiles attached to them, in addition to the cameras on them. Right? Fun stuff, right? We're living in Star Trek, Star Wars. This is not like, oh, it's going to happen in the future. No, it's happening now, and it's been happening for the last couple decades. Yeah, let's go to the next page before I start really freaking out. All right, so Musk collects your data voluntarily. Palantir processes everything. Government purchases the data, and they basically bypass the Constitution. And to be clear, it's not just Musk. I'm ranting on Musk, but because I don't have the time, I can't dig into Facebook, I can't dig into TikTok or Google or Apple or Microsoft or all these other companies that make, and I'm not exaggerating, over $1.5 trillion a year. $1.5 trillion a year between 7 big tech companies. A year. $1.5 trillion a year that they make, and they spend tens of billions of dollars a year on candidates and causes and organizations that are diametrically opposed to our liberty and our faith. Diametrically opposed. So if you heard me give that talk in the very beginning when I asked you a question about why do you have the tools of the enemy, if you can nod your head to what I'm saying, then you have to be like, holy crap, I need to get rid of it. Right? That's like saying, yeah, I know the McDonald's I'm eating is poison. I know it's not good for me, but it's that blue pill, it's just so good. Right? You have to make a decision.
So yes, their plans are dystopian. We know that. But I think we see it on the intuitive level, but I think we need to really understand this is really happening. They're attacking our liberty on the technological level. This is how they're attacking our liberty. That's why we need to become very aware about this stuff. So this quote here, for the first time in history, tyrants have the tools to achieve their goals. That is very true. But you know who recently said that? Was RFK Jr. RFK Jr. last year did a whole speech about how the tyrants have these tools, first time in history, to enslave humanity. And did anyone see what he came out with last week? Wearables. This is going to be his number one goal at the, what is it, NIH? NIH. Yeah. Is the largest advertising campaign they're going to do in history is going to get Americans to wear wearables that then share that data with health companies, government, Palantir, all of that stuff.
And we're not against wearables. Some people absolutely have to have them, whether you have diabetes or some kind of a heart condition. Wearables are not the problem.
Yeah.
It's what you do with the data that's collected from that wearable that becomes the problem. So where Glenn and I really focus is we have to get smarter about where the data is going. This is no different than me saying to you folks, you have to get smarter about where your food is coming from. You have to get smarter about that. Where is my food coming from? That should matter to you just as much as where does my data live? Who's collecting my data? But because this is I'm not tech savvy. Glenn, how many people have you talked to in the last year alone who have said, I'm not tech savvy?
Everybody that I talk to, yeah.
Everybody.
Yeah.
I hate to break it. You're not unique. Again, you're not the unique special snowflake being, I'm not tech savvy. 99.9% of the population is not tech savvy. But that's where we come in because we've been trying to translate this for y'all so that you take it seriously and you realize, holy smokes, I'm living in this toxic digital environment.
Yeah, and I want to follow up on that point there of the wearables aren't the problem. It's the centralization of data. That's the problem. It's the Palantir. Centralization of power is tyranny. The Constitution makes the U.S. a decentralized power structure. That's where liberty comes from. And that's true with technology, too. I mean, AI, wearables, all of these things are very powerful tools that we can use, but the information is ours. We have to maintain the information, and we have to, these people that just say, well, I'm not doing anything wrong, so I don't really care about my privacy, really need to understand the bigger picture here of what's really going on and how our liberty is being attacked. And it will become very evident within 5 years, I would say. Okay, so I do want to switch this talk around because, too often we go, it seems like we go negative, but I think we have to tell people what their plan is, because that is their plan, right? But I am optimistic about our future. I think we can secure a good future for our children and for ourselves. And not only can we protect liberty, but I think we can secure more liberty. I really do. I think we have lost our liberty because we have forgotten about the 10th Amendment. The 10th Amendment, I believe, is one of the keys to liberty. People have woken up en masse because of all of this stuff that they're doing. This is why they're trying to push so fast, is because people are waking up very, very quickly. And like I said, they're waking up. They don't trust these people. They know something's wrong, but they don't really know exactly how they're being attacked. The technology is how they're attacking our liberty.
And I'm convinced that the reason why so many people have woken up to your health because of COVID, right? How many people prior to COVID were clueless? So many. So is it really going to take something happening in the digital domain that completely blows you away and forces you into a digital prison before you're like, oh, I should take this seriously? Like, how can't we learn from the things that have been happening before we start to say, well, maybe this that happened over here is happening in another sector over here? Like Mr. Griffin taught us how this was happening in the financial industry, in the financial world. So as the prior speaker said, it's not that different, right? So it's happening in the health domain, duh, right? It's not hard to predict that the same thing's happening in the technology domain too, and that they're all being leveraged together, right? If you gave me trillions of dollars and I was a psychopath, I'd be able to pull off the same stuff too. Thankfully, I'm not. And I'm glad the Lord hasn't given me that much money, because I'd probably become a psychopath.
So we can't take liberty for granted. We can't take our privacy for granted. We must fight for our liberty. I don't believe in outsourcing our fight for liberty to politicians. I think we've proven that over and over again that we can't do that. Although Mr. Griffin says, we have to fight fire with fire and become part of the solution. Now I have a quick story here. I say it's time to unleash your inner mama and papa bear. So what do I mean by that? I have a friend who teaches personal defense and personal safety. And he teaches women a lot, and specifically women. And he says, unfortunately, when women find themselves under attack, they don't really fight much. They will give up too early. But he said, you put that same woman with her kids, and she will fight to the death. And that is the difference here. That is, when I say it's time to unleash your inner mama and inner papa bear, this is the time, this is where we're at, is our kids' liberty is at stake here. Within 5 years, 10 years, we've got a window of time that we can fight this, but we've got to step up now. We've got to step up and fight this, or the whole human race is going to be enslaved.
For their health, I mean, how many reports have to come out that prove definitively that smartphones and social media and time on these screens is not healthy for you, both from a physiological and health related from the radiation coming off of these things, but also from the garbage content that they're being fed? How many times until we say, you know what, line's been crossed, I'm in it, let's go. Let's take this, what can we do, right? I need to do something.
Yeah. Okay, so let's talk about the plan. We got a five-step plan here. So first step, become aware. Second step, get your own house in order. Third step is share, share, share. Fourth is follow your inspiration. And 5, surrender to God. And so I'm going to go through each of these points here. So become aware. They don't want you to know what they're doing. They want to sneak this in, and then one day you just wake up and, oh, I never realized I'm enslaved now. Like I said, we have a small window of time before this is implemented, fully implemented. So this is the time right now that we have to fight for this. Now, I do want to say this is something that Eric and I have talked a lot about with our business, and I was talking to Sean, he has the same view. I don't see us as our war is not against Big Brother and Big Tech.
Though you should boycott Big Tech.
What's that?
How that's not a thing, I don't know. We'll boycott Liberty Safes and Target
Yeah.
We're not going to boycott the companies that are exponentially more responsible for killing us. I mean,
Yeah, but our war is not with them. Our fight is for liberty. So we're not fighting against something, we're fighting for liberty. And that's a subtle point, but I think it's, at least it's important for me and Eric. I think it is a significant
and to the point that was made at the very early point of the day, words matter, right? So we would rather be working towards achieving something together than simply wanting to destroy something else.
Yeah. Okay, now get your own house in order. Learn privacy. Learn what it takes. It is a complex subject. I will tell you. I mean, you know it's a complex subject. That's why we focus on making it simple for the average person. But you got to get off devices. You got to get off the Apple and Microsoft and Google devices. But that's not all you have to do. You have to learn the right things to do, or getting the right device, getting off of the Apple device is not going to be enough if you then turn around and do some silly things that sacrifice your privacy.
So one of the key points is in people's think, well, if I'm not using Apple or Microsoft, then I can't function in the world. Then I can't do the things that I'm used to doing, which is not the case, right? When I say you should be eating healthier food, I'm not saying you shouldn't eat. I'm saying you should simply do the homework and figure out where is my protein and my produce coming from so that you can make smarter decisions. So when you start to really learn about, well, where is my data truly living? Who owns the app that I just installed on my phone? What do the terms of service say that I just instantly said, yep, I just want access. Yep, yes, yeah, okay, fine, yes. Just give me access, right? You didn't read any of it, but what you just did is gave away all the data on your phone. You don't know it, but that flashlight app that you just downloaded now has full access to your phone. And that's how they make their money. But it's free and it's super cool, right? But the reason why it's free and cool is because they're making money off of you in ways that you don't even know. So we just have to get smarter. And that's why we do what we do. We want to help you get smarter so you can make better decisions and not be living in that domain.
Yep. So be the example, teach your family, get your own house in order.
Hold on, one more topic, one thing I want to say. And we've got 20 minutes left. So
Yep.
We got good time. All right, so getting your own house in order. We can't rely, obviously, and we made a comment earlier about you can't trust the government or your politicians. Well, why can't we? Because they're psychopaths. They haven't gotten their own house in order. Are they truly godly, grounded, based humans who are compassionate and humble and loving people? More often than not, they're not. They're not. So we're trying to put our faith and trust in people who don't have their own house in order. So why are we trusting and entrusting leaders who don't have their own house in order? You look at their families, their marriages, their train wrecks, and yet we somehow think that they're going to somehow make good decisions for we the people? So a lot of what I truly care about, and I mentor entrepreneurs. I've been an entrepreneur since I was 19. I mentor them all the time, and I say, I really don't care about your business plan. I care about you. If you don't have your own stuff figured out, you're going to be a crappy boss, you're going to be a crappy dad, you're going to be a crappy husband. And I've had personal friends commit suicide and become addicts because they never got their own personal house in order. And their business suffers and their family suffers. So if you're not the role model for your kids, your employees, by having your own house in order, then none of the rest of it matters. It does not matter. So that's one of the key things that I want you to walk away with, is you have to get this stuff figured out. You have to become the role model that you want your friends and family, who, if your partner is saying, I'm sorry, I just can't get on board with this, there's probably a reason for it. It's because they really don't see the change in you that they should see.
Okay, so the third point is share. We don't need to change everybody's mind. All changes throughout history, actually I've been studying this recently, is 3.5% is really the percentage that you need of passionate people to make a real change in society. And you can go back to the Revolutionary War, and this number holds true.
And this is like marketing fundamentals. Once you have about 3%, 3.5% of the market share is when things get catalytic and start going. You know what the good news is, Glenn?
Yep.
Linux, which is the open source operating system for your laptops and your desktops. And we can talk to you about all those options if you come outside and just talk to us, is at 3.5%. It was at like 2% about a year ago. It's starting to hit that hockey stick of growth. And the tools are getting better because there's more users. And because there's more users, there's more capital flooding into these businesses and teams to develop it because people are starting to vote with their dollars. That's awesome. This is actually a really good thing. We need more of it.
Yeah, so we the people still have the power. I mean, if you look at it, you can say, okay, well, how can we compete against Google and Apple and the US government and all of these hugely powerful entities? We the people still have the power, otherwise they would just enslave us all right now. Just go into your house and don't come out.
They'd go full China.
Yeah, they would. They can't because we have the power. And so this is the way it is. But we need to spread the word in a grassroots way. It's not like we can go and do Google ads. I mean, if we go to any marketing company right now and say, you know, how do we grow our business? Well, you got to do Google ads, Facebook ads, something like that. Yeah. Every one of them says that.
How do I grow my business without using Facebook?
Yeah, I mean, everybody does that. We don't want to do that. And I'm not talking about necessarily spreading the word of our business, but spread the word of this mission. We have to do it person to person. We have to have a grassroots movement to do this. So,
and tactfully too, because as we learned with COVID, you can't hit people over the head with a sledgehammer. You have to figure out, okay, what is the topic that I can start to, you don't come in with like chemtrails, right? Because most people are going to instantly write you off, right? You have to come in with like food. Like food security is a big thing. Like where does your protein and produce come from? Most people are like, oh, I don't know. I never thought about that, right? You have to figure, what is the topic? How can I slowly drip some things in until finally they're like, tell me more. And you're like, yes.
Okay, next slide is follow your inspiration. I think this is a very important one. Don't do this out of fear. Don't act out of fear. Do it out of love. Do it out of love for your kids and love for liberty and love for your country or love for whatever. But don't do it out of fear. Do what you can to spread the word. We each have our own skill sets, and so we've got to take advantage of those individual skill sets. Maybe that means you're going to run for local office. Maybe you're going to run for mayor or governor or
school board,
whatever. 10th Amendment, I mentioned this earlier. The 10th Amendment is why we have lost so much liberty over the last century, is because we've forgotten about the 10th Amendment. And the Constitution is the foundation of our laws, and it gives very little authority to the federal government. It's all states and to we the people. So as a state, this is what I would love to see. I would love to see a governor stand up and say, federal government has no authority in this state on anything unless they can prove their constitutional authority to do X, Y, Z. That's what it needs to do.
I would love to see our state representatives and senators and governor and all the other elected people actually take a test that they actually know the Constitution as well and have actually read it, right? That would be good. And their state constitution, not just the federal constitution, but the state constitutions.
Yep. Okay, so this is our final message here, and it is our last slide too. After you do your best, that's all you can do. Surrender to God. Leave it in God's hands. Live your best life possible. Enjoy life. I mean, I think that's something that is when we get into the darkness sometimes, when we talk about all these dark subjects, we've got to be aware of that, but we've got to live over here. We've got to live a life of love and liberty and with family and friends and enjoying our lives, all of that stuff. We still have to do what we need to do what we're inspired to do. I think inspiration comes from God. Do what we're inspired to do the best you can do, then all you can do is surrender.
And so at our company, we offer free 15 to 30 minute digital privacy consultations. You can go to mark37.com, go to the top of the page, sign up for a free 15 to 30 minute digital privacy consultation. The only reason why I say that is because when I talk to people, and I talk to people literally every day about this topic, they say this is just too overwhelming. And I know it is. And we try to break it into step-by-step digestible chunks for you. But at the end of the day, if this is too stressful for you and you start getting anxiety and it just becomes overwhelming, stop. Stop. Just stop. It's not worth it. It's just not worth it. And the other thing is, maybe you don't need one of the most sophisticated, intelligent devices ever made living in your pocket or in your home all day, every day. Maybe you don't need that. Remember all of 15 years ago, 20 years ago, when we had phones stuck on the wall? And we all got along totally fine. My mom told me, hey, Sean, get the hell out of the house. Don't come home until dinner time. She had no freaking idea where I was. Was I getting in trouble? Yeah. But I was being a kid, right? So we can't be like, the surveillance state stinks, and yet be like, but I'm going to put a tracking app on my kid's phone so I know where they are all times of the day, because things are dangerous. Yes, they're dangerous, but guess what, folks? If you actually look at the stat, and you may be in a city that truly is, I just came from Memphis yesterday. Memphis is pretty freaking gnarly. It's pretty gnarly, right? If I was living downtown Memphis, I probably would have a tracking app on my kid's phone, right? But if I'm in rural South Carolina, I have no need for that. I live around amazing people who know my kids. And if they see my kids doing something, they'll call me up and be like, hey, Tyler's on the Forerunner doing donuts in my backyard, right? I don't need to see that and be like, why is his thing spinning around and around in the backyard? We've been sold this illusion that we have to have access and know where they are because I want to make sure they're safe. They've sold us that. Don't you want to know that your kids are safe? Don't you want to track them? You must not love your kids if you don't want to do that. And then you feel bad. You're like, well, maybe I'm not a good parent because I don't know if my kid's safe. Oh no, my son had to wait 7 minutes outside school before he got picked up. We all probably waited hours. And at some point we just said, screw it, I'm gonna walk home. But now we have kids like, you didn't pick me up. Tough. Get over it, right? Like, why do we live in this mentality? It makes no sense to me, folks. We have to break out of that cycle. Just like you break out of the cycle of, I'm not going to eat the poison anymore. Once you read the ingredients and you know, okay, I know that's poison, that's poison, that's poison, you can't unlearn that. You can't unknow that. Then you know I'm eating the poison, and eventually you're like, I'm not going to do it anymore. Once you start to learn this stuff, and this is going to be hard for some people, and again, if it's just too overwhelming, hopefully we want to encourage you to be like, yeah, I was able to use a new browser, and it actually worked better. I was able to learn how to use a new thing that's actually going to protect my privacy. I let my kid go play, and he didn't have a tracking thing on him, and he came home safe. Like, baby steps through this process. For some, it takes hours, and they're migrated over, they're off to the races. For some, it takes years. It literally does. That's okay. That is totally okay. You don't have to feel like you have to rush into this because, as I know Glenn knows, I swear to you, when we have customers that come in and they buy like $3,000 worth of stuff and they get like 2 new phones and 3 new laptops and they get all this stuff, and we're like, oh no. Because we know we're going to get a phone call from that person who's like, I don't know how to do any of this stuff. Well, did you read the manuals? Did you spend the time? Baby steps. Get one thing. Just try one thing and then move on to the next and then move on. This is like walking into the karate studio and being like, I want to be a black belt. I got 5 hours. That's not how this works, folks. You have to learn the basic forms. You have to go through that until you can then move on to the next level and then the next level. You don't walk in and be like, give me the sensei, let's friggin' go, right?
Yeah, and I'll say there is a lot to know with privacy. And one of the things that I've learned teaching privacy over the many years is when people learn about it and they get excited about it, they want to dive right in. And they want to do everything within a month. And it's what Sean's talking about. There is a lot to know. And you've developed these bad habits over decades. And so you've got to give yourself a chance to unwind them and don't be in a terrible rush to be totally, this is where I want to be in 30 days. Have a plan and just move forward in a steady, methodical way. You've still got your life. You don't want to just do this, drop everything else, do this. Just to have a plan, just do it methodically, and that's what we do with Privacy Academy is we just take it bite-sized pieces. So do this, don't think about anything else, just do this. And then do this, and don't think about anything else.
Right.
Yeah, we're ready for questions.
Well, I got one more thing to say.
Okay.
So our digital privacy and security is exactly like your physical privacy and security. So when someone like my dad, he's 80 some odd years old, he doesn't need to be special forces trained. If he wants to do that, great, right? But that's not what he needs. He doesn't need to become a two-gun master and learn Krav Maga. He doesn't need that. So what we really want to stress is you have to figure out what is your own situation, and that's why we do our consults, because we want to figure out where are you at in your life so that we can deliver the right tools to help you. No different than your health and wellness doctor who's going to be like, well, you're unique in that you don't need some of the things that someone else is going to need. So there's no need to bring give grandma the bazooka when that's not what she needs. And she might spend hours being like, I've been trying to get the bazooka to work. And I'm like, oh, put the thing down. Let's just give you the Nerf gun first. Especially when she's like, I'm not tech savvy. I'm afraid of technology. I don't like my phone. That's like literally going to the arms instructor and saying, I hate guns. I get super nervous when I use them. I shake and whatnot. You don't give that person the bazooka. That's not what you do. And yet that's what Apple and Google and Microsoft and all this whole industry has been like, take the bazookas. They're so easy to use. Try not to blow your head off. But you're blowing your digital heads off all day, every day, and those around, and you don't even.
So we've got a booth out back, both of our booths. We have different companies, by the way, privacyacademy.com and
Mark37.com.
And then we've got different booths out here. So please join us. And we've got 5 minutes to answer questions.
So specifically to your products, how do they differ from other products who say they don't track you?
So her question is, how do products differ from other products that say they don't track you? There's so many products in the marketplace that
they
say
don't want us to do questions.
We can't do. We're not set up for it.
Okay.
So I'm sorry. Come by our booth. We'd be happy to answer that question for you. But you can find us online, mark37.com, privacyacademy.com. We have so much education and training. Between Glenn and I, we probably spent tens of thousands of hours creating content just to help you make this transition happen. And I hate to say it, but it's like privacy for dummies, right? Because we're not dummies.
Yep.
Privacy for not tech savvy folks, right?
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Sean, Glenn, you guys are awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And we're gonna have time shortly to go visit them and all the booths. And I want to say thank you to everybody that's been speaking today as well. We have G. Edward Griffin coming up in the next segment. So we're going to need to come back here by 4:15 as well. But first, let's let them have it in a good way. All of our speakers this afternoon, what do you think? How about it? Yeah.
Ontario, co-founder of Mark37.com. I spent my career in Silicon Valley working for high-tech infrastructure companies, and I've witnessed firsthand the surveillance apparatus they've built. Most of you already know we're in a digital war right now, but are you really aware that we're trying to fight this war with the weapons and tools of the enemy? That Android or iPhone in your pocket, that MacBook or Windows laptop, it's a tracking device feeding everything you say and do to companies that want you under their control or eliminated entirely. Every text, call, location, even how long you pause on a post. They track it all and use complex algorithms to then use this data to manipulate your behavior. If you knew someone hacked your devices and was selling your data without your consent, you'd be furious and terrified. So why are you okay with these companies doing this to you right now? Here's what they don't want you to know. There is another way. At mark37.com, we offer phones, laptops, tablets, and even basic flip phones, all running systems big tech can't access unless you explicitly give them access. And what's even better is you also don't need to sacrifice productivity. I'm one of thousands of geeks mobilized across this country, building tools and providing education and support to help you live anonymously online before they enforce digital ID. Go to mark37.com. Sign up for a free 30-minute digital privacy consultation. Join hundreds of thousands who have decided to stop feeding their data to companies actively working to enslave us. Take back your communications. Take back your data. And may God bless you on your journey.
Welcome to the Reality Zone, your ultimate source for knowledge and truth. At realityzone.com, we offer a wide selection of books, audios, and videos, all designed to educate, inform, and inspire. But more importantly, offers an alternative to the mainstream narrative fueled by corrupt government and institutional propaganda. Whether you're interested in freedom, health, money, or general knowledge, we have you covered. Discover our bestsellers like Creature from Jekyll Island, an eye-opening exploration into the world of banking and finance, and World Without Cancer, which challenges conventional views on health and disease, and much more thought-provoking content from G. Edward Griffin. Visit Reality Zone today and take the red pill. Step into a world of awareness where once the bell is rung, it can never be unrung. Plus, don't miss us at this year's Red Pill Expo that brings together experts and enthusiasts from around the world. Visit redpillexpo.org for more information. Check out realityzone.com today for these titles and exclusive Red Pill Expo content available on thumb drive for the first time ever. There will be great deals and discounts, all in time for holiday shopping.
Former KGB operative Yuri Bezmenov defected to the United States and became an American citizen. In this interview, he describes the 4 stages of ideological subversion used by the Communist Party to take over the United States.
When the Soviets use the phrase ideological subversion, what do they mean by it?
Ideological subversion is the slow process which we call either ideological subversion or active measures, активные мероприятия in the language of the KGB, or psychological warfare. What it basically means is to change the perception of reality of every American to such an extent that despite of the abundance of information, no one is able to come to sensible conclusions in the interests of defending themselves, their families, their community, and their country. It's a great brainwashing process which goes very slow, and it's divided in 4 basic stages. The first one being demoralization. It takes from 15 to 20 years to demoralize a nation. Why that many years? Because this is the minimum number of years which requires to educate one generation of students in the country of your enemy, exposed to the ideology of the enemy. In other words, Marxism-Leninism ideology is being pumped into the soft heads of at least 3 generations of American students without being challenged or counterbalanced by the basic values of Americanism, American patriotism. The demoralization process in the United States is basically completed already. For the last 25 years, actually it's overfulfilled, because demoralization now reaches such areas where previously not even Comrade Andropov and all his experts would even dream of such a tremendous success. Most of it is done by Americans to Americans, thanks to lack of moral standards. As I mentioned before, exposure to true information does not matter anymore. A person who was demoralized is unable to assess true information. The facts tell nothing to him. Even if I shower him with information, with authentic proof, with documents, with pictures, even if I take him by force to the Soviet Union and show him concentration camp, he will refuse to believe it until he is going to receive a kick in his fat bottom. When a military boot crashes his balls, then he will understand, but not before that. That's the tragic of the situation of demoralization. The next stage is destabilization. This time, subverter does not care about your ideas and the patterns of your consumption. Whether you eat junk food and get fat and flabby, doesn't matter anymore. This time, and it takes only from 2 to 5 years to destabilize a nation, it's what matters is essentials: economy, foreign relations, defense systems. And you can see it quite clearly that in some areas, in such sensitive areas as defense and economy, the influence of Marxist-Leninist ideas in the United States is absolutely fantastic. I could never believe it 14 years ago when I landed in this part of the world, that the process will go that fast. The next stage, of course, is crisis. It may take only up to 6 weeks to bring a country to the verge of crisis. You can see it in Central America now. And after crisis, with a violent change of power, structure, and economy, you have so-called the period of normalization. It may last indefinitely. Normalization is a cynical expression borrowed from Soviet propaganda. When the Soviet tanks moved into Czechoslovakia in '68, Comrade Brezhnev said, "Now the situation in brotherly Czechoslovakia is normalized." This is what will happen in the United States if you allow all these schmucks to bring the country to crisis, to promise people all kind of goodies and the paradise on earth, to destabilize your economy, to eliminate the principle of free market competition, and to put a big brother government in Washington, D.C., with benevolent dictators like Walter Mondale, who will promise lots of things, never mind whether the promises are fulfillable or not. Your leftists in United States, all these professors and all these beautiful civil rights defenders, they are instrumental in the process of the subversion only to destabilize the nation. When their job is completed, they are not needed anymore. They know too much. Some of them, when they get disillusioned, when they see that Marxist-Leninists come to power, obviously they get offended. They think that they will come to power. That will never happen, of course. They will be lined up against the wall and shot. But they may turn into the most bitter enemies of Marxist-Leninists when they come to power. And that's what happened in Nicaragua. You remember most of these former Marxist-Leninists were either put to prison or one of them split, and now he's working against Sandinistas. It happened in Grenada when Maurice Bishop was already a Marxist. He was executed by a new Marxist who was more Marxist than this Marxist. Same happened in Afghanistan when first there was Taraki, he was killed by Amin, then Amin was killed by Babrak Karmal with the help of KGB. Same happened in Bangladesh when Mujibur Rahman, very pro-Soviet leftist, was assassinated by his own Marxist-Leninist military comrades. It's the same pattern everywhere. The time bomb is ticking. With every second, the disaster is coming closer and closer. Unlike myself, you will have nowhere to defect to.
The book described in this message is a spoof to dramatize the evil strategies it pretends to advocate.
Tired of empty-headed media pundits pushing someone else's world agenda and not yours? Now you can learn the hidden secrets of world domination in Sir Lawrence McAllister's Conquer the Planet, a modern-day global enslavement handbook. Own and control media outlets, infiltrate centers of power, create your own valueless paper money system that will have you living like a king. All this and much more can be found in Sir Lawrence McAllister's Conquer the Planet, a modern-day global enslavement handbook. Available online and through bookstores everywhere. Rule humanity with an iron fist.
Welcome to Reality Zone, the official store for Red Pill University and Red Pill Expo, where we invite you to embark on a transformative journey toward uncovering the truths that lie beneath the surface of our modern society. Inspired by the powerful message of Take the Red Pill, our mission is to empower individuals to break free from the illusions propagated by fake news, corrupt politics, and institutional propaganda. Our carefully curated selection of books and recordings addresses the critical issues of freedom, health, and financial independence. Learn how elitist agendas threaten your rights and discover the healing power of nature, challenging the influence of big pharma. Explore the complex world of money and banking to reveal hidden systems affecting your wealth and liberty. Step into the reality zone, take the red pill, and embrace the knowledge that transforms your understanding of the world. But once you take the red pill, the illusion can never be restored. Once you enter the reality zone, you can never return to the twilight zone from which you came.
This is merely to introduce properly one Robert F. Williams, the president in exile of this Republic of New Africa and the author of The Crusader. Now here is what Robert Williams says. The lifeblood of U.S. capitalism is its productive capacity and its extensive commerce. If these two factors were to become paralyzed and rendered sterile, the orderly function of the government establishment would degenerate into a state of chaos, and the superstructure of the system would collapse. The more automated a society is, the more vulnerable it is to forces of calamity. What would highly mechanized America be without electrical power? What would it be without modern transportation? What would it be without its industrial capacity? And then, having asked these questions, Robert Williams proceeds to explain in minute detail exactly how to manufacture the devices that can be used by a mere handful of people to ensure that highly automated America will lose its electrical power, its modern transportation, and its industrial capacity. I can assure you, ladies and gentlemen, that less than a dozen people, if they know what they're doing, can reduce any of our major cities into a helpless, seething mass of confusion, panic, and death. Just one person can poison the city's entire water supply, or destroy the main aqueduct, or blow up the principal pumping stations. And where would people in Los Angeles, for instance, get a drink of water if it didn't come out of a pipe? And how long can a human being survive without water? 4 or 5 days, perhaps? But long before that, there'd be tens of thousands of people dead in our cities, not from thirst, but because they were unable to defend what water they had from roving bands of desperate people who were dying of thirst. And that's thinking only of the loss of water. In your mind's eye, compound that with no food, no electricity, no way to dispose of sewage, no police protection, no water pressure to fight fires, no radio or TV, no telephone, no buses, no gasoline for your car, no way to escape, no place to go if you could. And don't think for a minute that the countryside would be immune from disaster either. In this issue of The Crusader, the communists call not only for extensive chaos within the cities, but for putting to the torch every village, every forest, every field, and every barn. The plan is for raging fires from one city to the next. The reason? Well, first, there's the value of sheer destruction. Secondly, it would force us to deploy our defenses and rescue units over the widest possible area. The communists point out that as long as our police and National Guard remain concentrated, they're invincible. But if they can be forced to spread out over the entire city and into the countryside as well, then they can be picked off from ambush one by one. And the third value of massive fire to the communists is psychological. The average American, they say, soft and decadent, when he sees billows of black smoke rising from one horizon to the other, when at night the only light he has to see by is the flickering red from flames leaping into the sky, he'll become paralyzed with fear and panic. He'll run away and hide and do nothing to interfere with the guerrilla bands as they strike at the community's power centers. The Crusader explains how to set up sniper units in crowded metropolitan areas, how to manufacture jumbo Molotov cocktails, the gallon jug size, and how to mix the gasoline with certain ingredients to make it burn like napalm, how to pour gasoline into utility manholes in the streets to set fire to the main telephone cables, how to put sulfur tips from matches into air conditioning units and blow up large buildings, how to ignite gas mains and oil storage tanks. It explains how radio-controlled model airplanes can be used to fly explosive heavily guarded fences into gasoline storage areas or munition stockpiles.
Tired of your devices spying on you? Discover privacy-focused technology, training, and support you can trust.
Sean Patrick Terrio. I've spent a career in Silicon Valley working for different data center companies, hosting companies, learning how the sausage is really made, following the money, because we all have to follow the money. Look at who really controls and owns these big tech companies, and then look at the ethos of the people that actually own these big tech companies. And I think we all know the ethos of the people that run these big tech companies is evil. They are evil people. They want a depopulation agenda. Are we at war right now? We're at war right now, right? So if we're at war and I give you a weapon, and I say this weapon that I'm giving you has a GPS tracking device on it, a camera and a microphone, and all of that information is being fed to the enemy that you're about to go fight, would you use that weapon? Then why do you have their devices and their comms in your pockets right now? Why? It's because we have been brainwashed and we've been sold and told this illusion that this is so convenient. This is just too convenient, so convenient, you can't live without it.
But there is another way.
So what I'm here to tell you is you can. There is another way. It is called open source software. Open source software and operating systems, because the operating system of a device is what controls the device.
That's where Mark37.com comes in, offering privacy-first phones, laptops, tablets, and real training so you can finally live free from big tech's control. Explore the Ghost phone, Ghost laptop, Ghost tablet, and expert support built to protect your digital life.
So find us. You can find us online, mark37.com. Again, my name is Sean Patrick Terrio. So blessed to be here. Thank you. Thank you all.
Visit mark37.com. Take back your privacy today.
When you are feeling a little sick, then double up, double up, double up, double up.
Have a couple more screws.
Introducing Cardio Miracle, the ultimate solution for cardiovascular health and overall well-being. Backed by cutting-edge science, Cardio Miracle is a comprehensive nitric oxide supplement designed to support your heart health, boost your immune system, and enhance your energy levels. Cardio Miracle is not just another supplement, it's a life changer. Formulated by John Hewlett, this revolutionary product harnesses the power of nitric oxide to support your heart health, immune system, and overall well-being.
17 years ago, I had an emergency appendectomy that led me to have a less than satisfactory experience in the hospital. I almost died several times. I had some misdiagnosis, some malpractice. It was a horrific experience. So that led me on a research journey to try to find a natural solution to having bypass surgery. And once I learned the science and learned that it had been awarded the Nobel Prize, I was stunned that we didn't know about this research of how effective the spark of life and this essential third gas was in the body's existence.
Backed by scientific studies, Cardio Miracle combines over 50 whole food nutrients in one serving. It's convenient, effective, and affordable, costing less than a cup of coffee a day. Just 2 servings a day, and you'll experience improved circulation, boosted energy, and essential immune support. Every serving of Cardio Miracle is packed with bioavailable nutrients, vitamins, minerals, and antioxidants. It's gluten-free, dairy-free, and soy-free, making it suitable for everyone. Nitric oxide, often called the miracle molecule, is essential for maintaining healthy blood flow and cardiovascular function.
So Cardio Miracle is the only nitric oxide supplement ever tested in the laboratory of the top expert in the world, Tadeusz Maletsky. It's the only nutritional cardiovascular nitric oxide product that actually has now 3 published studies at the scientific level. And now over 50,000 people in the last 10 years have used Cardio Miracle to amazing results all over the world, and that's growing every day. And we're excited to have you be the next Cardio Miracle.
Meet G. Edward Griffin, a renowned author and researcher who has uncovered truths that have changed the way we understand the world. His groundbreaking book, The Creature from Jekyll Island, takes you on a thrilling journey into the secret world of the Federal Reserve. It's a detective story, but everything is true. This is essential reading for anyone curious about the origins and impact of our monetary system. In World Without Cancer, Griffin challenges the conventional understanding of health, presenting compelling evidence that cancer is linked to a deficiency in a natural compound that can be found in 1,400 edible plants, but which have been deleted from modern diets due to their slightly bitter taste, such as is found in apple seeds. This book explores alternative perspectives that can defeat cancer simply by restoring small amounts of this substance to our daily diet. At realityzone.com, you'll find these best-selling titles and a collection of other thought-provoking works as well. From history and health to economics and geopolitics, there's something for everyone with a curious mind. Visit realityzone.com to discover exclusive offers when books are bundled, save up to 20%, and unlock deeper insights into the world around us.
Introducing the Folium suite of super antioxidant nutritional supplements. This suite includes Folium PX, a powerful antioxidant and detoxification supplement, Folium Immuno, a dynamic immune support supplement, and Folium Relax, an effective anxiety relief supplement.
Hello, I'm Dr. James Privatera, MD. Using hair mineral testing and analysis among several patients, I had them take Folium PX after the initial test revealed elevated levels of toxic metals. After 30 days of taking Folium PX, I took another hair sample and tested the hair sample for the toxic metal levels. The results in each patient were significant reductions in excess metals, from 41% all the way to 100%. As a medical doctor who has witnessed the results firsthand, I recommend that you try Folium PX yourself. Experience the benefits of toxic metal reduction, which are increased energy, clearer thinking, and overall feeling better.
Folium has received prestige awards from the America Eurasia Center, Corporate Live Wire, and UK Health Radio, and has been nominated for the prestigious Lasker Award. To order, visit folium-px.com. U.S. Air Force Major Tom Haviland bravely refused to take the COVID vaccine, encouraged others not to take it, and exposed the jab's most spectacular and deadly side effect being hidden from the public by funeral directors and doctors.
Hey, this is Robert Scott Bell. You probably are sick of seeing me as the MC for the Red Pill Expo, but what can I say? I can't say no to Ed. What are you going to say? G. Edward Griffin calls you. So love you all. Appreciate you so much. Many of you might know me from the Robert Scott Bell Show. I've been doing this show for over 25 years in broadcast media. Yes, you have a friend in the media that has been red-pilled and been red-pilling for decades. Oh, not as long as Ed, but hey, I'll take a fraction of that. That's okay. Also, I'm a homeopath. What does that mean? Don't be frightened. It means I bring the power to heal back to you where it belongs. It's not like I haven't give it to you. I just remind you of where it's originating from and then kind of tap you into some of those things that you're never going to hear about in the mainstream legacy media. No pharmaceutical pills here, no shots needed, nothing like that. I'm on 6 days a week, believe it or not. Yes, 6 days a week. So beyond the Red Pill Expo, you can still catch me up 2+ hours every day, Monday through Friday live, additional hour on Sundays. Where do you listen? Where do you watch it? Come on over to robertscottbell.com. And then there's a listen or live or watch live link. It's just /live. And you can see that here on the video. Now, another thing I like to do, because I don't sell products on my show, I certainly talk about the things I believe in. I consider them RSB approved. I've been at this for so long. So if you want to learn about how to get healthy and stay healthy, there's a whole section on the website you can see here, products we love section, and just click on anything to get discounts, the best stuff available for you, whether it be supplements, services, different things like that. There's a lot to learn, and I've been doing it for so long. I still have more to learn, but I love to teach as well. Also, one of the things I talk about, economic healing. You guys maybe don't know about this, but the United Precious Metals Association, which is one of the links we have here, you can set up a free account. It's like having your own trust. Just with an email, you could set up your kids, your grandkids. They can start saving in real money, sound money, gold, silver, gold backs. And that's available there for you for free. And we have that link up in the products we love section at robertscottbell.com. There's also so much more, including once a month, I meet with you, those of you who are really interested in learning more, with a Patreon support page. Thank you for supporting this message of health, freedom, and healing liberty. You can get more, you can give more. And that is with our Patreon page. We have a monthly meeting via Zoom where we see one another. You can submit questions that I can't answer into the public's domain, but in that private group, you can plug in and learn a lot as well. Wonderful opportunity there. So there's so much happening here at the Red Pill Expo. I just want to remind you that beyond the Red Pill Expo, we can stay in touch. We can keep the red pill bouncing, so to speak, and bring the power to heal back where it belongs with each and every one of you. So thank you to G. Edward Griffin and the crew at the Red Pill Expo for supporting this message of health, freedom, and healing liberty. And you'll always have a home here with me on the Robert Scott Bell Show, robertscottbell.com.
Have you ever wondered why so much of what you hear in the media feels filtered or even manipulated? The truth is, most major news outlets are controlled by collectivists, people who think it's their duty to shape what you believe. So the common man ends up with a so-called correct opinion. At needtoknow.news, we do things differently. We provide unfiltered news and commentary as an antidote to the mainstream's newspeak. Here, there are no distractions with sports or celebrity gossip. Instead, we focus on what truly matters: your freedom, your health, and your financial security. And while we stand for individualism, we promise this: we'll never twist the facts just to fit our view. Even if the truth is uncomfortable, we'll report it anyway and let truth have its voice. Join thousands who refuse to be misled. Sign up for the needtoknow.news newsletter today and start seeing the world as it really is. From the desk of G. Edward Griffin comes a powerful revelation: the chasm, collectivism versus individualism, the issue behind all issues. Collectivists are those who advocate collectivism, the belief that the group is more important than the individual, and that individuals must be sacrificed, if necessary, for the greater good of the greater number. Individualists are those who advocate individualism, the belief that the individual is more important than the group, because the group is merely an abstraction and exists only to the extent that individuals exist, and that the defense of individual rights is the greater good of the greater number. Dive into this concise 48-page work that lays bare the conflict shaping our world today: the chasm, collectivism versus individualism, at chasm.realityzone.com.
I'm Sean Patrick Theriault, co-founder of Mark37.com. I spent my career in Silicon Valley working for high-tech infrastructure companies, and I've witnessed firsthand the surveillance apparatus they've built. Most of you already know we're in a digital war right now, but are you really aware that we're trying to fight this war with the weapons and tools of the enemy? That Android or iPhone in your pocket, that MacBook or Windows laptop, it's a tracking device feeding everything you say and do to companies that want you under their control or eliminated entirely. Every text, call, location, even how long you pause on a post, they track it all and use complex algorithms to then use this data to manipulate your behavior. If you knew someone hacked your devices and was selling your data without your consent, you'd be furious and terrified. So why are you okay with these companies doing this to you right now? Here's what they don't want you to know. There is another way. At Mark37.com, we offer phones, laptops, tablets, and even basic flip phones, all running systems big tech can't access unless you explicitly give them access. And what's even better is you also don't need to sacrifice productivity. I'm one of thousands of geeks mobilized across this country, building tools and providing education and support to help you live anonymously online before they enforce digital ID. Go to mark37.com. Sign up for a free 30-minute digital privacy consultation. Join hundreds of thousands who have decided to stop feeding their data to companies actively working to enslave us. Take back your communications. Take back your data. And may God bless you on your journey.
All right, welcome back, one and all. It's time to get the afternoon rolling, and wow, packed afternoon. Once again, welcome. My name is Robert Scabell, MC host for you here. And I see you guys out there watching online, man. It is buzzing. I kind of checked out the feed. Everybody's chatting with one another. It's quite a community around the world that are watching, so you're welcome too. But I would encourage you in the future if you can join us. As I said, I keep concerning about the AI. What's real, what's not? Well, when you're here, you know what's real. And I appreciate all y'all being out there as well. So this afternoon, the truth is out there. We've got two dynamic speakers. One, well, I think you've heard of both of them, I hope. But G. Edward Griffin will be coming up in a little while. But this first guy is amazing. He's recently been elected president of the John Birch Society this year. He's also senior editor of the New American. And he's done a lot of research, a lot of work with G. Edward Griffin back 50 years ago. He doesn't look that old. I don't know. Well, let's bring him up. You guys decide. William Jasper, Bill Jasper, welcome to the Red Pill Expo stage. Bill, glad to have you here again. Thank you. Thank you. Mic is muted. All right, let's unmute your mic. Apologize. Let me get you unmuted here. It's hiding back here. And you are good to go.
All right. Are we on? Okay. Let's see if we can get everything up here. Be with you in just a moment. Got to make sure the program. Oh, there we go. Well, it is a pleasure and an honor to be back here at Red Pill. Ed Griffin is one of my favorite people in the whole world. I have been honored to work with him for many decades, going back to, well, you saw the video interview with Yuri Bezmenov. I worked with him and Congressman Larry McDonald, the Western Goals Foundation, back in the late 70s and early 80s when he was making those films for Congressman McDonald. And as you'll see as we go on, my relationship with Ed goes back even further than that. For all the folks that are out there watching online or who will be watching in replays of this, glad to be here to speak to all of you as well. Now, I know the people who attend Red Pill Expos are not woke, but awake, and that all of us are in a stage of awakening if we've been red-pilled, but none of us ever get fully enlightened, fully awakened. There's always more truths to learn, and there's all kinds of falsehoods, lies, and narratives that have to be unlearned, that we have been saturated in, marinated in our whole lives, in the media, in our textbooks, in our schooling, in our culture. Well, my assigned topic today is on the brink of United Nations world government. Wake up. And so, as I said, most of the people here are awake. And probably most of you out there watching online consider yourselves awake also. But I'm going to be going over some things that I think probably most of you are unaware of, because this whole idea of world government has been around for a long time, for millennia. We've had, from ancient times to today, efforts by various power-hungry individuals and oligarchies to take over the world. And we've had the Egyptian Empire and the Persian Empire and the Mongol Empire and the British Empire. None of them actually achieved world government. In the 18th, 19th, and 20th centuries, there have been many groups promoting the idea that all humanity needs to come together under one government. And most of these groups have been socialist, communist, or collectivist in some form, advocating world government. Because if you're going to have world government, you're going to have to concentrate power worldwide in order to enforce world law. So we are on the brink right now, and in fact, in many ways, we already have been saddled with world government. Now, I'm going to be... Okay, let's see. There we go. I'm going to be going over here in the limited time that we have, looking at a superstructure and an infrastructure that has already been set up that probably very few, even in this awakened, enlightened room, are unaware of. And I'm going to show you some of the things that have just happened in the last 48 hours that are very important to this, that Fox News hasn't told you about, CNN hasn't told you about, surprise, the New York Times hasn't told you about, that affects your freedom the continued existence of our country, our national sovereignty. And so it's, I think, very important for you, me, and everyone to be aware of these things. Now, what you see before you here on the screen is just part of the infrastructure of the United Nations that has been built all over the world. And I'm going to go into that a little more detail further on. Most of us think of the United Nations as the UN headquarters in New York. Now, I'm the senior editor of the New American Magazine. I have been doing that for over 4 decades, and I was for more than 3 decades our correspondent at the United Nations in New York and at United Nations and other international summits and conferences around the world. And so I have been in the belly of the beast and have been on the inside of many of these operations. And that's what I'm going to try to share with you in the limited time that we have here. Now, what you see here all over the world, particularly in Geneva, Switzerland, where we have a couple dozen UN operations and buildings, but several hundred NGOs, non-governmental organizations that are headquartered in Geneva. So we have thousands of operatives that are working daily to promote world government. Not only there, but as you see here, in Washington, D.C., in New York, Paris, Amsterdam, Nairobi, Cairo, Berlin, Bonn, UN headquarters of various organizations, international organizations under the UN umbrella have been set up. This is part of the infrastructure that has already been built, in which if you travel around the world, and many of you are world travelers, many of you have traveled more than I have, but if you go to most of these countries, you're really not going to be aware of this infrastructure. You might see a few of the buildings, but the actual purpose of it and the importance of it is going to escape you. Most of the time when you travel, you're traveling for business or for pleasure as a tourist. And so you're going to the places you want to see. And you aren't going to see many of these things that I'm going to be telling you about. So this is an article that I did actually 13 years ago in 2012, the United Nations on the brink of a world government. And at that time, I surveyed a lot of these things that had been built up. Well, as you might imagine, in the last 12 years, things have accelerated quite a bit. And we have to be awake to these things if we are going to stop them and reverse them. If we do not, I'm not exaggerating, we won't have a country. You will not have a constitution. You will not have any of the freedoms that you presently treasure. So this is a map which is in our in that issue of the magazine, and we have made a new issue of the New American. This one, Global Power Grab. Oops. Oops. Went the wrong way. There we go. So in this issue of the New American Magazine, we have the map produced here. And all of the symbols which you see on there are representative. These are the UN's own symbols. This is their map. And the big green circles that you see up there, if you can't read the inscription, those symbols, again, this is the UN's own symbols, those are World Bank projects. So you see, all over the World Bank is taking your money, billions of your dollars, and the taxpayers of Europe, Japan, and the other industrialized countries, and they are using it to spread socialism, communism, collectivism, depopulation programs all over the world. You see right here the legend. You have the blue helmet. We all know what the blue helmet is. Those are peacekeepers that bomb and kill and rape and pillage. If you're not aware of that, yes, this has been a ongoing scandal of major proportions for a couple of decades. So-called peacekeepers have been carrying out war. J. Edward Griffin mentioned, going back to his book, The Fearful Master, about the UN peacekeepers, so-called, in the Congo, in Katanga, in the 1960s, and all of the destruction and murder and bombing that they carried out in the name of peace. And then you see some of the other symbols here for the Global Development Learning Network. Here's one for the International Monetary Fund, and this is for another one of their learning projects. So you see all of their various projects all over the world. And again, most of the time when you're traveling in those countries, unless you are in the diplomatic corps or you're in a missionary outfit or whatnot, you're not going to get out to most of the regions where these UN projects are. But when you go there, you will see enormous tent cities, lots of UN white vehicles, lots of UN officials. That's your money being used by the UN, not to help all the poor, starving people, but to push socialist and communist, Marxist programs, which then are manifested at the United Nations when all of these so-called unaligned nations vote for more socialist left-wing programs. So all of this amounts to a global power grab. And this issue of the New American Magazine, the New American Magazine just went through a transition. We have been, from the start, a bi-weekly news magazine, 48 pages. This July issue is our first one going to a monthly issue of 72 pages. We have also then put together for all of our subscribers, because we are not doing it every 2 weeks, we put out an insider report that is available online, but which we emailed in PDF form to all of our subscribers and JBS members every Friday. In addition to which, at our New American website, thenewamerican.com, thenewamerican.com, we have a dozen or more new exclusive stories and videos every day. So here's something that I was talking about just in the last 48 hours. Who are these gentlemen? If you look up here, you'll see that's the World Health Organization. This is a news release from the World Health Organization. These two guys, this guy is a Brazilian ambassador, this guy's from the United Kingdom. They're talking about this event. World Health Organization member states hold first meeting, agree on next steps to take forward key elements of the WHO Pandemic Agreement. The WHO Pandemic Agreement, what is that? Now, some of you have been following that for the last couple of years. It used to be only crazy people like myself followed those things and reported on them. But what happened a few years ago? We had the so-called pandemic, and WHO issued guidelines that were taken up by health organizations and authorities all over the world. And for the first time in history, humanity was in lockdown. The whole planet was in lockdown. And what are these people all jubilant about? Well, this was back in May. You may not have seen this. This is back on May 25th of 2025. This is the World Health Assembly. They are the ones who are putting together the pandemic treaty or pandemic agreement. And why are they jubilant? Because it had just passed and become mandatory on the planet. Well, they hadn't worked out all of the details. That's what the previous article was all about. So the World Health Organization is really what we're talking about. We have to really give it the name that it deserves. Because why? Well, mandates, masks, jabs, socialist distancing, we saw it all and much more. People were separated from their parents, their grandparents, their children, while they were being incarcerated in quarantines and in hospitals, put on ventilators, which killed many of them, given drugs that killed many of them, given jabs, which killed or have maimed many. So, what was the UN's role in all of this? Well, here we have Dr. Tedros, so-called, from the World Health Organization. He's Director General, and of course, Dr. Anthony Fauci. And they, along with other health authorities, colluded, conspired to put the entire planet in a health dictatorship. Here's Dr. Tedros with Xi Jinping. Now, anyone who's been following Tedros and the World Health Organization in any depth at all knows that Dr. Tedros' whole career has been advanced, and he was put forward at the World Health Organization by Communist China because he was serving their purposes. And in fact, he has, of course, right at the start of the COVID and all through it, he was praising Xi Jinping and China's whole totalitarian response to COVID. And that's not surprising because Dr. Tedros has been promoted by the World Economic Forum. And here you see Klaus Schwab with Xi Jinping welcoming Xi to the World Economic Forum. And what I'm going to attempt to do in the time that we have here is to help bring about an understanding that what we are seeing develop in the world in this whole push toward a world government is being propelled by two main forces. Obviously, Xi Jinping represents the Communist Party of China, the CCP, and the largest communist force in the world. Klaus Schwab, who has stepped down, he's been replaced, but he's still active in the World Economic Forum, and the billionaire globalists who are regular habitués at the World Economic Forum represent, or so we are told and we're led to believe, the capitalist world. They are really the globalist world. They are not free enterprise capitalists. They are monopoly capitalists, crony capitalists, and they work hand in hand with the communists, as you'll see over and over again at the United Nations and at forums like the World Economic Forum. Now, many of you remember from just a couple of years ago the Great Reset. The World Economic Forum said we need to reset the whole world, reset humanity, reset the planet, reset it economically, politically, socially, morally, culturally. So in this breathtakingly hubristic program here in their book, COVID-19, The Great Reset, Klaus Schwab asked when we would return to normal. And he said, you might be able to read it there, I will read it. Many of us are pondering when things will return to normal. The short response is never. Nothing will ever return to the broken sense of normalcy that prevailed prior to the crisis, because the coronavirus pandemic marks a fundamental inflection point in our global trajectory. You normies that think you're going to go back to normal, no, not going to happen. We have a plan to make sure of that. So what is this global trajectory? Well, that's what we're talking about here tonight. And it's a world government, as envisioned by them, a global tyranny, a global totalitarian system. Some of the other speakers that have been here earlier, I was able to catch some of them. I know my colleague Alex Newman has talked about transhumanism and about the socialist agenda for your children. It's all comprehensive. They have in mind China's social credit system, the total surveillance state. Every breath you take, every move you make, they'll be watching you and listening to you and recording you. Now, how did we get to this point? How did an organization such as the World Health Organization obtain that kind of power that they could shut down the whole planet with barely a peep of protest from political leaders? Well, gentleman you see here is Brock Chisholm. He was the founder of WHO, the World Health Organization. He was, in this book, referred to Doctor to the World. It's, of course, a hagiographic puff piece. He was the original Director General from 1948. Yes, it goes back to right after World War II, shortly after the United Nations was founded, which was 1945. The World Health Organization was in the plans from the beginning, even before 45, when the UN was founded. And before I go on to this gentleman, let me just mention a little bit more about Brock Chisholm. Dr. Brock Chisholm was a psychiatrist, and he is infamous for saying that, and preaching and teaching, that parents poison their children's brains and their thoughts, and children needed to be removed from the influence of their parents. So he was totally in sync with the Soviet government and every communist and Nazi and dictatorial system that believes that the state must raise and program and indoctrinate the children who belong to the state. And who is this guy? Well, some of you in here are from my generation. You would have recognized this guy. For the past couple of generations, he was very well known. For younger people, not so much. His name is Alger Hiss. And again, everyone used to know who he was. And who was he? Well, first and foremost, he was a Soviet agent. He was a communist Russian spy at the highest levels of our government. He was a change agent in the Roosevelt administration. And then when he was found out as being a Soviet spy, rather than being prosecuted and put in prison, he was given a promotion. He was made president of the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace. David Rockefeller, John J. McCloy, John Foster Dulles, all these globalists, founders and leaders of the Council on Foreign Relations, defended him, promoted him, kept him from being prosecuted, until finally he was prosecuted for perjury. They couldn't get him because the statute of limitations had gone out on his other treason. But that's who was working with Brock Chisholm. And of course, his most famous stint was as the acting Secretary General at the founding of the United Nations, the United Abominations, in San Francisco in 1945. He was the acting Secretary General, and he appointed all of the other American delegates who were there, a couple of dozen of which were members of the Communist Party or were, like himself, Soviet agents. I go into that in quite a bit of detail in my book, Global Tyranny, Step by Step, the United Nations and the Emerging New World Order. This came out in 1992. And Alger Hiss wrote the foreword to a book put out by the Carnegie Endowment, written by Brock Chisholm. So that's who founded the World Health Organization. So is it any wonder that we have someone like Dr. Tedros running it now? Well, I mentioned that Dr. Tedros was a favorite of communist China, but what else do we know about him? He was a terrorist. He was a leader of the Tigray Liberation Front in Tigray, Ethiopia, a communist terrorist group that was supported by the Soviets, by the communist Cubans, by the communist Chinese. It was a terrorist group that bombed and killed and kidnapped. So what better place for him than to be head of the World Health Organization? Of course that makes sense. So again, this gets back to the press release from the World Health Organization from 48 hours ago. WHO member states hold first meeting to agree on next steps to take forward key elements of the World Health Organization pandemic agreement. And what it says in the press release is that now they are going to get together over the next few months, their working group, which included the two men that I showed you there earlier, the two co-chairs, and their selected working group. And they're going to select the World Health experts that will implement the new pandemic treaty. Now, do you suppose they're going to ask Dr. Lee Merritt or Dr. Brian Ardis or Dr. Peter McCullough or any of these other stellar medical and health individuals to be on the World Health Organization advisory? I don't think so. This is a global power grab, and I do urge you to get a copy of this magazine. I'll go through a few of the key things. We cover everything about the United Nations that you need to know about today. So let's look at another issue. Everybody knows we have a border issue. We have an invasion issue. Invasion USA. So in this article, I reported on a UN summit, which has been promoting that invasion and calling for an end to borders. Oops, let's go back. Oops. Sorry, folks. This is part of a video that was taken by Todd Bensman for the Center for Immigration Studies. He's now been appointed to the Trump administration. He was down on the border there, and he recorded, these are some UN vehicles, UN High Commission for Refugees, and he recorded there all of these people from various UN agencies handing out cash, handing out phones, handing out maps and other information, giving all of these migration folks, migrants, information and encouragement and aid in order to violate our laws and violate our borders.
Is handing out cash and debit cards and rental assistance and movement assistance to immigrants to help sustain them on their road to El Norte. This happens to be a very busy office. A lot of these United Nations offices are in smaller communities, in shelters, but the people that are in this line right here happen to be Haitians and Africans and Cubans who have gotten their permission slips from the Mexicans to be here.
So, in a longer presentation which I have on this, I show a bunch of video from down there and show all of the various programs that the UN agencies are involved in bringing millions of people across our borders. And who's in charge of all of this? Well, this woman right here, Amy Pope, she's the Director General of the International Organization for Migration, the IOM. Oops, hold on, we'll go get to that one. Amy Pope so her organization, the IOM, is one of those UN agencies that I showed, and I'll be showing again, that's in Geneva. And they have these summits in Geneva where hundreds of these NGOs come and are given directions. They go back with millions of dollars, adding up to literally billions of dollars, which they then use to fund all of this, to fund the organizations that you see every night on nightly news who are pretending to represent the American people, claiming we have to have due process for these people. We can't just deport them, etc. We can't stop them from coming here. Amy Pope is a member of the Council on Foreign Relations, of course. That's why she was selected from the Biden administration to go to Geneva and head the IOM. Much of this was exposed by Michael Yon, who is here today remotely, and he has been one of the courageous journalists who have gone down on the border and all the border areas and have filmed this and have exposed these UN agencies and the whole network of left-wing organizations that are sponsoring this invasion.
Catholic charities like IOM, all these people, UN in general, they are taking over countries. Remember when the crazy people used to say that? Well, it turns out the crazy people were right. I used to think they were crazy. Now I just think they were smarter than I am. I mean, because they saw it. They saw this decades ago, that the UN was going to do this, and it always sounded crazy. And it's not, because they're clearly doing that to Panama. They're clearly trying to, for instance, remove the Center Front commander and get somebody installed that is from one of the NGOs.
So Michael Yon, Todd Bensman, the muckraker journalists, these are just some of the people that have been doing the job that CNN, Fox, ABC, NBC, PBS, etc. should have been doing, but haven't been doing. And so kudos to all of the work that they did, dangerous work. And I know because I did that down on the border. This is a documentary that we put out almost 40 years ago, 38 years ago. Out of Control, the Immigration Invasion. And so the importance of showing this is to folks let us know that these plans have been underway for a long time. The globalists and their comrades, the communists, are playing a long game. They have a long horizon. They know that it's going to take a while to do this, and it's going to take billions and billions of dollars, because the vast majority of people, not just American taxpayers, but people all over the world, don't want to be migrants. They are going there because the globalists are blowing up their countries or destroying their infrastructures and whatnot, so they have to go somewhere. And then they say, okay, we'll help you. We'll send you to America. So this was the result of over 3 years down on the southern border, where I went down there, interviewed people all over, including NGOs that were pushing all of this clear back then in the 1980s. It's still available on our website and on YouTube. But it helps you to see, and I interviewed many of the illegals who were coming across and showed back then in the 80s, Communist China was sending many thousands of their agents across the border clear back then. So we have deep cells here from decades ago. This is just part of the opening of the video. So again, when you get to, here's a crisis that we're having here in our country. It goes back to the United Nations and to those who are promoting it. This is a power grab. They are using crises, at the World Economic Forum, Klaus Schwab says, it's a polycrisis. A polycrisis, there's many crises, and we have to deal with all of those on a global level. So if you create enough crises or create the perception of a crisis that is global, you can accrue and grab more power. Now here's one you probably didn't see coming. Almost nobody has. We've been almost alone on reporting on it. This was just a couple months ago in April, so 3 months ago. In April, the IMO, you earlier saw the OIM, or the IOM, the International Organization of Migration. This is the IMO, the International Maritime Organization. This is another one of the UN organizations that has been around forever. And just now, they are coming down on us. How? Well, they have a new global tax that they are pushing, and it is very close to actually being effectuated. What is that? They're going to have a carbon tax on all shipping. Well, most of what we eat and wear and use every day comes from international commerce, from shipping on all those big ships that come into our ports. Or even if they're manufactured on the East Coast, a lot of them come over here through the Panama Canal over here to the West Coast. So what does that do? Well, the UN, the globalists have been after a way to give the United Nations taxing power for decades. They've tried a whole bunch of different things. This is the closest that they've gotten to it, and they're very close to getting it into place. That means that all shipping companies all would have to be charged a carbon tax on all of the fuel which they use and their carbon footprint. So they would be taxed so much per ton of CO2, and the UN would all of a sudden have a windfall. They wouldn't have to come to the US Congress, which we pay most of their bills. They would be able to get it directly by taxing everything that we use. And it would be coming to them every day. So they are starting out now. They say, oh, well, it'd be somewhere between $19 and $150 per ton. That's a pretty big spread, but they could go up to $1,500 a ton if they want. So that is just one of the taxing authorities that they have planned. Now the IMO, this is their insignia on their website. You see the circle here. I'll be hitting on that a little more. That's the Agenda 2030. Rainbow tiles, you see it everywhere. Now the IMO is one of the many organizations that, and they're doing this to promote sustainable development, net zero, Agenda 2030, all of those catchwords that you've heard about, read about. Again, it is a global power grab. Now, we've reported on many of the other taxes that they have planned as well. Everything from various environmental taxes to income taxes to flat rate taxes, etc. All of those are possibilities as long as we are in the United Nations. Because Agenda 2030 has 17 sustainable development goals. And as Peter Thompson, the president of the UN General Assembly, said, the 2030 Agenda presents the world with what I have termed a master plan for humanity to achieve a sustainable way of life on the planet. Did you know that there are all-wise, omniscient, benevolent souls at the United Nations that have a master plan for you? Now, it's kind of ironic because, you know, in the last couple of years, you've probably noticed that there's been this big vitriolic debate over master. You can't use master and slave cylinders in talking about mechanics anymore. You can't, in real estate, they've had these debates. Well, we can't say a master bedroom because that, you know, kind of evokes master-slave thing. We have, and the colleges and universities are saying, what are we going to do about the master's degree? You know, we can't do that anymore. And influencers are out there reconfiguring things. Well, my master class, I can't do that anymore. So how is it that we can have a master plan for all humanity? Now, a master plan logically means somebody's going to be a master. And what follows from that? Well, somebody else is going to be slaves. We're not just talking about mechanics now, or the generic term that has worked its way as a term of art into our language. That's really what they have in mind. They're going to be the masters. We get to be the slaves. And so that's what this Sustainable Development Goals, the Agenda 2030, is all about. We've written a whole lot about that over the last few years. It all really comes out of the Earth Summit in Rio de Janeiro, which was 1992. And I was there in Rio at the Earth Summit, and I was the only conservative or patriot media person there. There were over 15,000 journalists from all over the world there, and they were all regurgitating all of the pap that they were being given by the UN press office. And when Fidel Castro came in, they erupted, "Viva Fidel, Viva Fidel." And so did the press corps, not just the delegates. It was a zoo. Same thing when any other of the kleptocrats or dictators showed up there. So it was out of that conference that Agenda 21, which in 2015 was renamed as Agenda 2030, that's what came out of that. And as they said in Agenda 21, this is a plan for every person on Earth. That's the kind of micromanaging totalitarianism they have in mind. So we've written a lot of articles. Also came out of that, of course, was the global warming scare, which they rebranded as climate change. But over the years, we've written hundreds of articles on all aspects of that, exposing that. It's part of the global grab for power. I've written 2 books on this. As I said, I was our correspondent at the United Nations for many years, for over 30 years. I'm very glad that my colleague and co-senior editor, Alex Newman, has taken over that unenviable task, because that means I do not have to go to New York or to any of these other insanity fests at the UN. I can let him do that, and I can watch from afar. So I should point this out. The Fearful Master, A Second Look at the United Nations by G. Edward Griffin. I told Ed the other day I blame him for setting me on this path. I read that. It was either 1972 or 73 when I was in college. And it was one of my earliest red pills. I had been a strong supporter of the United Nations. It made sense to me. I want peace. I believe in brotherhood, kumbaya, all that stuff. This is in the 70s, you know? And so I was at the University of Idaho, walking through the Student Union building, and some crazy Bircher student there had a table of literature. And I saw that, and I stopped and argued with him for a little bit. And he pointed out the book. I picked it up, started looking at it, got interested, took it home, read it, found out my parents had joined the Birch Society, and I go, oh my gosh, these crazy people. It's everybody knows it's racist, it's anti-Semitic, it's xenophobic, it's fascist, it's Nazi. Does that sound familiar? Doesn't everybody get labeled like that today? Well, back then, the Birch Society was the one that was being labeled because they were truth tellers. They were explaining what was going on in the world. And this was one of the books that opened my eyes. And I'm very glad that Ed is bringing it back into print. It should be available. He was hoping to have it here for the conference, but maybe later. So we're going to have to race along here. We only have a few minutes to go. Something else happened. Again, I'm going to try to demonstrate to you what is happening around us right now that's driving us into this world government. You probably didn't see last September, so just 10 months ago, September 2024, in New York City at the United Nations, they had the Summit of the Future, shaping our common future. Aren't you glad that somebody is shaping our common future? Well, we covered that. Thankfully, I didn't have to go. Alex went, Steve Bonta went, Andrew Muller went, and we covered that. So some very important things came out of that. One of them was the Pact for the Future. The other one was the Global Digital Compact. I'm going to just focus on the Global Digital Compact because of our time limits. Ladies and gentlemen, this is focusing on everything that is really driving us toward that CCP-style social credit digital gulag that we've been warning about for a long time. So we did an article on this, Behind Digital Public Infrastructure for Global Control. That's what they're calling this centralized digital matrix that the UN and the globalists are promoting, a digital public infrastructure. This is from the World Economic Forum, the Davos Billionaires Club, their website. Why the Global Digital Compact's focus on digital trust and security is key to the future of the internet. Yes, we need digital trust, digital security, and surely the World Economic Forum and the United Nations, they're the ones to put our trust in. With everything, all of our formerly private information. So it's very clear, if you go on the World Economic Forum's website, you go on the CCP publications, China Daily, South China Morning Post, all these things, they are pushing for us to enter into, we're already entered into it, but to replicate what China has done in all of this total surveillance state. So here are some photos. Doesn't this look attractive here? We got models here. In China, this is the headline, these facial recognition glasses are helping police to catch criminals. That's from the SCMP, that's the South China Morning Post. Formerly was an independent newspaper, now it's owned by Communist China. And they're glorifying this. They say, isn't this wonderful? See, wouldn't you like to be arrested by some cool cops like that? They have digital recognition sunglasses. They can tell right who you are. It automatically tells them, oh, this person has thought crime. This person has speech crime. This person visited a forbidden website. They've got you. So we see in Communist China, the total surveillance state, cameras everywhere. Mao is watching you. The CCP is watching you. Big Brother is watching you. So how was it that China, I wish we had a bit more time to go into this, how is it that China, which was a total third world state 40 years ago, had no technology, they couldn't even produce steel, how did they become this hegemon, this behemoth, in such a short time? You've never seen anything like this in the history of the world. It isn't because of the genius of the Chinese Communist Party. It's not because they went capitalist, which is one of the lies that you're being told. It is because the globalists in our government and in our society had a plan to transfer the technology from America and the jobs from America and the manufacturing from America to China. We are going to develop our total surveillance state there, work out all the kinks in it, get all the technology and everything on before we bring it back here. And that's what they have been doing. So, many of you went through airports to get here. And what do you find when you get there? TSA has this is from the TSA website. Yeah, you have to go through the facial scan. They're doing all of that. Facial recognition technology. They're bringing the CCP here to the United States. And who's helping them do this? Well, this is from one of the programs that Bill Gates is involved in. Global leaders usher in a new era of digital cooperation for a more sustainable, equitable world. So the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation committed $200 million to expand the global digital public infrastructure of the United Nations program. Now, that's very generous of him to do with the tax-exempt money that he's gotten from Warren Buffett and all these others. But this is one of the keys to what has been happening for all of our lifetimes. These globalist corporations, the Rockefeller Foundation, the Ford Foundation, Carnegie Foundation, MacArthur Foundation, Soros Foundations, there are literally several hundred of them, but there's about 100 of the big ones that really push the globalist communist agenda. Bill Gates is one of them. Their first objective in giving grants like this is to get programs started and to get NGOs up and running so that then they can apply for government grants. And then they'll get direct subsidies. We saw that with the USAID Doge revelations, with what was exposed there. USAID, which is a department of the State Department, has been giving billions of dollars to all of these NGOs to masquerade as civil society, that they represent stakeholders, grassroots people, they say, all over the world. It's a lie. They're astroturf. They're completely phony. None of these activist organizations would be around if it were not for our tax dollars being funneled by our government agencies or these tax-exempt foundations that are illegally, immorally transferring those funds to these groups. So, of course, he is a bigwig at the World Economic Forum. Here he is with Xi Jinping. Again, we see the globalists and the communists working hand in hand. They both believe in the concentration and centralization of power, government power, economic power, financial power, indoctrination power, censorship power. So here again, the Council on Foreign Relations has been at the forefront of this for a century. They were founded officially in 1921. That's over a century ago. We did a big article on the centenary of their founding. But in this particular one, article from Foreign Affairs, which is their publication, Shaping the Future, Lessons from 20 Years of Digital Cooperation. It's promoting this whole UN program. As you will see if you go on their website, many programs and articles promoting this. And of course, central to this, in creating this digital gulag of total surveillance, is CBDC, Central Bank Digital Currency. We've done many articles on that and interviews and videos on that. CBDC is central if you're going to have a CCP-style dictatorship. But don't worry, because the World Economic Forum, Klaus Schwab says, is, quote, committed to improving the state of the world. So we're just going to have to zip through this. Again, to show this convergence of communist and globalist interests, let's look at this guy, Xu Min. So who is he? Well, he's the guy who's designing the CBDC for the World Economic Forum and for the Bank for International Settlements. He's a member of the Board of Trustees, the World Economic Forum, member of the Steering Committee of the World Economic Forum Digital Currency, Deputy Managing Director of the International Monetary Fund. He's a trustee at Princeton University. He's also a Deputy Director of the People's Bank of China. He's a member of the Chinese Communist Party. He's one of their top economists. So that's why you see over and over again all these top communists, not just from China, but from all over the world, at the World Economic Forum and at the United Nations. Again, it's a global power grab. Quickly, this is the United Nations Palace of Nations in Geneva, Switzerland. Geneva is the center for many of these UN agencies, and over 100, I think last time I counted, it might have even been close to 200 NGOs that are there operating. This is kind of a central hub, one of their big brain trusts for the United Nations. There's this organization called Congo, the Conference of NGOs. These are all UN-approved NGOs. They get billions of dollars. They're environmental groups, LGBTQ, LMNOP groups, gun control groups. So here's where we see the actual formal relationship. This is the UN-WEF Strategic Partnership. And here you see Klaus Schwab and Secretary General of the UN, Antonio Guterres, showing the official strategic partnership signing that they have with one another. So the World Economic Forum is a private organization, but it has a strategic partnership. It actually is helping to officially govern the world through the United Nations. So again, our global power grab has the map here and all of the articles going into all the various things that we didn't have time to even go into. It is now, I was in Rome in 1998 for the World Summit on Creation of the International Criminal Court, the ICC, so that you or I can be brought up on charges of violating some law of intolerance or inequity at the United Nations and brought to trial, not here in the United States, not according to our due process, but at the International Court of Justice. I was there at the court there and at the summit in Rome, and it was an atrocity. But here it's taken now 27 years for it to get to the point where now they are actually bringing people to trial and trying to bring Americans to trial. So we'll just zip through this. Transforming our world. That's what the United Nations plans to do, to transform our world. And as we say, it's a global power grab. I want to leave on a good note, though, end here, is that many people are realizing this now. After all these years, it's becoming so apparent that here we have, we will not comply with the pandemic treaty. 26 Republican governors tell WHO. 26 attorney generals oppose WHO pandemic treaty, citing threats to sovereignty and civil liberties. And you saw during COVID, all over the world, demonstrations in London, Canberra, Sydney, Tokyo, Hong Kong, Beijing. People say enough is enough. So people are waking up. And here's the one I'd like to end on. This is from Politico, just a couple of weeks ago. This is the headline: "We lost the culture war on climate." This is in Politico. And they say, "There's no way around it. The left's strategy on climate needs to be rethought," said Jody Freeman, who served as a counselor for energy and climate change in President Barack Obama's White House. "We've lost the culture war on climate, and we have to figure out a way for it not to be a niche leftist movement." End quote. So after 3 decades of brainwashing and trillions of dollars they've spent on this, they still have not been able to close the deal. So, I mean, that is something that we should take to heart. We can get us out of the United Nations, and there is a defund act to do that, and it has sponsors in Congress and Senate. Go to thenewamerican.com or jbs.org to find out how you can actually get involved in helping us to get out of the United Nations and get the United Nations out of the United States. Thank you.
Bill Jasper, everybody. Bill, well done, sir.
Thanks.
You know, I often wonder, someone who's been at it as long as Bill, 50 years ago, working with Ed, it's like, you got to have the patience of a saint to be all these decades and going, when are they going to figure this thing out? And yes, evidence is happening that it is, in fact, changing. We're beginning to see that. Yeah, there's not only hope, but there's evidence that this is changing. Now, you all know the inspiration for the Red Pill Expo. He's coming up next. Yeah. I don't even have to say his name, but I will. This looks good, I think. Yeah. G. Edward Griffin, who had to sleep in the Denver airport just the other night, and he still made it here, and he's coming up on stage now. He's going to be talking about the art of war revisited. If you don't know the rules, you're a loser. Wait, no, that's not actually the title, is it? Oh, you'll likely lose if you don't know the rules of the game. So let's revisit the art of war with G. Edward Griffin right here on the Red Pill Expo stage. G. Edward Griffin. Ed, we love you. Woo. Ed. Is your microphone muted, Ed? We've got to check it out, make sure you're not muted. Yeah, it's on mute, and you are live.
I'm live. Oh, that's
yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I have a documented record of 14 changes in flights in one day. Yeah. So I think I'm going to be in the Guinness Book of Records pretty soon. There it goes again. Am I turning it off? Well, if this goes again, I'll just talk louder. How's that? Well, how's everybody here? Yeah? Yeah? Well, wait till I'm done. You'll change your mind. Hello? Very playing with the microphone? Oh.
Yeah, we're going to have to switch your mic. For some reason, it worked great last session. Now it's crapping out. Sorry about that.
If nobody has a solution, we just go ahead with it. But anyway, what I want... How to get these microphones back into order. Stand by. There's no charge.
Ed, you're getting an upgrade. That mic is going in and out.
Yeah, oh good. What do you want me to do, stand up? So you can get this off? Okay.
Okay, let's take this off here.
Yeah.
All right. Go around behind you.
Okay, all right. Well, let me turn around so you can go this way.
Go ahead and sit back down.
Okay, I'll sit down then. I get wobbly sometimes. That's my biggest problem nowadays.
We're halfway through the pain.
Anybody know any good jokes?
I'll have you stand back up again.
Oh, okay. Oh, well.
This is number 4. Is it on and ready to go? Are you getting a signal?
Yes.
Sounds good.
Yeah, we're good. Yeah, we're good.
Almost there, Ed.
Okay.
Okay, yeah.
We're on. Okay. Well, thank you for your patience. So, yeah, I'm going to cover some unusual information. When I say unusual, I mean unusual for meetings of this kind, because a lot of it is what you might call arcane knowledge that's not readily held by a lot of people. The thing about the arcane knowledge that I'm going to be talking about is the secret information and the codes and the rules of warfare. The rules of warfare, which makes us think about, why are we talking about warfare? We're trying to keep out of war, right? And yet we've been in war, as we all know here in this room. We've always been in war, actually, since World War I. In between the big war I and II, there were a lot of little wars, and all over the globe, there's been a globe of humans fighting each other, killing each other, and wars going on all the time. And they're going on now, even though it's not a declared war. These are wars, and people are dying by the tens of thousands. And they probably will die by even larger numbers if this continues. And we tend to think of wars as being on the battlefield with guns and bayonets, which they are. But we have to realize that we're in a different phase of war now that we've never seen before, at least not to this extent. There's an old saying that there's nothing new under the sun. And that used to be true. Everything that you could think of, all the great ideas I thought I had as a young man, I found out later, I read them in some old books, and there were lots of people that had the same idea, only better than mine, long before I existed. I just didn't know about it. And I think that was pretty true until this decade that we're in now, or the last 2 decades, because of this thing called technology. We have the technology now, when I say we, I mean people have the technology now to communicate and to control and direct and create artificial this and artificial that. They can control your money supply, control your food supply, control your transportation, control your language, what you can say and what you can't say. There are controls in place that are much more excessive than they ever have been, even in the most vicious and cruel dynasties of the past, where the emperors were cruel, and I'll be talking about some of those people here. They had controls too like that, but not like we have, because now all of it can be concentrated in the hands of a very few people. And especially control of the mind. By controlling information that we get, it's possible for others to control our attitudes, our opinions, our conclusions, our concept of what is right and wrong. Who are the good guys? Who are the bad guys? All of this isn't something new. And I think it's something that has not been receiving enough attention, especially by the kind of folks that are in this audience here today. We are the people that are trying to make a difference in the world. We're aware of everything I just said, but most people are not. So anyway, that's all sort of a precursor to why I'm even doing this today, because I thought we talk so much about the obvious, the things that are wrong. We got to change this, and these people are not so hot. These are the good guys, and we're the good guys, and they're the bad guys, and all that. But very seldom do they talk about principles. We've got the good guys that violate principles of our own principles. How can they do that? They're the good guys, right? Oh, they made a mistake. Well, they had bad advice. That's always the excuse. Well, surrounded by bad advisors, Could never believe that because we voted for somebody that they could not be a good guy. Because we don't vote for bad guys, so if we vote for somebody, that automatically means they're the good guys, right? That's how we test it. And we can't conceive that somebody we voted for might actually not be so hot after all. It takes a long time to discover that. And we have kind of a little rule here at the Red Pill Escapades that we try to talk to our speakers about. We try not to get too enthusiastic about any politician or any political party in particular, too enthusiastic or too hostile. Either way, just stay out of that. Deal with principles, not with personalities or parties, because of the fact that we're going to be around, and this record we're creating will be around for a long time in the future. And the people or the parties that we might have had a lot of enthusiasm for today, 10 years from now, it might make us look like we're silly, We'll be very embarrassed by the enthusiasm we had. So we try and stay out of that and deal with the principles and not with the personalities or the party affiliations. And so that's been on my mind for a long time. And I know it's not a popular topic because we have to sort of sit back and wonder if maybe we might have made a mistake now and then. So I'm talking about warfare. Let's get back to that. We are in a war. It's a new kind of war we've never seen before in the history of mankind. And it's primarily a psychological war. Yes, there are the horrible weapons of mass destruction. They have drones. You hear people say, well, I'm never going to give up my guns. I'll have to pry it out of my dead, cold hands. Oh, there's a microphone, I thought. Okay. Pry it out of my cold, dead hand. And the answer is, that can be arranged. And I get a little nervous about people that say, well, they'll never come to my door because I'll meet them right there at the door. And I keep thinking to myself, well, why do you wait till they come to your door, How about doing something now? And maybe you can avoid that condition. Because when they're not going to come to your door, they're going to fly over with a drone and blow you off the planet. You're crazy if you think they're coming to you at your door. They're going to take you out of your home if they can. And when they say into the truck, you can't say, but wait a minute, you can't do that. And they say, you can't? What do you mean I can't? Yeah, I got the automatic weapon and so forth. No, I'm not trying to create a pessimistic picture. I'm trying to talk about reality here. Sometimes we get so twisted in our minds by propaganda that's coming to us from people we trust. And we think, well, if we trust them, it must be true, what they're saying. And I'll be talking about that. So I'll quit talking about what I'm going to be talking about, and I'll talk about it now. And so the first thing I want to say that today, my presentation is, I have a little side story. Handwritten notes. I know how to handwrite, actually. I almost forgot. You know, you typewriter, you forget how to. I sign my name a lot, but I don't write anymore. So my computer crashed on me. So I was typing it and it wasn't conforming, and I had 15 minutes to go. I said, to heck with that, and I got my pen out and I wrote this out. So now the only test is, can I read it? So the first thing I see on my notes is that today is a sequel, actually, to a presentation I made a long time ago. In fact, it was in June of 2006. And that was the date, or the month, I don't know the exact day yet. I'll have to look it up, but it was the middle of June. And it was on that day that I made the first public presentation for what we call Freedom Force International, which is the mothership of the Red Pill Expo and all the other things that surrounding that. Freedom Force International was launched on that date with a presentation, and the title of the presentation was An Idea Whose Time Has Come. And that came from a rather well-known book written by Victor Hugo, and the date on the book was 1877. And the title of the book was Anatomy of a Crime. Now, Hugo was a Frenchman. The book was written in French, and very few Americans have ever read the book. I guess it's been translated into English since then, but that doesn't make any difference. Americans don't read books anyway, in any language. So I haven't read the whole book myself. So I was never inclined to do so, but I want to do it now because I'm quoting from it. But everybody knows the quote. That's the amazing thing. You'll recognize it because he said, "Greater than mighty armies is an idea whose time has come." And that just rings with truth, doesn't it? It just rings with truth. And so people quote it without having read the book. Okay, they got that out of the way. So that was the title of my presentation then, because I hoped I was launching a movement whose time has come. And I'm happy to say that we're here today as an extension of that movement made on that day when I made this first presentation. And this, what I'm going to do today, is sort of a rough draft of what I hope will be a sequel to that presentation. And I started that presentation in 2006 with a quotation from Sun Tzu. Now, I know most everybody here knows who Sun Tzu was. He was we know about him today because he's well known, having been the author of a book called The Art of War. He was a Chinese philosopher and warrior, and he lived and wrote in the 6th century BC, if you can imagine. And his book is so well revered and studied that every war college, every military institution in the world of any size has all their officers read and discuss and study the principles expressed in that book. If you can imagine that. So when you know something like that occurs, you run out and buy a copy, right? And then you read it, actually read it, which I did, and I was very impressed by it. So I started off with a quotation from Sun Tzu, and he has a lot of rules of warfare in his book. That's all what it's about, how to win a war, and how not to win a war, how not to lose a war, and so forth. And I read all those things, and I took notes on them, and I remember being most impressed by one quotation in particular. And it goes something like this, if I can remember it now. If you know your enemy and you know yourself, you need not fear 100 battles. If you know your enemy but not yourself, for every victory you will suffer a defeat. And if you know neither yourself nor your enemy, you are a fool, and you will lose every battle. And I thought that was very profound, and the more I thought about it, I realized how profound it was, especially by the time I got through the whole book. And later on, a few years later, I read some other things on the art of war written by other people. And I realized that quotation I just made is what I would call what would you call it? The master plan of all of the strategies in that category, each of those phrases can be boiled down into sub-strategies, and this was the master strategy of knowing yourself and knowing your enemy. So the next question is, well, knowing what about yourself and what about your enemy? And it's at the point that it branches off into two categories. The one category, which I was dealing with at the time of that presentation, is what you might call the master rule of ideology. And that's the one I spoke about. There's another rule, which I'll come to in a moment, which is called, I would call it the master rule of methodology. So there's a difference, and a very important difference, if we're trying to figure out how we're going to win this war. The master rule of ideology, of course, is what you believe in. What motivates you and your followers? Why are you willing to fight? What is your motivation? What are your ethics? What is your concept of what is worth fighting for, worth dying for? It's what you believe. It's on who you are. And this is very big. In fact, it's even bigger than, as Hugo says, the size of mighty armies. It's what you believe in. A little side story on that, another book that I read some years later that really impressed that point on me is called The Territorial Imperative. And it was all about the animal kingdom, particularly the mammals, who all had this instinct for private property. And he spent most of his life living and sleeping out in the wilderness, taking motion pictures and making notes of all these animals. That was the kind of person he was. And he'd write this book and talk about how they acted as social groups and so forth. And he discovered and proved very well that all of the mammals and a lot of the others, birds and things, others, had this territorial instinct which was tied up with the mating instinct. It was sort of part of the same thing. And they would fight for territory. And the thing that I'll never forget is that finally answered the big question I had for some time is, why do squirrels, and ground squirrels in particular, run in front of your car when you're driving through a country road? And they always run in front of it just so you have to hit the brakes without running them over. Why do they wait until you get there and then you run across? Well, they should be running the other way, right? They risk their lives. Well, this is crazy. But there it was in the book. Animals, all animals, including humans, have an instinct for their own territory. And if there's ever a conflict between two tribes or groups of animals or nations, the attacker, the aggressor, has a certain feeling of guilt, you might call it, a certain feeling of insecurity. They know they're doing something wrong, where the other side is defending their property, their homes, their families, and they'll fight to the death. But the aggressor was not so sure about fighting to the death. They have nothing to gain that's worth it. But the defender has something to lose that is worth it. And therefore, the defender always has the advantage if everything else is equal. But this is one of the very important rules of human behavior, I think. And I got it from a book on animals. And it emphasized the fact that these squirrels, we caught them on the wrong side of the road. They were on the other tribe's side. They see something coming, and they were scooting back to safety again. They didn't have the courage. They had to get out of there because they felt guilty. They were being caught in the wrong place. Okay, it's so clear once you understand it. There's some other good things I won't take time with, but they're funny. Anyway, how did I get off on that one? Boy, that was a real diversion. All right. If you know your enemy, okay, ideology. What do you believe in? That was the thing. Sure. What is it that you're willing to fight for? And so that's the master rule on ideology is the one I just read. And that led me to discover what it is that I am willing to fight for, and what most of my friends and all the people I know and people I've read about in the history books and the heroes and the little people you never heard of, but they gave their lives for something. What was it? It was something we call freedom, you know? What is freedom? And that led to the next question and the next question until finally we came to discover the difference between collectivism and individualism as being the hardcore philosophy of what you're willing to fight for and die for, because those are two words, if you understand them incomplete, they represent the kind of a system that you live under that allows you to be free, or what kind of a system forces you to be a slave. So we get into this thing called collectivism versus individualism, which I know you've heard me talk about on numerous occasions. And if anybody's curious about what that's all about, we have a free booklet you can get. Just go to the internet and type in chasm, that's CHASM, the big divide, the big chasm. And the name of the book or the booklet is the chasm, the great divide, the division between collectivism and individualism. So anyway, that's past history. That's what I was talking about, or beginning to talk about, back in 2006. Now, we've traveled a long distance since then. We've learned about collectivism, individualism, and now we're finally ready to take on the other half of that phrase of Sun Tzu's. And that is not about ideology, but methodology. And this is the kind of a battle we're in right now, in addition to ideology. It's methodology. And by that I mean methodology, and when I use it in this sense, refers to strategies and tactics. How are they fighting this war? What kind of strategies and tactics are being used against us so well and so successfully that we don't even know, most of us, that we're being attacked by ideas and propaganda and psychological methods of warfare, rules of warfare. So now I finally get to my topic of why I'm here today. I want to talk about those things. So now that's the beginning of the sequel. And methodology, we'll go back again to Sun Tzu, because he talked a lot about that. And I would say the next most important rule of warfare by Sun Tzu is as follows: all warfare is based on deception. End quote. And my notes here say comment. Well, all right. What can you say? All warfare is based on deception. I think we all know that instinctively. You try to deceive your enemy, so he'll make a mistake. He thinks you're going to attack over here, but you're attacking over there instead. He thinks that you have a master plan or a weapon that you don't have. You scare him. That's what the Soviets were doing a lot, parading those wooden missiles back up and down the streets. They were all painted and looked like real international missiles, but they were models. But by the time you saw them on your newsreels, they looked pretty real, and you thought, my gosh, the Soviets have got these international ballistic atomic weapons, and it puts the fear of God into you. So even then, the hard weapons of war carried a psychological payload. If you can convince your enemy that you have superior weapons, you've gone a lot in the direction of convincing him that he better back away and he better be very nice to you. So all nations, always, and all tribes, let's go down a level, all high school basketball teams and so forth, they like to present the image of being superior more than they really are, because of the psychological impact that it'll have on their opponents. They'll be more frightened than afraid of them. So this is a piece of warfare that Sun Tzu talked about at great length. And you can imagine what could be covered under this idea of methodology and tactics. So all warfare is based on deception. Now, deception, what does that mean? That means lies. That means false information. That means impressions that are... You can describe them all you want to. Let's use some examples. I think the best way to start on that one is to tell you what I might have already told you in some other occasions, that the wonderful letter that was written to Thomas Jefferson shortly after the signing of the Declaration of Independence. Not the Independence, but the Constitution, excuse me. And some doctor had written a letter to Thomas Jefferson. Basically, he asked, well, now that we have the new Constitution and the new system, how can we be sure that only good men are in office? And Jefferson's response was a little bit short. You could tell he was holding his temper a bit. He said, let us not speak of good men in office. Rather, let us bind men down with the chains of the Constitution. And there it was. He was saying, don't trust them. Don't believe anything they say. In modern vernacular, he probably would have said, good men in public office? Are you kidding? I mean, even then, it was obvious that any institution that's big enough to attract a lot of money, has control over a lot of money or control over a lot of human beings, has influence over them, acts like a magnet to the predator class. I don't care whether it's government, which is probably at the top of that list, but it could be any institution. It could be a corporation. It could even be a church organization. It could be a private organization. It could be who knows? Anything that has a lot of money and a lot of influence over people, a labor union or something like that, is a magnet to the predator class. And these people come from the woodwork. They're con artists, most of them. I'll say most of them. Yeah, I'll get to it. I really believe most of the people in politics today, not all, thank God. There's some very good people. But you look at the common person running for office. Why are they running for office? They say, we hear you. We'll do whatever you tell us to do. You just tell us what you want and we'll do it. Can you think of anything more horrible than that? That means they're saying, if you can whip up 51% of the population to say we're going to execute all redheads, we'll do it. Just get me 51%. That's democracy, right? We'll do it. We hear you. That's the slogan now. We hear you, and this is what we're going to do now. No, that's a horrible idea. If I were ever running for office, thank God I never thought of that seriously, but I always thought if I would run for office, I'd say, don't vote for me. Why? Because I won't listen to you. I don't care what you think. I'll tell you what I think, and if you like it, then vote for me, because that's what I'm going to do. I'll never break my principles because you don't agree with me. This is what I believe in. Now, if you like that, I'm your man. What's wrong with that? That's what it should be, I think. But no, they say, I'm your man, and I'll do whatever you want to do, which means they have no principles. And this is how we get into messes like that. So anyway, I digress, but Thomas Jefferson understood all of that. And so he's basically saying, don't trust your political leaders. They're not trustworthy, probably. They're con artists. I've never met a con artist I didn't trust. Did you? If I didn't, they wouldn't be successful. And they're all in politics anyway, so that's what we know where to find them. All right, so that we forget this. We say, okay, we know that politicians lie. Ha, ha, ha. It's funny. They expect them to lie, and they don't seem to think that that's too bad, Well, they're just a politician. What do you expect? And they live with the fact. And that's why we're losing our liberties, one of the reasons. Reminds me of my mother-in-law. A wonderful woman, really, but she had certain traits that were very human, and one of them was she used to say, you can't believe anything you read in the newspapers. It's all trash, all garbage. But she'd be sitting there at breakfast, and she's reading the newspaper, and says, hey, listen to this. Mom, don't you get it? But that's the way we are. We're humans. We know that people lie. We know politicians lie. And yet we believe them. And so anyway, I'm trying to communicate the idea to you that there's warfare going on, and maybe we're not fighting back, is what I'm trying to say. We have to understand that these tactics are part of strategies and tactics that are being used deliberately, and they're just not accidental or casual. Now, I talked about Jefferson. Yeah, he's saying don't ever trust politicians. Don't ever trust good men in office because it's not going to happen. Or if it does happen, it won't last. Sooner or later, the power you give to this good man or woman in office will be passed to someone else. And that'll be passed to someone else someday, and it'll be passed to someone else someday. And sooner or later, it's going to fall into the hands of scoundrels and crooks and killers. So if you understand that principle, you're not going to even listen to these people. You listen to people like maybe Ronald Reagan when he said, trust but verify. It's a good policy. Nothing burns me more than driving down this country road and I see a sign over there that says, vote for Tom Willis, a man you can trust. How do I know I can trust him? Because he put a sign up that said I can trust him? And that tells me I probably can't trust him. Why is he even telling me to trust him? Anyway, please, my message is we're not going to win this war if we're not suspicious of people who are in control of power and money. If we aren't suspicious, we're not fulfilling our obligation to defend our liberties, because sooner or later we're going to be taken for the suckers we are, and we're going to be in slave labor. And that's a method of warfare that's being used against us right now, and it's being done by professionals. Now, one more rule from Sun Tzu before I move beyond that. Sun Tzu said, appear weak when you are strong, and strong when you are weak. And the best example of that I can think of in the history of warfare, and I'm no great expert on that, but I've read a couple of books on it, and I was very impressed by the military tactics of Tamerlane. His real name was Timur. Timur was a little guy. He was smaller than the average man, and he had a limp. He was a gimp on it, and so he was lame, in other words. His name was Timur, but they put the two together, Timur the Lame, and it finally became Tamerlane. And that's how we find him in the names in the history books now. He became one of the most successful military leaders of the Mughals in China for a period of time. I think he came from, well, I've forgotten where he came from, but one of the edges of the Mughal territory. Anyway, he became a very famous military leader because of his strategies. And I found out independently that some of his strategies of warfare were so good that they were incorporated into the game we call chess. If you play chess, and some of the moves you will be taught as a student were actually invented on the battlefield by Tamerlane. And the most famous of all those strategies is the deliberate luring of your enemy into an indefensible position. And that was done through deception. That was pretending, the way he phrased it, pretend you are weak when you are strong, and strong when you are weak. So the way this would work, especially when Tamerlane was up against a superior force in terms of more men, more soldiers, more supplies, and it didn't look like a fair battle, square battle on the battlefield, 1-for-1 was going to work. Tamerlane was very quick to resort to artifices of various kinds, and deception. So he became famous for his deception of feigned retreat, pretending to be defeated and retreating. And the way this was described in a book called Tamerlane the Great by Harold Lamb, if you ever have a chance to read any history books by Harold Lamb, please do so. He's a kind of a history writer that convinced me that I should read history books. And that took some convincing, because when I got out of school, I thought I'll never touch a history book again. It was torture, I didn't learn anything from him. There was just a lot of memory of dates and names and stuff. But Harold Lamb went back to the sources and found the evidence of the personal communiques between the people engaged in history and how they felt about these events. The human side of the conflicts, and history comes alive when you see and read that kind of a thing. And he described Tamerlane's impact when he had this feigned retreat. In those days, they always fought only in the daytime. Of course, when the sun went down, everybody agreed, okay, we'll be back at it in the morning. They drag their dead and their wounded out of the battlefield. They go home and eat and turn on television or whatever they did back in those days, and waited until the sun came up. But Tamerlane would make it clear as the sun was going down and the people were taking their wounded out of the battlefield, he made it clear that they were leaving the encampment. They wanted the enemy to see them leaving the encampment. And they were in an encampment which we would call an indefensible position because it had sheer sides of some kind, maybe a forest, a lot of foliage or cliffs or something, and the whole army would have to come into a narrow gap. Whatever it was, it would be indefensible, or practically so. And so he made sure that the opponent thought that they were vacating that area and moving in retreat. And they did this by catching it at sundown when it was hard to see, and they would get all the camp followers together. That would be the supply lines, all the wagons with the food and all the cattle and the horses, and they cut down some trees with branches, and they were leaving the area, going that way, away from the battlefield, and dragging the branches behind them to kick up a lot of dust. So from a distance, from the viewpoint of the enemy, it looked like the whole bloody army was retreating, but it was just the supply side. The soldiers had quietly moved into the side areas on either side of the indefensible position, and so the word got back to the enemy, the cowards are leaving, in the morning we will chase them. And so when the sun rises, here they come, galloping right into the indefensible position, thinking that the enemy had already retreated, and they got swashed from both sides and wiped out. And this is the kind of strategies that Tamerlane developed and did over and over again. And you'll find his name in the annals of great warriors and statisticians because of this kind of formula. Well, that's an example in real life of pretended retreat or pretended weakness. And that's drawing your enemy into a defenseless position, thinking that they had already won. Beware when it looks like your victory has fallen upon you and you didn't deserve it. It just happened. Oh, wait a minute, slow down. Or else you might be drawn into that indefensible position. Now, I said that those strategies have been moved into the chess game. And the chess game is a very important thing. I'm not an expert in chess by a long shot, but I used to play it when I was in school. Unfortunately, I wasn't that good at it, so I didn't stick with it. But some of those guys that I was playing with were able to anticipate a move, a complex move, not just one move ahead, not just two moves ahead, which is very difficult, but 3 moves ahead. Well, by that time, you've got to have a brain that, I don't know, doesn't work like mine, because for every move that you do that, it multiplies this by itself. And you have to think about not only the consequences of that move, but the consequences of your opponent's 5 different options in response to that move and so forth. And the multiplication is horrendous. And only a few people can hold in their mind the consequences of that many options. But that's the name of the game is chess, and all of these options you have to be aware of. And believe me, our opponent in this war that we are in have buildings full of people, strategists, who do nothing other than like they do in the military. What happens if this happens? How do we respond if that happens? Or if the other thing happens, how do we respond? And there's nothing that happens that hasn't already been analyzed long ago of how to respond to it. And you can be sure that in at least 50 years ago, everything that's happening today was predicted as an option. What will we do if this happens? So the fact that we see a sudden shift, for example, and all of a sudden the downtrodden are being given a voice, the elections which were stolen, everybody knows that, were suddenly in our favor, and nothing happened to them to change it, but suddenly we had control again. How did that happen? It was a gift to us. I wonder if we're being drawn into an indefensible position. Is it real or is it feigned? Because of the indefensible position. We start to lower our guards. There are many times that the Soviets did that. In the economic project, the EPN, National Economic Project, I think they called it, right after Stalin came to power, the Soviet Union was crumbling because the economy was failing and they had ran out of money and the people were getting hungry and restless and they were going to have a counter-revolution on their hands. And so the commissars decided that they would change their attitude toward the West and become friendly and cooperative, and they dropped all of their threatening terminology about "we will bury you" and all that sort of thing. And we want to work with the West so they could get money from the West. And all the people in the United States and in Great Britain and lots of other countries were saying, oh, well, the Soviet threat was gone. Look, these guys see the light. And so we're sending them technology and sending them money, and they were laughing all the way because they think, oh boy, we're getting exactly what we need. And now, when the time comes, we will hang them with the rope they sold to us or gave us to us. And that's an example of pretense. This is warfare, folks. And if we think it's just a debate, we're making a huge mistake. This is warfare for our lives and our liberty, and they will go to any extent to deceive us into a position of indefensible strength. And I'm saying this because I want people to be suspicious, as Jefferson recommended indirectly, suspicious, and not so willing to say, oh, we won, you know. Let's look at these people a little more carefully and see if we really have won. No, let's see, I got to move along. I think I'm coming pretty close to the end of this. So we move back beyond Sun Tzu. Sun Tzu is great. He's got a lot of other rules of warfare, but those are the ones that I think apply most to our condition in the world today. We move beyond Sun Tzu to Omar Khayyam. Now, he's not a strategist, but he wrote some great lyrics in his poetry. And one of them was as follows, if I can remember it correctly. Dearest love, if thou and I could conspire to change this sorry scheme of things entire, would we not shatter it to bits and then remold it closer to the heart's desire? Now what is it, a quatrain or something like that? That line was written in the stained glass window of the headquarters of the Fabian Society in London. And I don't know if that means anything to you, but the Fabian Society is very much like the Council on Foreign Relations in America. It was part of a branch of the network created by Cecil Rhodes, created the most successful and still existing conspiracy the world has ever seen. The plan was how to take over the control of the entire world from the inside of nations rather than invading from the outside. And the Fabian Society was very strong in that movement and still is, by the way. You look at the leading political figures in Great Britain, and almost all of them are members of the Fabian Society. And so they're telling you with a stained glass window, which, by the way, disappeared some years ago and then suddenly showed up again. Now it's on display, in public display, so we know it's real. We found it. I shouldn't say we found it, but somebody found it. And in this glass window, it shows these monk-like figures dressed in clothing of the Middle Ages, and they've got the earth, it looks like it's about this big, sitting on top of a huge anvil. And here are the members of the Fabian Society with huge sledgehammers in their hands, and they're all raised, ready to smash the earth. And above it is that line I just read to you. Would we not smash it to bits in order to remold it closer to the heart's desire? And this is their emblem. Now, if you're wondering why everything is falling to pieces, it's because it's not being done by stupid people. It's being done by very knowledgeable people. It's not a failure on anybody's part. It's a success on the Fabians and all their followers and like-minders around the world who want to destroy everything so that people will be so desperate they'll have nothing to cling to, not even food to eat or shelter, not even money in their pockets. So they'll have to be part of the remolded society, as Biden would call it, build back better. They have to destroy it first. So if you're wondering what's going on in the world, how come everything's falling apart? Believe me, it's not an accident, it's strategy. And we have to know that that too is part of the warfare that we're in. And we don't even know that we're in war. We think we're debating some kind of a debate. All we had to do is win the debate. It proved that we were right, you know? And that's going to take care of everything. And that's not. All right, well, that was Omar Khayyam. Yeah, okay, I think I got that quote right. Now let's go to the last one, and I'll close this off at last. You'll be so happy, I know. Oh, yeah, this one is tough. It's perhaps the most important at all, I think, to use or to apply, and that comes from Napoleon Bonaparte, of all people. Very simply stated, the purely defensive is doomed to defeat. I have a lot of questions asked at me at events like this, and I'm going to say that 99.9% of the questions are in the category of, well, what can we do to survive when this happens or it is happening? Almost nobody asks what we can do to win. Almost nobody. And so if we are only thinking about how are we going to survive, we might survive a little bit, but eventually we will lose everything. If we don't have a master plan of our own, principles of our own, a movement of our own, goals of our own, determination of our own, a strategy of our own, a belief system of our own, we will lose, and we deserve to lose if that's the case. But the problem is, most of us are not allowed to even think along these lines, because who's saying it? Our leaders don't talk about that. They just talk about they're the good guys against the bad guys. That's all. And they will violate the rules that we believe in order to fight the bad guys, and we say, good for them. Even though they shattered the Constitution in order to get at the bad guys, we think it's okay because they're the bad guys. Next year, the bad guys will use the rules that we allowed them to create, and they'll use them against us, which is the plan. There's another strategy. I can't go on and on, but you know, the 2 steps forward, the 1 step backward, the Hegelian dialectic. We've got to mention the Hegelian dialectic. I'll close on that one. Hegel, this is, by the way, not an accurate, a totally accurate description of Hegel's philosophy, but it's close to it, and they call it the Hegelian dialectic. And it's called thesis, antithesis, and synthesis. Well, that's a mouthful. What's the thesis? You have an idea that you want to promote. Let's say we want, well, let me think of something outrageous, like central bank digital currencies. And it's so outrageous that everybody's up in arms against it. But you're promoting it, right? But then your real intention, you have another battalion and comes up with a compromise offer. In the middle, between no change and the ultimate change, they offer a compromise. And so you had the thesis, which is unacceptable, and then the antithesis, which is the opposite proposal, but it's a compromise, not a complete opposite. And so we go for the compromise, which has always been the goal in the first place. But we would never have gone to the compromise unless we had something to escape from. It's like politics. How many people here vote for candidates? Nope. Nobody ever voted for a candidate in here? Well, most people don't. They vote against candidates. They don't like any of them. But they vote for the lesser of 2 evils. This is strategy, folks. This is the Hegelian dialectic. It's the compromise position. You were supposed to vote for the lesser of 2 evils because you felt good about it. You thought you had made something wise decision. You were determining your own political destiny by choosing the lesser of two evils, but it was always evil, and that was where you were supposed to go in the first place, in their mind. You did exactly what they wanted you to do. This is war. This is strategy. You got to understand, strategies are being used against us. And we can't win unless we open our eyes and take a good look at the way the world really is. That's why you're here today. We started this movement, what year did I say? It was 2006, and we're still plugging away at it, but we're making great strides. I think almost everybody knows about collectivism versus individualism by now. And you hear that word, or those words used more and more even in the mass media. We're bringing those words back into the vocabulary. And once they're in place, they lose because the words are self-defining. And you understand the principles at last, and people have a real choice, and not just the lesser of two evils. Now we're in the last stage of developing this art of warfare awareness program. Once we get to that, we'll be free at last of the controlled opposition leader, the man that pretends that he's your savior, or the woman pretends to be your savior, when actually he's there to be the lesser of two evils. He's always been intended the one you were supposed to go for. With that, I'll leave that very unpleasant fact with you. Come join the force, and let's win this war. So thank you very much.
All right. G. Edward Griffin, everybody. Yes. With the backup microphone and everything. You did great.
All right. Very good.
By the way, you're not done.
I'm not done?
No.
Oh, I'm
you
not.
have just one more thing. For those of you who want to interact more with Ed, he's been, your wife said this, not me, volunteered to sign some books over there at the the booth, apparently, Reality Zone area.
Oh, okay. I'd be glad to do
You're
that.
Up for that?
If anybody cares, I mean, they're probably all mad at me by now.
All right. And while you're out there, please visit our booths. I see Bob Reed, my buddy from Folium. I mentioned him this morning. He wasn't here yet. He was late. We should penalize him.
Yeah,
Go see Bob Reed
Yeah.
at Folium PX. He's helped Ed. He's helped my mom and so many of the wonderful vendors that are supporting us here. And everybody out there around the world, you're watching. We're not AI. We're really here. But it'd be nice if you were here too. Just want to remind you, come and join us. We got a whole other day happening tomorrow of the Red Pill Expo. So come on back, and big hand for everybody. And G. Edward Griffin.
Yeah, thank you. All right, there we go. All right.
You really aware that we're trying to fight this war with the weapons? I'm Sean Patrick Theriault, co-founder of Mark37.com. I spent my career in Silicon Valley working for high-tech infrastructure companies, and I've witnessed firsthand the surveillance apparatus they've built. Most of you already know we're in a digital war right now, but are you really aware that we're trying to fight this war with the weapons and tools of the enemy? That Android or iPhone in your pocket, that MacBook or Windows laptop? It's a tracking device feeding everything you say and do to companies that want you under their control or eliminated entirely. Every text, call, location, even how long you pause on a post, they track it all and use complex algorithms to then use this data to manipulate your behavior. If you knew someone hacked your devices and was selling your data without your consent, you'd be furious and terrified. So why are you okay with these companies doing this to you right now? Here's what they don't want you to know. There is another way. At Mark37.com, we offer phones, laptops, tablets, and even basic flip phones, all running systems big tech can't access unless you explicitly give them access. And what's even better is you also don't need to sacrifice productivity. I'm one of thousands of geeks mobilized across this country, building tools and providing education and support to help you live anonymously online before they enforce digital ID. Go to mark37.com. Sign up for a free 30-minute digital privacy consultation. Join hundreds of thousands who have decided to stop feeding their data to companies actively working to enslave us. Take back your communications, take back your data, and may God bless you on your journey.
Welcome to the Reality Zone, your ultimate source for knowledge and truth. At realityzone.com, we offer a wide selection of books, audios, and videos, all designed to educate, inform, and inspire. But more importantly, offers an alternative to the mainstream narrative fueled by corrupt government and institutional propaganda. Whether you're interested in freedom, health, money, or general knowledge, we have you covered. Discover our bestsellers like Creature from Jekyll Island, an eye-opening exploration into the world of banking and finance, and World Without Cancer, which challenges conventional views on health and disease, and much more thought-provoking content from G. Edward Griffin. Visit Reality Zone today and take the red pill. Step into a world of awareness where once the bell is rung, it can never be unrung. Plus, don't miss us at this year's Red Pill Expo that brings together experts and enthusiasts from around the world. Visit redpillexpo.org for more information. Check out realityzone.com today for these titles and exclusive Red Pill Expo content available on thumb drive for the first time ever. There will be great deals and discounts, all in time for holiday shopping.
Former KGB operative Yuri Bezmenov defected to the United States and became an American citizen. In this interview, he describes the 4 stages of ideological subversion used by the Communist Party to take over the United States.
When the Soviets use the phrase ideological subversion, what do they mean by it?
Ideological subversion is the slow process which we call either ideological subversion or active measures, активные мероприятия in the language of the KGB, or psychological warfare. What it basically means is to change the perception of reality of every American to such an extent that despite of the abundance of information, no one is able to come to sensible conclusions in the interests of defending themselves, their families, their community, and their country. It's a great brainwashing process which goes very slow, and it's divided in 4 basic stages. The first one being demoralization. It takes from 15 to 20 years to demoralize a nation. Why that many years? Because this is the minimum number of years which requires to educate 1 generation of students in the country of your enemy, exposed to the ideology of the enemy. In other words, Marxism-Leninism ideology is being pumped into the soft heads of at least 3 generations of American students without being challenged or counterbalanced by the basic values of Americanism, American patriotism. The demoralization process in the United States is basically completed already. For the last 25 years, actually it's overfulfilled because demoralization now reaches such areas where previously not even Comrade Andropov and all his experts would even dream of such a tremendous success. Most of it is done by Americans to Americans, thanks to lack of moral standards. As I mentioned before, exposure to true information does not matter anymore. A person who was demoralized is unable to assess true information. The facts tell nothing to him. Even if I shower him with information, with authentic proof, with documents, with pictures, Even if I take him by force to the Soviet Union and show him concentration camp, he will refuse to believe it until he is going to receive a kick in his fat bottom. When a military boot crashes his balls, then he will understand, but not before that. That's the tragic of the situation of demoralization. The next stage is destabilization. This time, subverter does not care about your ideas and the patterns of your consumption. Whether you eat junk food and get fat and flabby, doesn't matter anymore. This time, and it takes only from 2 to 5 years to destabilize a nation. It's what matters is essentials: economy, foreign relations, defense systems. And you can see it quite clearly that in some areas, in such sensitive areas as defense and economy, the influence of Marxist-Leninist ideas in the United States is absolutely fantastic. I could never believe it 14 years ago when I landed in this part of the world that the process will go that fast. The next stage, of course, is crisis. It may take only up to 6 weeks to bring a country to the verge of crisis. You can see it in Central America now. And after crisis, with a violent change of power, structure, and economy, you have so-called the period of normalization. It may last indefinitely. Normalization is a cynical expression borrowed from Soviet propaganda. When the Soviet tanks moved into Czechoslovakia in 1968, Comrade Brezhnev said, "Now the situation in brotherly Czechoslovakia is normalized." This is what will happen in the United States if you allow all these schmucks to bring the country to crisis, to promise people all kind of goodies and the paradise on earth, to destabilize your economy, to eliminate the principle of free market competition, and to put a big brother government in Washington, D.C., with the benevolent dictators like Walter Mondale, who will promise lots of things, never mind whether the promises are fulfillable or not. Your leftists in United States, all these professors and all these beautiful civil rights defenders, they are instrumental in the process of the subversion only to destabilize the nation. When their job is completed, they are not needed anymore. They know too much. Some of them, when they get disillusioned, when they see that Marxist-Leninists come to power, obviously they get offended. They think that they will come to power. That will never happen, of course. They will be lined up against the wall and shot. But they may turn into the most bitter enemies of Marxist-Leninists when they come to power. And that's what happened in Nicaragua. You remember most of these former Marxist-Leninists were either put to prison or one of them split, and now he's working against Sandinistas. It happened in Grenada when Maurice Bishop was already a Marxist. He was executed by a new Marxist who was more Marxist than this Marxist. Same happened in Afghanistan when first there was Taraki, he was killed by Amin, then Amin was killed by Babrak Karmal with the help of KGB. Same happened in Bangladesh when Mujibur Rahman, very pro-Soviet leftist, was assassinated by his own Marxist-Leninist military comrades. It's the same pattern everywhere. The time bomb is ticking, but every second the disaster is coming closer and closer. Unlike myself, you will have nowhere to defect to.
The book described in this message is a spoof to dramatize the evil strategies it pretends to advocate.
Tired of empty-headed media pundits pushing someone else's world agenda and not yours? Now you can learn the hidden secrets of world domination in Sir Lawrence McAllister's Conquer the Planet, a modern-day global enslavement handbook. Own and control media outlets, infiltrate centers of power, create your own valueless paper money system that will have you living like a king. All this and much more can be found in Sir Lawrence McAllister's Conquer the Planet, a modern-day global enslavement handbook. Available online and through bookstores everywhere. Rule humanity with an iron fist.
Welcome to Reality Zone, the official store for Red Pill University and Red Pill Expo, where we invite you to embark on a transformative journey toward uncovering the truths that lie beneath the surface of our modern society. Inspired by the powerful message of Take the Red Pill, our mission is to empower individuals to break free from the illusions propagated by fake news, corrupt politics, and institutional propaganda. Our carefully curated selection of books and recordings addresses the critical issues of freedom, health, and financial independence. Learn how elitist agendas threaten your rights and discover the healing power of nature, challenging the influence of big pharma. Explore the complex world of money and banking to reveal hidden systems affecting your wealth and liberty. Step into the reality zone, take the red pill, and embrace the knowledge that transforms your understanding of the world. But once you take the red pill, the illusion can never be restored. Once you enter the reality zone, you can never return to the twilight zone from which you came.
This is merely to introduce properly one Robert F. Williams, the president in exile of this Republic of New Africa and the author of The Crusader. Now here is what Robert Williams says. The lifeblood of U.S. capitalism is its productive capacity and its extensive commerce. If these two factors were to become paralyzed and rendered sterile, the orderly function of the government establishment would degenerate into a state of chaos, and the superstructure of the system would collapse. The more automated a society is, the more vulnerable it is to forces of calamity. What would highly mechanized America be without electrical power, What would it be without modern transportation? What would it be without its industrial capacity? And then, having asked these questions, Robert Williams proceeds to explain in minute detail exactly how to manufacture the devices that can be used by a mere handful of people to ensure that highly automated America will lose its electrical power, its modern transportation, and its industrial capacity. I can assure you, ladies and gentlemen, that less than a dozen people, if they know what they're doing, can reduce any of our major cities into a helpless, seething mass of confusion, panic, and death. Just one person can poison the city's entire water supply, or destroy the main aqueduct, or blow up the principal pumping stations. And where would people in Los Angeles, for instance, get a drink of water if it didn't come out of a pipe? And how long can a human being survive without water? 4 or 5 days, perhaps? But long before that, there'd be tens of thousands of people dead in our cities, not from thirst, but because they were unable to defend what water they had from roving bands of desperate people who were dying of thirst. And that's thinking only of the loss of water. In your mind's eye, compound that with no food, no electricity, no way to dispose of sewage, no police protection, no water pressure to fight fires, no radio or TV, no telephone, no buses, no gasoline for your car, no way to escape, no place to go if you could. And don't think for a minute that the countryside would be immune from disaster either. In this issue of the Crusader, the communists call not only for extensive chaos within the cities, but for putting to the torch every village, every forest, every field, and every barn. The plan is for raging fires from one city to the next. The reason? Well, first, there's the value of sheer destruction. Secondly, it would force us to deploy our defenses and rescue units over the widest possible area. The communists point out that as long as our police and National Guard remain concentrated, they're invincible. But if they can be forced to spread out over the entire city and into the countryside as well, then they can be picked off from ambush one by one. And the third value of massive fire to the communists is psychological. The average American, they say, soft and decadent, when he sees billows of black smoke rising from one horizon to the other, when at night the only light he has to see by is the flickering red from flames leaping into the sky, he'll become paralyzed with fear and panic. He'll run away and hide and do nothing to interfere with the guerrilla bands as they strike at the community's power centers. The Crusader explains how to set up sniper units in crowded metropolitan areas, how to manufacture jumbo Molotov cocktails, the gallon jug size, and how to mix the gasoline with certain ingredients to make it burn like napalm, how to pour gasoline into utility manholes in the streets to set fire to the main telephone cables, how to put sulfur tips from matches into air conditioning units and blow up large buildings, how to ignite gas mains and oil storage tanks. It explains how radio-controlled model airplanes can be used to fly explosive heavily guarded fences into gasoline storage areas or munition stockpiles.
Tired of your devices spying on you? Discover privacy-focused technology, training, and support you can trust.
Sean Patrick Terrio. I've spent a career in Silicon Valley working for different data center companies, hosting companies, learning how the sausage is really made, following the money, because we all have to follow the money. Look at who really controls and owns these big tech companies, and then look at the ethos of the people that actually own these big tech companies. And I think we all know the ethos of the people that run these big tech companies is evil. They are evil people. They want a depopulation agenda. Are we at war right now? We're at war right now, right? So if we're at war and I give you a weapon, and I say this weapon that I'm giving you has a GPS tracking device on it, a camera and a microphone, and all of that information is being fed to the enemy that you're about to go fight, would you use that weapon?
then why do you have their devices and their comms in your pockets right now? Why? It's because we have been brainwashed and we've been sold and told this illusion that this is so convenient. This is just too convenient, so convenient, you can't live without it.
But there is another way.
So what I'm here to tell you is you can. There is another way. It is called open source software. Open source software and operating systems, because the operating system of a device is what controls the device.
That's where Mark37.com comes in, offering privacy-first phones, laptops, tablets, and real training so you can finally live free from big tech's control. Explore the Ghost phone, Ghost laptop, Ghost tablet, and expert support built to protect your digital life.
So find us. You can find us online, mark37.com. Again, my name is Sean Patrick Terrio. So blessed to be here. Thank you. Thank you all.
Visit Mark37.com. Take back your privacy today.
When you are feeling a little sick, then double up, double up, double up, double up. Have a couple more screws.
Introducing Cardio Miracle, the ultimate solution for cardiovascular health and overall well-being. Backed by cutting-edge science, Cardio Miracle is a comprehensive nitric oxide supplement designed to support your heart health, boost your immune system, and enhance your energy levels. Cardio Miracle is not just another supplement, it's a life changer. Formulated by John Hewlett, this revolutionary product harnesses the power of nitric oxide to support your heart health, immune system, and overall well-being.
17 years ago, I had an emergency appendectomy that led me to have a less than satisfactory experience in the hospital. I almost died several times. I had some misdiagnosis, some malpractice. It was a horrific experience. So that led me on a research journey to try to find a natural solution to having bypass surgery. And once I learned the science and learned that it had been awarded the Nobel Prize, I was stunned that we didn't know about this research of how effective the spark of life and this essential third gas was in the body's existence.
Backed by scientific studies, Cardio Miracle combines over 50 whole food nutrients in one serving. It's convenient, effective, and affordable, costing less than a cup of coffee a day. Just 2 servings a day, and you'll experience improved circulation, boosted energy, and essential immune support. Every serving of Cardio Miracle is packed with bioavailable nutrients, vitamins, minerals, and antioxidants. It's gluten-free, dairy-free, and soy-free, making it suitable for everyone. Nitric oxide, often called the miracle molecule, is essential for maintaining healthy blood flow and cardiovascular function.
So Cardio Miracle is the only nitric oxide supplement ever tested in the laboratory of the top expert in the world, Tadeusz Maletsky. It's the only nutritional cardiovascular nitric oxide product that actually has now 3 published studies at the scientific level. And now over 50,000 people in the last 10 years have used Cardio Miracle to amazing results all over the world, and that's growing every day. And we're excited to have you be the next Cardio Miracle.
Meet G. Edward Griffin, a renowned author and researcher who has uncovered truths that have changed the way we understand the world. His groundbreaking book, The Creature from Jekyll Island, takes you on a thrilling journey into the secret world of the Federal Reserve. It's a detective story, but everything is true. This is essential reading for anyone curious about the origins and impact of our monetary system. In World Without Cancer, Griffin challenges the conventional understanding of health, presenting compelling evidence that cancer is linked to a deficiency in a natural compound that can be found in 1,400 edible plants. but which have been deleted from modern diets due to their slightly bitter taste, such as is found in apple seeds. This book explores alternative perspectives that can defeat cancer simply by restoring small amounts of this substance to our daily diet. At realityzone.com, you'll find these best-selling titles and a collection of other thought-provoking works as well. From history and health to economics and geopolitics, there's something for everyone with a curious mind. Visit realityzone.com to discover exclusive offers when books are bundled. Save up to 20% and unlock deeper insights into the world around us.
Introducing the Folium suite of super antioxidant nutritional supplements. This suite includes Folium PX, a powerful antioxidant and detoxification supplement, Folium Immuno, a dynamic immune support supplement, and Folium Relax, an effective anxiety release supplement.
Hello, I'm Dr. James Privatera, MD. Using hair mineral testing and analysis among several patients, I had them take Folium PX after the initial test revealed elevated levels of toxic metals. After 30 days of taking Folium PX, I took another hair sample and tested the hair sample for the toxic metal levels. The results in each patient were significant reductions in excess metals, from 41% all the way to 100%. As a medical doctor who has witnessed the results firsthand, I recommend that you try Folium PX yourself. Experience the benefits of toxic metal reduction, which are increased energy, clearer thinking, and overall feeling better.
Folium has received prestige awards from the America Eurasia Center, Corporate Live Wire, and UK Health Radio, and has been nominated for the prestigious Lasker Award. To order, visit folium-px.com. U.S. Air Force Major Tom Haviland bravely refused to take the COVID vaccine, encouraged others not to take it, and exposed the jab's most spectacular and deadly side effect, being hidden from the public by funeral directors and doctors.
Hey, this is Robert Scott Bell. You probably are sick of seeing me as the MC for the Red Pill Expo, but what can I say? I can't say no to Ed. What are you going to say? G. Edward Griffin calls you. So love you all. Appreciate you so much. Many of you might know me from the Robert Scott Bell Show. I've been doing this show for over 25 years in broadcast media. Yes, you have a friend in the media that has been red-pilled and been red-pilling for decades. Oh, not as long as Ed, but hey, I'll take a fraction of that. That's okay. Also, I'm a homeopath. What does that mean? Don't be frightened. It means I bring the power to heal back to you where it belongs. It's not like I haven't give it to you. I just remind you of where it's originating from and then kind of tap you into some of those things that you're never going to hear about in the mainstream legacy media. No pharmaceutical pills here, no shots needed, nothing like that. I'm on 6 days a week, believe it or not. Yes, 6 days a week. So beyond the Red Pill Expo, you can still catch me up 2+ hours every day, Monday through Friday live, additional hour on Sundays. Where do you listen? Where do you watch it? Come on over to robertscottbell.com. And then there's a listen or live or watch the live link. It's just /live. And you can see that here on the video. Now, another thing I like to do, because I don't sell products on my show, I certainly talk about the things I believe in. I consider them RSB approved. I've been at this for so long. So if you want to learn about how to get healthy and stay healthy, there's a whole section on the website you can see here, Products We Love section. And just click on anything to get discounts, the best stuff available for you, whether it be supplements, services, different things like that. There's a lot to learn, and I've been doing it for so long. I still have more to learn, but I love to teach as well. Also, one of the things I talk about, economic healing. You guys maybe don't know about this, but the United Precious Metals Association, which is one of the links we have here, you can set up a free account It's like having your own trust. Just with an email, you could set up your kids, your grandkids. They can start saving in real money, sound money, gold, silver, gold backs. And that's available there for you for free. And we have that link up in the Products We Love section at robertscottbell.com. There's also so much more, including once a month, I meet with you, those of you who are really interested in learning more, with a Patreon support page. Thank you for supporting this message of health, freedom, and healing liberty. You can get more, you can give more. And that is with our Patreon page. We have a monthly meeting via Zoom where we see one another. You can submit questions that I can't answer into the public's domain, but in that private group, you can plug in and learn a lot as well. Wonderful opportunity there. So there's so much happening here at the Red Pill Expo. I just want to remind you that beyond the Red Pill Expo, we can stay in touch. We can keep the red pill bouncing, so to speak, and bring the power to heal back where it belongs with each and every one of you. So thank you to G. Edward Griffin and the crew at the Red Pill Expo for supporting this message of health, freedom, and healing liberty. And you'll always have a home here with me on the Robert Scott Bell Show, robertscottbell.com.
Have you ever wondered why so much of what you hear in the media feels filtered or even manipulated? The truth is, most major news outlets are controlled by collectivists, people who think it's their duty to shape what you believe. So the common man ends up with a so-called correct opinion. At needtoknow.news, we do things differently. We provide unfiltered news and commentary as an antidote to the mainstream's newspeak. Here, there are no distractions with sports or celebrity gossip. Instead, we focus on what truly matters: your freedom, your health, and your financial security. And while we stand for individualism, we promise this: we'll never twist the facts just to fit our view. Even if the truth is uncomfortable, we'll report it anyway and let truth have its voice. Join thousands who refuse to be misled. Sign up for the needtoknow.news newsletter today and start seeing the world as it really is. From the desk of G. Edward Griffin comes a powerful revelation: the chasm, collectivism versus individualism, the issue behind all issues. Collectivists are those who advocate collectivism, the belief that the group is more important than the individual, and that individuals must be sacrificed, if necessary, for the greater good of the greater number. Individualists are those who advocate individualism, the belief that the individual is more important than the group, because the group is merely an abstraction and exists only to the extent that individuals exist, and that the defense of individual rights is the greater good of the greater number. Dive into this concise 48-page work that lays bare the conflict shaping our world today: the chasm, collectivism versus individualism, at chasm.realityzone.com.
I'm Sean Patrick Theriault, co-founder of Mark37.com. I spent my career in Silicon Valley working for high-tech infrastructure companies, and I've witnessed firsthand the surveillance apparatus they've built. Most of you already know we're in a digital war right now, but are you really aware that we're trying to fight this war with the weapons and tools of the enemy? That Android or iPhone in your pocket, that MacBook or Windows laptop, It's a tracking device feeding everything you say and do to companies that want you under their control or eliminated entirely. Every text, call, location, even how long you pause on a post, they track it all and use complex algorithms to then use this data to manipulate your behavior. If you knew someone hacked your devices and was selling your data without your consent, you'd be furious and terrified. So why are you okay with these companies doing this to you right now? Here's what they don't want you to know. There is another way. At mark37.com, we offer phones, laptops, tablets, and even basic flip phones, all running systems big tech can't access unless you explicitly give them access. And what's even better is you also don't need to sacrifice productivity. I'm one of thousands of geeks mobilized across this country, building tools and providing education and support to help you live anonymously online before they enforce digital ID. Go to mark37.com. Sign up for a free 30-minute digital privacy consultation. Join hundreds of thousands who have decided to stop feeding their data to companies actively working to enslave us. Take back your communications. Take back your data. And may God bless you on your journey.
Welcome to the Reality Zone, your ultimate source for knowledge and truth. At realityzone.com, we offer a wide selection of books, audios, and videos, all designed to educate, inform, and inspire. But more importantly, offers an alternative to the mainstream narrative fueled by corrupt government and institutional propaganda. Whether you're interested in freedom, health, money, or general knowledge, we have you covered. Discover our bestsellers like Creature from Jekyll Island, an eye-opening exploration into the world of banking and finance, and World Without Cancer, which challenges conventional views on health and disease, and much more thought-provoking content from G. Edward Griffin. Visit Reality Zone today and take the red pill. Step into a world of awareness where once the bell is rung, it can never be unrung. Plus, don't miss us at this year's Red Pill Expo that brings together experts and enthusiasts from around the world. Visit redpillexpo.org for more information. Check out realityzone.com today for these titles and exclusive Red Pill Expo content available on thumb drive for the first time ever. There will be great deals and discounts, all in time for holiday shopping.
Former KGB operative Yuri Bezmenov defected to the United States and became an American citizen. In this interview, he describes the 4 stages of ideological subversion used by the Communist Party to take over the United States.
When the Soviets used the phrase ideological subversion, what do they mean by it?
Ideological subversion is the slow process which we call either ideological subversion or active measures, активные мероприятия in the language of the KGB, or psychological warfare. What it basically means is to change the perception of reality of every American to such an extent that despite of the abundance of information, no one is able to come to sensible conclusions in the interests of defending themselves, their families, their community, and their country. It's a great brainwashing process which goes very slow, and it's divided in 4 basic stages. The first one being demoralization. It takes from 15 to 20 years to demoralize a nation. Why that many years? Because this is the minimum number of years which requires to educate one generation of students in the country